Expand Bitcoin's utility without sacrificing its security. Citrea enables Bitcoin to function as a fully programmable financial platform using zero-knowledge technology. With Citrea, developers can build scalable payment systems, tap into Bitcoin's liquidity with financial applications, and build privacy systems. Citrea is currently on testnet and approaching mainnet. Follow the progress at Citrea_XYZ.
My intuition is that we do see snarks kind of eating cryptography in the sense that they become a commoditized building block, just like hash functions are. But I also see them kind of eating the world of computation. So one of my dreams, in some sense, is to have CPUs where there's an onboard prover that generates proofs in real time.
Our vision is that in maybe the next 10 years, most of the computation is actually not going to happen on-chain, but it's going to happen in an off-chain environment. And this is the future we're building towards.
My personal thesis on this is that ZK is going to long-term be as significant of a technology as, say, public key encryption. That it's going to be something that every computer science student learns in their freshman year.
Pretty simple thesis that ZK is really important to blockchains and scaling. The future of ZK is ZK VMs, and we want to build the best one.
There will be a day where we no longer need consensus because we have that real-time generation. What will have been secured by consensus will be secured by cryptography and math.
I see the space moving to where every application will use ZK. Every application will use zero knowledge for its data, for its bridging, for its co-processing, for the execution spaces it sits on. It will be as intertwined into the fabric of crypto as consensus is. And to get to that point, we need highly efficient proving, we need, frankly, liveness guarantees on that proving, and we need crypto infrastructure that can support a heterogeneity of innovation on proving systems.
Welcome everyone to the Bitcoin Economy Conference hosted by House of ZK. The Bitcoin Economy Conference is designed to mainstream discussions around the building of the Web3 economy directly on Bitcoin, examining how recent infrastructural leaps are addressing its prevalent scalability issues and unlocking its full potential as the backbone for a new decentralized economy. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers here today, covering a wide variety of topics from the technical marvels of BitVM and OPCat to the why of scaling Bitcoin and what this means for the rest of the blockchain. We'll soon be welcoming our Bod Bodily for the opening keynote. First, we'll give a word of thanks to our sponsors: Starkware, Citria, Goat Network, and Alpin Labs. Starkware, with its extensive expertise in trustless zero-knowledge scaling solutions, is empowering Starknet to become the premier settlement layer for Bitcoin. This unique position enables Starknet to enhance usability and scalability in the blockchain ecosystem while maintaining the highest levels of security and decentralization. Citria is the first rollup that enhances capabilities of Bitcoin block space with zero-knowledge technology. It enables Bitcoin to function as a fully programmable financial platform while inheriting the decentralization and security that define its value. Citria's mission is to build a Bitcoin-backed economy. Citria is currently on testnet, progressing toward mainnet. Goat Network will launch its alpha mainnet in Q1 of 2025 as the first decentralized financial market to enable sustainable yields in Bitcoin. Supply Bitcoin or Doge. Earn Bitcoin as the home of the people's coins. Goat Network seeks to transform Bitcoin and Doge from passive to active assets through a one-of-a-kind economic model that unlocks Bitcoin-fi and meme-fi in a way that's never been done before. Alpin Labs is a research-driven blockchain development company building trust-minimized systems that add programmability, privacy, and scalability to Bitcoin using zero-knowledge proofs. Alpin's goal is to build the missing components to create in-game money. Strata, a ZK rollup platform on Bitcoin, is the first step towards this vision. We'll soon be welcoming renowned Bitcoin expert and educator Bob Bodily to the stage to give the opening keynote on the exciting developments taking place within the Bitcoin ecosystem. So stay tuned.
Hello.
There we go. Hi.
Hi.
So nice to see you. Thanks for joining us today. We have a very special interview. Really excited to have you on.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Excited to be here.
Great.
All right. Today, I just wanted to give a lay of the land for what's been happening in Bitcoin. I think we've seen quite a lot of interesting things happen on Bitcoin since the launch of the Ordinals protocol. Casey Rottermore in January of 2023. It's been over 2 years now. Launched the Ordinals protocol, and it's been kind of a whirlwind ride on Bitcoin. And we've seen a lot of really interesting applications starting to develop on Bitcoin directly. The thing that I love most about what's happening, just kind of my general take, is the decentralization of approaches to trying to use Bitcoin more. It's very clear that people want Bitcoin. People want to hold Bitcoin. People want to transact Bitcoin. People want to store things on Bitcoin. People want to store meaningful things on Bitcoin, art, culture, history. And people want to degen on Bitcoin. I think we've seen all of these. And I love being involved in building on Bitcoin because builders have a unique advantage where they're working with Bitcoin, which is a fairly constrained environment. You're limited to Bitcoin script. And because of this, you have to be very creative in how you solve problems like scalability, or how you solve problems like speed, or other things that you may want to provide for your users. And so we have a huge array of interesting decentralization approaches and speed approaches and ways to just make Bitcoin work better. And so we have, people doing things like state chains, or people doing things on the Lightning Network, or bringing fungible tokens to the Lightning Network. We have people doing meta protocols. I have an entire categorization of meta protocols. Tier 1 meta protocols, like Ordinals, Runes, and BRC20. There's even like tier 2 meta protocols. I have like half a dozen in there of meta protocols that are gaining traction, solid community, ready to blast off. We have some that are in kind of the infrastructure, wallets, marketplaces, tickers, tokens, trading stage, and some that are still kind of incubating, building infra, kind of trying to grow. Beyond meta protocols, we have rollups, we have sovereign rollups, and we have people trying to do, full ZK rollups on Bitcoin, and we have people trying to do trust minimized bridging with BitVM and BitVM2 and BitVMX and all of the versions of BitVM. And then we have people, pushing for new opcodes on Bitcoin. Let's just upgrade the underlying protocol and make it easier to use. So we have people pushing for opcat and CTV and a host of other interesting ways to make Bitcoin more programmable or more secure or better for builders. And all of these, I'm trying to see to think if I missed any important categories here, so I don't get struck down on socials after. State channel based systems, interesting meta protocols. I mean, that's probably the gamut of things right now. And so we've seen a lot of incredible innovation happening over the last 2 years, and I think it's just going to continue to accelerate. Bitcoin has, been the most dominant cryptocurrency or crypto asset since the beginning, essentially, the grandfather of crypto. And seeing builders be flock back to their home chain. A lot of people started on Bitcoin and then went off to other chains when they couldn't really do what they wanted to do on Bitcoin directly. So then they came back, and now they're trying interesting new innovative approaches to solve problems for users directly leveraging Bitcoin, the chain that we all love. One other interesting update that's probably worth mentioning, there's been a lot of interest broadly in crypto in meme coins over the last, I don't know, it's probably been 2 years at this point. We've probably had like 4 meme coin cycles in the last 4 years. And thinking through all of the interesting solutions that are happening on Bitcoin right now is really interesting. There are people trying to build meta protocols to enable Bitcoin layer 1 native AMMs. There are people building, interesting hybrid solutions where liquidity providers deposit funds, but then they provide PSBTs to the takers, and so the takers actually get a trustless swap, while the liquidity providers are providing liquidity behind the scenes. There are people trying to make interesting advancements on the order book side, trying to bring a vibrant DeFi ecosystem to Bitcoin. There are a lot of people working on stable coins as well, trying to bring stable coins and other assets to Bitcoin directly. If you've been on Twitter, you probably saw that I launched a new, well, I guess it's still not even in public yet, but we did a long thread yesterday on a new platform, and we have our own take on what we think Bitcoin DeFi should look like. So that's been pretty exciting for us. It's been kind of a whirlwind of 24 hours, but it's been really, really fun to just get in the trenches with everyone and have some fun on Bitcoin. So this is kind of the lay of the land, I think, for Bitcoin right now. We see increased builder activity. We see increased investment across the board into interesting companies building interesting tech, trying to scale Bitcoin. And beyond the investor interest, we've also seen user growth. We've seen user growth in many different sectors within the Bitcoin community. And, put all of these things together. And I think the Bitcoin ecosystem is a very vibrant and healthy ecosystem. And we're, I think, going to continue to see lots of innovation, groundbreaking style innovation where we can, finally do everything that we've wanted to do on Bitcoin forever. I always tell people anything that has been done on any other chain is coming to Bitcoin. in some way or another, and I think that is true. I think if you can do it on Bitcoin, then why would you want to do it anywhere else? And so I'm very, very excited for the Bitcoin ecosystem right now. I think the past 2 years have been really exciting for all of the Bitcoin lovers, most of the Bitcoin lovers, depending on how or why you love Bitcoin. But yeah, very, very excited to be in the trenches with all the builders and the degens and the creators, and it's been a blast.
Thanks so much, Bob. We really appreciate you joining us today.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Next up, we have a very special interview between House of ZK's Alice Liu and Ellie Ben-Sasson, the CEO of Starkware and co-inventor of ZK Starks, Free, and Zcash.
Thank you, Ashley. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the first interview session of the day for the Bitcoin Economy Conference. We're joined here with Ellie Ben-Sasson, co-founder and CEO of Starkware. Ellie and Starkware are leading contributors to ZK, pioneering Starks, Cairo language, Starknet and StarkX, to name a few, and are currently working to bring ZK to Bitcoin. I'm very excited to discuss with Ellie the fundamental reasons behind scaling Bitcoin, how ZK can help support this goal, and why Starkware specifically is uniquely positioned to contribute. So I'm wondering, Ellie, if we can talk a little bit more about the needs behind Bitcoin scaling. What do you see as the core limitations of Bitcoin's base layer that necessitate different scaling solutions, new scaling solutions?
Yeah, so hi, Alice. Thanks for having me here. Hello to everyone out there. The basic problem of Bitcoin in terms of scaling right now is very clear. It is the cost of transactions, the time till you see them settle, but mostly just the cost of transaction and the sheer amount of transactions that it can process. Right? Visa processes, thousands of transactions per second. Alipay does hundreds of thousands per second, and Bitcoin does 10 per second. And we can't have that with the global economy. You need more.
Mm-hmm. And so mostly it's just the current cost of transactions, time to see them settle, and then the processing as well. Got it.
Yep.
And from your perspective, how could a more scalable Bitcoin ecosystem transform broader mainstream adoption, broader economic applications, and why is Starkware, which was originally known primarily for its Ethereum focus, now looking at Bitcoin? What's the motivation to build towards settling simultaneously both on Bitcoin and Ethereum?
So I know that I think in some places in the Pacific Islands, there was money in the form of like these huge pieces of stone, right? That served as money. And moving them from one place to the other of course, took a lot of effort. So Bitcoin is a little bit like that in being like just very hard to move around in terms of costly. So number one thing you would get from scaling Bitcoin is just the ability to use it like we use, cash today or electronic payments, that we can, for instance, buy a cup of coffee with our Bitcoin. Right now, it doesn't make any sense to buy a cup of coffee with the Bitcoin because the transaction fee is way higher than the cost of a cup of coffee, right? So you would like to have Bitcoin usable for buying cups of coffee. This is, by the way, literally Satoshi's vision, and the reason he invented Bitcoin, right? The paragraph number 2 in the Bitcoin white paper talks about the high cost of the transactions today on the traditional system, which is due to the manual process involved, right? There are people involved in the traditional financial system, and Bitcoin removes that. But right now, it just can't process that many transactions, which leads to these very high costs. Now, once you allow money to move around or Bitcoin to move around more freely and for smaller transactions, now you start having a lot more interesting use cases that could appear with it, right? Could be more easily lent and borrowed. It could form as, in a more easier way as collateral for small and large transactions. You could treat it a little bit more like a basis for an economy, which is what we needed to do. Now, I think you also asked, like, why are we also expanding to Bitcoin and not just Ethereum? So, I used to be a mathematician. I was a professor of theoretical computer science at Technion. And the exact point in time that I started veering away from my path as an academic was at a Bitcoin conference in 2013, where I was the first to point out that ZK proofs and cryptographic proofs can help scale Bitcoin. So it's been my dream and passion for more than 11 years to offer this technology to Bitcoin. And my Twitter handle says that I am a ZK Stark Maxi, which is exactly what I am. I'm not a Bitcoin Maxi. I'm not an Ethereum Maxi. I am a ZK Stark Maxi. And I know that this technology will be deployed everywhere. It's the safest, it's the purest kind of scaling technology that really Bitcoin, the purest cryptocurrency, deserves. So we started with Ethereum. It was much easier to do it there because you had smart contracts available there, so we could do Stark verification on it. But now I'm optimistic that Bitcoin will also have someday a soft fork that will allow us to offer more scale through ZK Starks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like the analogy that you use of those huge pieces of stone. I believe they're also called the rice stones. At least one kind of civilization used them, and how Bitcoin now is a bit similar to that in terms of it's very hard to move around. It's hard to scale currently just because of the costs with processing. But I do also like how you mentioned that our main goal here is to make Bitcoin more accessible for these everyday transactions, like buying a cup of coffee, and hopefully as we can build towards that vision. And I just wanted to also ask you a bit about some of the narratives that we see evolving. You mentioned that as we build towards this vision, we can enable more use cases, like, for example, with lending and borrowing, with collateral, and really making Bitcoin as a basis for this new kind of economy. So how do you see the narratives for Bitcoin evolving by scaling Bitcoin, by enabling more transactions, by enabling these new applications? Can we expect a change from its current digital gold narrative?
Yes, I think that Bitcoin today is the purest way for you to own your assets, to own your life in the digital world. Nothing gives you the same level of true ownership of your assets. But right now, it's very hard for you to move those assets and to use them as money. So with a scaling solution that would be fully self-custodial, have the same security as Bitcoins, which is exactly what Starknet settling onto Bitcoin will allow you, you will get not digital gold or these digital big stones, you will get digital cash, cheap, fast, no friction, but truly owned by you, not deposited with some financial institution or custodian or centralized exchange that may disappear tomorrow. You will own this cash.
Mm-hmm. And I really like how we can have that transition from not just having digital gold, but digital cash that's completely ownable by the individual. And I also, just on the topic for Starknet settling onto Bitcoin, I'm wondering if you can speak a bit more about some of the advantages and also perhaps some challenges that you're foreseeing in implementing Starknet as a layer 2 on Bitcoin. Are there any kinds of lessons learned from the Ethereum rollup implementations that can directly apply to Bitcoin, whether it be some security considerations, data availability, or any other kinds of considerations?
Yeah, I would say that, we learned a lot and we're constantly learning. Certainly by the time Starknet settles on Bitcoin directly, it will be a much more battle-tested system, much more robust, have much more usage, which is good. So a whole bunch of lessons on how to build the very best L2 on Ethereum will, of course, be transferred to Bitcoin. I want to focus on the challenges. There are a lot of novel challenges that are related to Bitcoin. The model itself is very, very different. There are no such thing as accounts and smart contracts. You have to sort of use the script and UTXO model which isn't built to maintain state. So now you want to use it to actually also allow you to capture and maintain state over time. So there are huge challenges in implementing this. But I wake up in the morning and what gets me going is huge challenges, right? When I co-founded Starkware, no one believed that ZK Starks are going to be the end game. Except for us. And it was a huge challenge. And now everyone has adopted this technology. So it is a very big challenge, and it's a challenge that we are going to very eagerly. It's part of our DNA to take big challenges.
Mm-hmm. And then you mentioned that there's these kinds of novel challenges that are unique to Bitcoin, like compared to Ethereum, uses this UTXO instead of an account-based model, and there's lack of smart contracts, and there's some limitations in terms of its scripting. I'm just wondering if you can speak a bit more about what is really needed to enable general computation on Bitcoin. There are a few developments in this space that can, for example, enable or help enable more general computation, whether it be smart contracts via covenants. Maybe there are some opportunities that you can speak about specifically that Starks can apply. And then also with the possibility in the future of the potential implementation of OPCAT. I'm wondering if you can dive a little bit more into some of the tools that you see as most promising for enabling this general computation within Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's a terrific question. The fundamental limitation today of Bitcoin is that there's this complete separation of the previous what authorizes you to spend a Bitcoin, and there are just no limitations on once you show that you own a Bitcoin. There are like no limitations on how you spend it and what you do with it. Now a covenant would be something that allows the user interested in this to put some limitation, to say whoever now receives this Bitcoin must conform to certain spending ways. It can't be spent nilly-willy. So today, covenants, well, there was just this beautiful breakthrough result that two folks from our team, together with Andrew Polstra and Ethan Hellman. So Avihu Levi, our CPO, and Victor Kolobov from our product team, together with Ethan and Andrew, just published this beautiful Kaleidoscript paper that shows that actually even today, for a very hefty price, you can get covenants on Bitcoin today. But it's not known yet how to get covenants for a lower price. So covenants is one big challenge. But once you have covenants, either by paying a lot and doing the Kaleidoscript kind of way, or if you allow OPCAT, there are a bunch of other variant opcodes that would allow you to have covenants, but OPCAT is maybe, I think, the one that is most spoken about. Then you could have covenants, and you could put certain restrictions, and you could have Bitcoin going to something that is, the covenant is an L2 that verifies a Stark. So that is the approach that I think should be the end goal for scaling Bitcoin, because it would be like the right way. You would have a way of scaling it that is post-quantum secure, very safe, no trusted setup, no cryptographic, gnarly cryptographic assumptions, highest scale, most battle-tested technology stack. Yeah, that's I think the best way. There are other ways in order to verify proofs, like the BitVM method, which is really brilliant and ingenious, but it doesn't give you mathematical security. It gives you basically economic security based on bonds that could be taken if someone cheats. It's also a very viable approach, at least in the meantime. But I think the best long-term solution is to adapt a soft fork that would allow you to verify something like a Stark and get covenants and a whole bunch of other things.
Yeah, and it's very exciting that now it's possible to get covenants directly on Bitcoin, though at a higher cost. It's still a great feat that was accomplished, and yeah, very, very exciting times indeed. And with the possibility, as you mentioned, of implementing a covenant as an L2 that verifies a Stark, also very promising. And I like how you also mentioned that there are some other ways in which we can verify proofs, like with the BitVM method, but it has its own limitations, as you mentioned, providing that kind of economic security instead of mathematical security behind it. So thank you for all of those points. I wanted to dive a bit deeper into OpCat specifically. I know that the hardware team is in very high support for the inclusion of OpCat. I'm curious to hear some of the main advantages that will be enabled. So you mentioned that in terms of enabling covenants, can enable verification as well, enable the implementation for Starks. But then I also want to also hear about if there are any kinds of drawbacks or limitations to adopting OpCat, if, say, we were to in the future.
Yeah, so I think the one could ask, what is the security and safety of Bitcoin compromised by OpCat? I am not aware of any significant attack that cannot be done today that OpCat in the latest proposals would open up. So I don't think it's about that. I think that, well, first of all, there's this, especially after the whole SegWit, wars and so on, there's this very strong aversion or concern about any sort of change for Bitcoin, which I respect. I understand. It's a very precious thing that that carries over $2 trillion worth of value. So we want to be extremely careful with it. At the same time, I think the biggest kind of concern of people is exactly about changing the ideological and philosophical, interpretation of what is Bitcoin, right? Because covenants indeed allow people to decide to put certain restrictions on the further use of their tokens. Of the tokens in the future. Now, Ethan Haleman told me that many of the cases that are attacked, covenants will allow, say, the government to do this or that, could also be attained. These sort of threat models could be attained already today by moving to multi-sig signatures, which already exist on Bitcoin. So if the governments would want tomorrow to say, every transaction must be conformant to some government regulations, they could implement it tomorrow with the requirement of multi-sigs very easily, even more easily than covenants. So I think the biggest criticism or the biggest opposition, ideological opposition to covenants come from this worry that it changes the fungibility of Bitcoin, because certain Bitcoins can, at least for a limited time, be put under certain restrictions. But as Ethan Haleman at least convinced me, is that you could have these restrictions practically implemented today just with the use of multi-sigs, which already exist today on Bitcoin. So I understand the sort of conservative mindset. I have a lot of respect for it. I think that important things like Bitcoin should upgrade only very, very slowly and after a lot of deliberation and consensus. But I really, really hope that OPCAT will be adopted in the near future, because I think it will improve what humanity gets from this marvelous invention that is Bitcoin.
Absolutely. So one of the biggest oppositions today against the adoption of OPCAT is the worry that it changes, as you mentioned, the fungibility of Bitcoin and certain restrictions can be put under. But a main argument against that is that theoretically we could have those restrictions implemented just with the use of multi-sigs.
Not just theoretically, practically. The government could come tomorrow and say, like through Coinbase or all kinds of centralized exchanges, just say, hey guys, if you want to be able to redeem those or convert these Bitcoin into local fiat and then have it sent to a bank account, well, we really need these Bitcoins to only be sent through multi-sigs in which the government is one of the parties, or right, this would effectively lead to very similar things that those worried of covenants are showing as the sort of attack and worrisome scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just to highlight your point more on how there needs to be a deliberate amount of consensus, of just deliberation, slow rollouts before anything new is implemented. And I also wanted to ask you a bit more and speak a bit more about some of the potential changes in revenue or fee structures that we can see within these scaling solutions. So scaling solutions inevitably may introduce some new fee models, some new incentives. So how do you see the revenue or fee structures evolving if Bitcoin successfully implements these layer 2s?
Yeah, so there's this big discussion of what happens with the sustainability of the Bitcoin economic model. How does Bitcoin pay for the electricity when mining rewards shrink to essentially zero? It's a huge discussion. Certainly, if there's more economic activity, there probably will be more fees to be collected by miners and all the parties operating it. That's just the nature of, you increase economic activity, you increase the amount of fees going around. So it will dramatically change things. Whenever there is a change in economic conditions, there are going to be those who benefit a little bit more from it or a little bit less. Take any economy that is expanding, right? There are like those who benefit a little bit more, those who benefit less. So it will change whatever is the distribution. But I think that that's a secondary consideration. The highest order thing is that you want this economy to grow. You want this marvelous thing that is Bitcoin to be usable by a larger fraction of the 10 billion humans that are alive on Earth right now. Right now, the number of people who have transacted with the Bitcoin is probably much less than 1%. And you would like that to be a much higher percent that use it on a daily basis. So for that, I think you want these scaling solutions, and these scaling solutions will cause a lot more economic activity. And this will certainly support the miners and the larger Bitcoin ecosystem. And that is a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also wanted to speak a bit more about the advantages about specifically bringing Starks to Bitcoin and some of the kind of the effects that we can see. So what does bringing Starks to Bitcoin, like for example, if we were to implement a Stark proof system verifier within the Bitcoin script, what does this bring for the Bitcoin community? And how does implementing the Stark proof system compared specifically on Bitcoin compared to some of the other existing proof systems that we see? And I know you previously mentioned that we can enable for more post-quantum security with Stark specifically. There's no trusted setup. And very curious to hear about, because I know that the Starkware team is also looking to implement Circle Starks in Bitcoin, what sort of new opportunities and also maybe some foreseeable challenges that you can see with coming to with the implementation of this.
Yeah, so the most important thing that users should care about is just that you'll get lower fees even as the scale goes up and up. And the reason is that Starks, especially something like, based on very small numbers, like Circle Stark, there are a few others. There's a Baby Bear Prime, and there are several systems that all of them have in common that they use very small numbers. These things just scale very well, and it means that generating a proof or processing many transactions is extremely efficient, much more than any other proof system out there. So the highest order effect to users is that you get much more scale for much lower cost, which is really very important. Now, other side benefits are that Bitcoin is Bitcoin not just because it's the first, it's also the purest when it comes to decentralization, security assumptions, trust assumptions. So if you scale it, you want to scale it in something that is also the purest. And Starks offer that. They are post-quantum secure. There are no trusted setup. There's no hidden backdoors that someone could potentially know. Literally, there are none. So you are basically getting the same security as Bitcoin because you're extending its scale using only math and very trustworthy cryptography. The last thing is that with every day that goes, I hear of more and more teams adopting Stark as their scaling solutions. And there's just already an abundance of code bases that support, RISC-V and Cairo and EVM and many other VMs. So you will get this sort of, I think Starks will be like the analog of, something like the x86 standard for CPUs. Will be something that is just very robust, has a lot of, backends and front ends. So I think that's really the way to go also for Bitcoin.
And I do like how you mentioned that Bitcoin is the purest in terms of its decentralization, in terms of its trust and security assumptions. And it's really great that Starks are able to be used as a tool to extend its scale. And hopefully we can see it live up to, as you mentioned, the x86 standard for CPUs will become as prevalent. But I also wanted to hear a bit more on some of the potential applications that you see on Starknet that would benefit from settling on Bitcoin, and how these applications can expand the capabilities of the Bitcoin ecosystem.
So Starknet is already home to the most advanced gaming, DeFi, AI solutions that require a lot of computation whose integrity must be proven from first principles using math. There's no other layer 1 or layer 2 that offers the same amount of compute today. And this is already put to use by, as I said, a lot of the advanced things that people are playing with, AI, gaming, fully on-chain gaming and stuff like that. So now you can imagine all of that connecting to the Bitcoin economy and creating like this really powerful global economy that is based on the Bitcoin standard, uses Bitcoin and its assumptions as the only assumptions, has the best security, the largest mind share. This is like the Schelling point of the world economy.
Absolutely. And just scoping out a bit, I'm wondering if you can speak about some of the next steps that you envision for Starkware's involvement in Bitcoin scaling. What can the community who's listening in the audience expect in terms of the roadmap?
So users are going to see very good UX for trading safely and self-custodially with Bitcoin and Bitcoin related assets like runes, inscriptions, stuff like that. Developers are going to see a place where a lot of like-minded developers who share our vision of a fully self-custodial layer 2 that scales Bitcoin under Bitcoin's principles and allows you to truly own your assets. This is a place they're already starting to converge to and agree that this is like the place to build your Bitcoin applications that go beyond just sending a Bitcoin on the network. And I'm a big optimist. I think you'll see this like a big flourishing ecosystem of developers, applications, and users that truly own their life and their assets on Bitcoin and transact in ever more meaningful ways, in a way that basically takes the power and ownership back and brings it back to individuals and also to small developer teams, from taking it back from like centralized whatever banks and exchanges and these big corporations who are very good at distribution, but when it comes to truly distributing value among the individuals that constitute their community, you prefer something that's a bit more like Bitcoin, and that's what we'll give them.
Mm-hmm. And I like how you shape it as a big flourishing ecosystem where developers, users, applications can interact and who can like truly own their own assets on Bitcoin. I think that vision is something that we should all really emphasize and work towards. And just as a last question before we close, I'm wondering about its broader implications as we see more mainstream adoption on Bitcoin. If Bitcoin successfully scales with ZK proofs, how do you see this influencing other industries or other blockchain networks? Could this spark a wave of multi-chain interoperability with Bitcoin as the primary settlement layer? Or could this development ultimately render other blockchains as obsolete? What do you predict in terms of if we were to see when we see the mainstream adoption of Bitcoin, how this will affect other chains and even other industries?
So I envision this integrity web, just like the World Wide Web is a peer-to-peer network in which there are many, many different protocols and systems that are connected to provide us with a lot of information. So I see on top of it an integrity web that is a lot of interconnected protocols and centers of economic value of various forms, national currencies, cryptocurrencies of various forms, and they're all connected. And what you get is this integrity web on top of the World Wide Web, which delivers us a layer of integrity that we know that the right thing is being done, even when we are not watching. And once we have this integrity web in which Bitcoin is a very dominant part, whether Bitcoin is the only thing around or whether there are 2 or 5 or 50 or a million blockchains, I think once you have this level of integrity, of decentralization and broadness, the world and the market will decide how to shape this integrity web. But I view this very large integrity web that is used by all of us. And I have no doubt that a lot of the stuff that we invented and pushed forward, like ZK Starks and dedicated VMs that are lead to very efficient Stark proving, things like Cairo, will be a very important part in this integrity web. They won't be the only thing around, but they will be a very important part. Just like if you take any particular protocol or component of the World Wide Web, it is not equal to the World Wide Web, but it could be something very important. DNS servers, right? They are not the only thing out there, but they're like a very important component. So I'm sure that our technology will be a very important component in this integrity web.
Mm-hmm. And I really like how Starkware has this broader vision for this integrity web. And the main goal is building towards this and having Starks as a component of that integrity web and Bitcoin as a part of it as well. So really like how you're building towards that broader vision with integrity webs. But thank you so much, Ellie, for sharing all these insights on the need to scale Bitcoin, Starkware's role in this endeavor. Really liked how the points you made on Bitcoin as a basis for an economy and how we're now transitioning into not having Bitcoin just as digital gold, but as digital cash that's completely ownable by users. And then also thank you for all of the insights, for the opportunities for governance, implications for the implementation of OpCat as well, and some of its other applications. So really appreciate all of the insights you brought here today. And thank you so much, Ellie, for joining us.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now I'll hand it back to Ashley. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks you, Ellie and Alice, for such an insightful interview. Next up, we have a battle of the titans. John Lai of Strata will take on Ethereum researcher Justin Drake about the potential for Bitcoin ecosystem to dominate the Ethereum ecosystem post-scaling.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Ashley, for the introduction. Welcome to our debate on whether ZK rollups on Bitcoin will render Ethereum obsolete. I'm Alice from House of ZK. I'll be moderating this session. So just as some context, over the years, Ethereum has established itself as the primary chain for really advanced dApps, DeFi, NFT applications, largely due to its smart contract capabilities and also its very established developer ecosystem. But at the same time, Bitcoin has remained the most liquid, most well adopted, and also most well recognized cryptocurrency. So today's discussion focuses on the question, if ZK rollups on Bitcoin enable the network to replicate Ethereum-like functionality, do we still need Ethereum and its native ecosystem? Or will developers and users gravitate towards the Bitcoin-based platform, given its stronger brand recognition, given its perceived soundness here? So to explore these perspectives, we have Justin Drake, an Ethereum researcher who is very deeply familiar with Ethereum's roadmap and long-term development, and also John Light, a Strata contributor who argues that Bitcoin's network effects and liquidity could eventually overshadow Ethereum once advanced layer 2 solutions mature. So let's hear their opening statements before we move on to a more structured discussion. Let's start off with John.
Thanks, Alice. So the affirmative case goes like this. If the Bitcoin community activates a soft fork that enables true layer 2 ZK rollups with native ZK verification in Bitcoin script, then it will be possible to trustlessly transfer Bitcoin into any kind of execution environment imaginable, whether it's an EVM or a Solana VM or Noir or Cairo VM, anything. So on the basis of programmability, Bitcoin and Ethereum would become equivalent. This development would make Bitcoin the superior place to use BTC in smart contracts from a security point of view. All else being equal, users will rely on fewer trust assumptions to trade their BTC on a DEX, get a loan using their BTC as collateral from a lending pool, use their BTC to mint Bitcoin-backed stablecoins, and so on and so forth. Whereas to use their BTC for the same use cases on Ethereum, there will always be more trust assumptions in honest majority sidechain bridges or centralized custodial wrappers. And so for the same reason that Ethereum is the place for Ether finance today, Bitcoin will become the best place for Bitcoin finance, or as I like to call it, BFI. From that perspective, I think it's clear that Ethereum will be obsolete specifically for the use case of Bitcoin finance. Now, to the bigger claim that ZK rollups on Bitcoin will obsolete Ethereum in general, I think this is more difficult to argue and foresee, but I think there is actually still a case to be made here as well. So in this case, we start from the premise that, as I mentioned earlier, that Ethereum is obsolete as far as Bitcoin finance goes. We add that today, Bitcoin is already the dominant store of value crypto asset. As the world continues to Bitcoinize, the purchasing power of BTC eventually stabilizes enough for it to be reliably used as a medium of exchange and unit of account. We see some examples of this already, and usage of BTC as money will only continue to grow. As individuals, companies, and countries around the world continue to Bitcoinize, fiat currencies go out of style, and everyone starts looking for a good alternative. and due to its political neutrality and everything else that we love about Bitcoin, Bitcoin is the obvious choice. All of this will lead more trade to happen in Bitcoin as a matter of convenience and practicality. Eventually, Bitcoin finance is no longer niche. Bitcoin finance will be finance. And we already established that Bitcoin is the best place for Bitcoin finance. So as TradFi gets absorbed into BFi, the gravity well of all of that capital and liquidity is going to pull in the rest of the productive economy with it. And so while Ethereum will remain the best place for Ether finance, the question becomes, what's the point of Ether finance at that point? What is it actually financing? I suspect that it'll likely continue to look much like it does today, a largely circular, insular economy of assets for protocols that power Ether finance and not much else. I will concede that Bitcoin will never be the place for that, best place for that activity. But in the world that I just described, I also don't see that activity amounting to very much. And so as far as the rest of the economy is concerned, Ethereum will effectively be obsolete for finance. Now, I don't know what kind of probability I place on that outcome. I suppose you could say high enough that I've decided to dedicate my life to realizing that outcome. Not Ethereum obsolescence specifically, but a fully Bitcoinized world that as a byproduct may obsolete other L1s as platforms for money and finance. I will also concede that Ethereum is used for more than just finance. For example, there's a growing Web3 social community on Ethereum. So Ethereum may continue to remain useful for non-financial use cases well into the future. This could be worth exploring more in later parts of the discussion, because I do also see a path to continued relevance for Ethereum, even if it does become effectively obsolete as a platform for finance.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sean. Justin, would you like to give your opening statement?
Sure. So I guess I'm more interested in like technical fundamentals, and I guess I'm not here to defend Ethereum. I'm more here to try and poke holes in what John Light is trying to build, which is these ZK rollups, and I'll use Strata as a poster child for what he's trying to build. One of the observations is that there's confusion around the term ZK rollup. So Strata on its Twitter account will say that it's a ZK rollup, but actually, the normal definition of a ZK rollup is that settlement happens through the presence of validity proofs, as opposed to optimistic rollups where settlement happens through the absence of invalidity proofs. And Strata is all about this absence of invalidity proofs. And it's not just about words, like there's actual substance behind it. And one of the dangers of these optimistic rollups is that they're actually monetizing 51% attacks. So as a 51% attacker, what I can do is I can make an invalid claim about an optimistic rollup and prevent these invalidity proofs from ever making it on chain. And so you're taking what is already a fairly weak economic security for Bitcoin on the order of $10 billion, and now you're incentivizing directly attacks. So from my perspective, ironically, what John is building is a direct honeypot to incentivize the attack on Bitcoin. And just to give you the numbers on the $10 billion of economic security, we have about 800 million terahashes per second today. It's about $10 per terahash per second to manufacture the ASIC rigs. With an efficiency of 11 joules per terahash, you need a bit less than 10 gigawatts, and each megawatt is $200,000. So 10 gigawatts is about $2 billion. You add the $8 billion for the mining rigs plus the $2 billion for the data centers, and that's about your $10 billion. And kind of, I think it would be crazy for institutions, for nation states, for large entities to put large sums of money on what John is building, and I'd be happy to provide a pro bono consultancy to discuss Bitcoin insecurity for these entities. Of course, by being an optimistic rollup, you also have disadvantages like potentially multi-week withdrawals. But putting aside the security, which could go away should Bitcoin have an upgrade like Upcat, there's things that Bitcoin will just fundamentally never have. So one of the things that John is building today is an EVM equivalent rollup. And unfortunately, John will never achieve EVM equivalence. And the reason he can't achieve it is that the EVM is an evolving thing. And so you're going to need some form of governance, whether that's a security council or governance token to evolve the rules of the EVM. But even if John decides to just take a snapshot of the EVM and just let it become stale over time, it's extremely hard to build equivalence of the EVM with SNARK circuits. There's bugs everywhere. My understanding is that John is looking at integrating SP1 and have a multi-prover setup. In the last few weeks, there's been multiple critical bugs in SP1 that allowed you to prove arbitrary statements. So again, that's yet another reason for not putting large sums of money on Strata, because there needs to be this presence of governance, which in of itself is an attack vector, and there's going to be bugs. Another thing that Strata is never going to be able to achieve is strong decentralized sequencing. The Bitcoin sequencer is kind of trash. It has this Poisson distribution. It has 10-minute average block times. It has no finality. And what John has decided to do with Strata is to go with a centralized sequencer, which in my opinion is equally trash, but for all sorts of different reasons. Should the centralized sequencer go offline, then always start centering or whatever happens, then you start losing the fast UX, the pre-confirmations. You have a mass exit, you destroy network effects, you destroy community. And so do you really want to be building the future of finance on something where a single actor can just lead to the whole community evaporating from 1 week to another? And then another concern is around the fact that data availability on Bitcoin is very limited, 4 megabytes per 10 minutes. There was a whole holy war that was fought around that. And because the DA is so limited, what will happen is that all of the infrastructure for validiums, which is basically using LDA, will be put in place. And quite ironically, what I expect will happen is that the LDA will be winning out. And the reason is that normally, if you want to consume, if you want to pay a premium for DA, it's because of security. But unfortunately, Bitcoin has this really weak economic security, only $10 billion, and so you have this natural arbitrage opportunity where you can go to an alternative system which has higher economic security. For example, Ethereum has $100 billion of economic security, and you can pay lower fees. So, one of the things that people say is that Strata will solve the Bitcoin fee problem. I don't think it will solve it. And one of the interesting data points is that in the last 7 days, the percentage that fees contributed relative to the rewards that go to Bitcoin miners is 1.16%, meaning that 98.84% of the rewards came from issuance. So that's about 62.5 times more issuance than there are fees. And unfortunately, I don't think the Bitcoin L2s are going to fix this problem, because the rational move is to use LDA, which is simultaneously cheaper and more secure. So the Bitcoin L1, the blockchain is in and of itself cooked, and here you are building infrastructure on top of something which is cooked. And then there's other things that I could bring up, in terms of bridging. quantum security, right? Ultimately, we're trying to build infrastructure here that is going to last centuries, like even a whole millennia. And John is spending all of this effort on things like Graph16, like Planck, like BitVM, which fundamentally uses Taproot. All of these innovations, with pairings, all of that is not post-quantum secure. And so ultimately, that's yet another reason to have governance, which again is an attack vector.
Yeah, thank you, John, for Justin, for mentioning all of those points. So Justin brought up some of the challenges with some EVM compatible ZK rollups on Bitcoin. Like Justin, you mentioned about EVM equivalence, strong decentralized sequencing, which is very hard. And you mentioned quite impossible to achieve. Data availability on Bitcoin is limited, and some of the cryptographic techniques that are used may not be post-quantum secure. I'm wondering, John, if you have any kind of response to this.
Yeah, I think some of those, I could go down the list of concerns he brought up and kind of address them directly. Some of them are longer term problems that certainly will need to be addressed eventually, but don't need to be addressed immediately. Some of them are more immediate problems, like he mentioned at the beginning of his statement, that optimistic rollups incentivize 51% attacks. I think that is true to a degree. I think the question is, like, will there be a well-resourced attacker who's bold enough to try and set all of their ASICs on fire by attacking the very network that gives their ASICs value? I think the assumption of Bitcoin generally is that the answer is no. But yeah, we'll see if this extra honeypot actually does produce such an incentive. So far, it hasn't produced such an incentive on Ethereum, where there are also optimistic rollups and optimistic bridges. Likewise, he mentioned prover bugs. This is the same problem that like ZK rollups on Ethereum has, and even Ethereum L1 is intending to introduce ZK proving and verification directly in L1 for proving L1 consensus and scaling Ethereum. And so any prover bugs that Bitcoin ZK rollups would have to deal with, Ethereum will have to deal with similar challenges. He mentions limited data availability. Certainly, again, this is a short-term problem. Longer term, if we accept that Bitcoin would change to implement ZK verification directly in Bitcoin, if those kinds of solutions end up getting traction, I don't see why the Bitcoin community wouldn't be interested in trying to increase that data availability capacity to the extent possible while maintaining decentralization. Post-quantum is also, a longer-term concern. I think certainly everybody's going to want to move to post-quantum crypto, including Bitcoin layer 1, including Ethereum layer 1. It's a concern I think everybody needs to deal with. With regards to upgradability, he mentioned, there are security councils and whatnot that are needed for upgradability. Again, this is something that's true with Ethereum ZK rollups. Generally speaking, I think with regards to EVM equivalence, we could, as he said, lock in a particular version of Ethereum, and that's probably fine for some use cases. In other use cases, they might have to migrate to a new kind of immutable, like upgraded version of Ethereum. I think the most relevant comparison, at least for Bitcoin users, is existing Bitcoin bridges. Like, in order to bridge your Bitcoin to Ethereum today and use it in DeFi, you have to use like some kind of honest majority multi-sig sidechain bridge, and you don't have any other choice. But in a future with, like Bitcoin ZK rollups, you can use, trust minimized or even trustless bridges into, different smart contract environments to do your transactions. So I think all of his points have answers. I could see him shaking his head. He's maybe not happy with all of those answers. I'd be interested to hear his replies, but yeah, I don't see like show-stopping issues there.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned a few things that I disagree with. The first one is that there hasn't been any attacks on optimistic rollups on Ethereum, and therefore that means there won't be attacks on optimistic rollups on Bitcoin. The security model of proof of stake and proof of work are completely different, right? With proof of stake, we have the ability to identify the attacker, to socially slash it, and to recover from the attack. We don't have that luxury with Bitcoin, so we should expect 51% attacks to be much more prevalent in a proof of world paradigm relative to a proof of stake.
Well, Ethereum wasn't always proof of stake.
Yeah, but the optimistic rollups are post proof of stake.
No, there were optimistic rollups and optimistic bridges on
with
Ethereum
tiny amounts of economic security. Not really relevant. The argument that I was putting forward is that the money that you stand to make from the attack is significantly larger than the cost of attack. Then it becomes rational. You mentioned, hey, it's irrational to put your ASICs on fire. Well, guess what? It is rational if what you're getting is worth more than the ASICs that you're setting on fire. Another thing that you mentioned,
it's a circular thing, because if they're stealing Bitcoin and they're attacking the Bitcoin network at the same time, do you think the Bitcoin that they're stealing is actually going to be worth what they think it is?
Well, there's two scenarios. Scenario number one is Bitcoin loses its value, and this is very easy to monetize. You just open a Bitcoin short. There's $40 billion of perp open interest on all the exchanges. There's a 4x ratio relative to economic security. Scenario number two is the price of Bitcoin does not go down, and there you can make your attack by draining the optimistic rollups and doing other things. So in either case, you win as an attacker, whether or not the price of Bitcoin stays the same or goes down. Now, maybe. Another thing that, what do you mean maybe? I explained the attack.
No, I mean that there's the payout is not necessarily guaranteed.
The payout on which side? On the perp short or on the optimistic rollup side?
Like they don't know the outcome. They don't know how much Bitcoin is going to be worth. They don't know if they're going to be able to open enough shorts to cover the cost of the attack. There's a lot of uncertainty.
So there's $40 billion of open interest. This is a public number. You can go to app.ethena.com or something like this. You'll see the full breakdown. This is more than enough liquidity to compensate for the $10 billion investment. And what will happen at every successive halving is that the ratio between the total market cap of Bitcoin and the value securing Bitcoin is going to go up and up and up. And the ratio basically of perp interest as Bitcoin becomes more and more institutional, more and more liquid, relative to the cost of attack is also going to go up. So today we have enough liquidity. Tomorrow there's going to be even more liquidity. Now, another thing that you said was that Ethereum rollups have the same problem as Bitcoin rollups because there's going to be bugs in either case. Well, there's this notion of native rollups, which allows rollups to have an exact copy of the L1 EVM, which is secured by the exact same consensus participants, by the validators as the L1, which means that by construction, there is no bugs. I invite you to read the ETH research post. It's called Native Rollups. It uses a precompile called Execute. Bitcoin will almost certainly never have that. It's barely capable of doing string concatenation. There's no way that it can basically have an EVM equivalent execute precompile within its execution environment. And similar argument for staying equivalent, because the execute precompile exposes the L1 EVM, you don't need any form of governance. You can have a fully immutable rollup that stays the EVM equivalent and doesn't go stale over time. And you mentioned that security councils are fundamental to Ethereum rollups. Same thing. It's just fundamentally an incorrect statement.
I didn't say they were fundamental. I said they have them today. With regards to the native rollups in particular, I've seen some of the details, but haven't dug into it. Are the ZK rollups that use this precompile still proving their blocks, and is Ethereum L1 still verifying those ZK proofs?
Yes, so the proving happens at the L1 and is verified by the validators. The proofs are not generated by the application. They're not exposed at the L2. And every validator basically chooses the proof system that they trust in this exact same way that they choose an execution client that they trust. So they could be running zkgef or zkref or zkbesu or whatever they trust. And even on the ZK part, they can choose to be running SP1 gef, RISC-0 gef. All of the combinations are fair play.
And bugs aren't possible in that proving system?
Well, the whole point is that if there is a bug, and there will be bugs, it only affects a minority of validators. Just like today, if there is a bug in gef, actually there was a security advisory yesterday on gef. If you're running gef, go update. It's fine. People just update and move on. Even if gef has a bug, that's not going to take down Ethereum. On the other hand, if there is a bug in Bitcoin Core, well, tough luck, that takes down Bitcoin.
Yeah, thank you, Justin and John, for both of your points here. I'm wondering, since the debate will be ending soon, do you both have any closing statements that you'd like to make?
Yeah, I mean, I do want to kind of emphasize like the terminology thing at the very beginning. Just because your system uses ZK doesn't mean it's a ZK rollup. Just like a gold-plated bar is not a gold bar. Like these are different concepts. Now, another thing that I learned just today, talking to John, is that the bridging is using like 15 bridge operators, if I understood correctly, and not only is what John building not an ZK rollup, it's not even an optimistic rollup in the sense that there are these whitelisted operators at the bridge, and there's only 15 of them, and so it's really far cry from what is possible on Ethereum in terms of security.
Yeah, I would say it's not permissionless, and it's not a layer 2 as Ethereum people typically define it, and how I would typically define it. I think it still does count technically as an optimistic protocol. It just has some permissioned aspects of how it's used. It's still a ZK rollup in the sense that it's a rollup. It stores its blocks in the state of another chain, and it can't reorg without reorging that other chain. And those blocks are proven to be valid using zero knowledge proofs. But yeah, I mean, I also personally use that term ZK rollup more like how it was originally used by Barry Whitehat and some of the original ZK rollup researchers. I won't debate the semantics on that any further. In terms of a closing statement of my own, I think Justin's points that there's definitely still a ways to go for Bitcoin ZK rollups to like reach their full potential. That's true. in terms of some of the issues that he sees as kind of show-stopping or fundamental issues. I do think that those issues could be overcome, but it will take the will of the whole Bitcoin community to want to fix those issues. Otherwise, Bitcoin rollups will reach a kind of premature cap on their potential, and I think that would be a sad outcome. I also think, like, long term, even if Bitcoin ZK rollups do end up taking a lot of wind out of Ethereum's and other L1s sales, if they end up reaching their full potential, I think that doesn't necessarily mean that these networks are completely obsolete. I think Ethereum is doing a lot of really great research and engineering on their data availability layer, and it could even be used as like an off-chain data availability layer to help Validiums built on Bitcoin and Optimiums scale. And same for other L1s that have their own kind of specializations. Like maybe they're just always going to be better at something than Bitcoin, and so there is also like a world where things continue to specialize and provide chains provide specialized value to each other. But one thing that Bitcoin has and will always have that no other chain has is BTC, the most valuable crypto asset. And so I think Bitcoin will continue to be the best place for BTC finance and other BTC use cases.
BTC will only be the top asset until there's a flippening.
I won't hold my breath. Thanks,
Thank
Justin.
you both.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Justin, one
Thank
thing
you.
that you mentioned that stood out to me was the goal is to build infrastructure that will last centuries, even millennia. And you pointed out many challenges that may exist with these current Bitcoin-based ZK rollups. But as John says, we're all working towards addressing these challenges, and it will take the will of the whole Bitcoin community. And
It requires changing the 21
hear.
million Bitcoin limit, which I don't think is going to happen. So good luck with that, John.
Yeah, thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justin and John, for the lively debate, and Alice for your moderation. Our next presenter is Robin Linus, creator of BitVM, who will explore the roots of the groundbreaking framework, its architecture, and the potential it brings to Bitcoin scalability and programmability. Robin will be with us after a short message from our sponsors.
Hi, I'm going to give a short introduction on BitVM now. First of all, why do we do that? We would like to scale Bitcoin to 1 billion users and beyond. And the issue with that is that probably most users won't be able to afford main chain fees in the long run. Either we increase the block size a lot, or we will have that issue that most users won't be able to afford main chain fees. And since we don't want to increase the block size a lot just because of a reason of decentralization, we want to keep the blockchain as compact as possible. We probably need some other system to scale Bitcoin. And there are already these ideas of having BTC on sidechains, on ZK rollups, on stuff like ZK coins, all kinds of second layer protocols. And if we could just have Bitcoin on these systems, we could enable rapid innovation and cheap experimentation. And all of these second layers could be nicely interconnected via the Lightning Network, such that for end users, it doesn't really matter on which of these side systems you live on. You could pay anyone in any other side system, and it would be very transparent for the user. And the key issue with that is how do we bridge Bitcoin to these second layers? And currently, the best way we can bridge Bitcoin to other layers is via federations, trusted federations. And since that is kind of unsatisfying because they have these strong trust assumptions, we want to build better bridges. And BitVM, or the key idea behind BitVM, is how to build better bridges. And how does it work? Oh, I see my slides don't really work here in this presentation mode. The animation doesn't work, but I will just keep on going. It's three key components. First of all, we need stateful scripts. We need to make Bitcoin stateful in some way, even though it is actually designed to be not stateful. And on top of these stateful scripts, we can build BitVMs, and in BitVMs we can run ZKP verifiers, and with that we can build bridges to bridge Bitcoin to other layers. And that's roughly the structure of my talk today. First of all, we're going to talk about stateful Bitcoin scripts, how to introduce state into Bitcoin. The idea behind that is if we could somehow sign a value, then we would already have some kind of state in Bitcoin. For example, if we would want to enforce the same value for some variable, let's call it x, in script 1 and in script 2, we could force Alice to provide a signature for x in script 1. So here, for example, she signs that x has the value of 42. And now Bob can observe that signature in the Bitcoin chain. And then he can just extract that signature and use it in script 2 to also set the value of x to 42 in his script, or in the execution of script 2. And this way, we can transfer some kind of state from script 1 into script 2. Bob can, of course, not set x to the value of, let's say, 100 or something, because he only has Alice's signature for x equals 42. So he cannot choose any other value than 42. And this way, Alice makes somewhat like of a binding commitment for Bob. And yeah, Bob could be anyone. Anybody could observe this signature in the chain and then use that state in a next script. However, the key problem here is how do we sign a value? In Bitcoin, we cannot check signatures for arbitrary messages. We can only check signatures for transactions, and the transaction hash is the only message for which we can check signatures. There is an opcode called checkSig from stack, but it's not enabled yet, and therefore it's not trivial to check signatures in Bitcoin script. And there's a nice workaround. It's called Lamport signatures. Lamport signatures are conceptually very simple because they require only hash functions. They don't rely on any discrete log assumptions or something. So they're so simple that we can implement that in Bitcoin script as it is today. And the main drawback is that they're quite large. Just to give you an idea, for I think a 20-byte message, we need roughly 3 kilobytes of signature. In comparison to Bitcoin's native signature algorithm, we would have for a 32-byte message, we would need only a 64-byte message. So it's orders of magnitudes larger, like roughly 50 to 100 times. However, we can use these Lamport signatures to sign bytes, to sign 32-bit words, to sign 20-byte hashes. That all is practical. Of course, it comes with transaction fees, but it is definitely practical. So we do have a signature scheme, and we can use that to introduce state into Bitcoin. Here's a simple example for a Lamport signature for 1-bit message in Bitcoin script. How does it work? Well, it expects a preimage on the stack, then it hashes the preimage, then it duplicates it, and it compares it to the #1 that is committed here in the unlocking script. If that is equal, then it will leave the value 1 on the stack. Otherwise, it will compare it to #0. If the preimage hashes to #0, then this script will leave the value 0 on the stack. And if the provided preimage doesn't hash to either one of them, then the script simply fails. So essentially, I'm providing either preimage 1 or preimage 0, and this script leaves either 0 or 1 on the stack. Otherwise, it fails. And that is a very simple 1-bit message signature. We can just copy this n times to get an n-bit message. We can optimize that a bit more, but that's beyond the scope of this talk. Yeah, now again, the animations are broken. It's kind of bad for this graphic. So here in this diagram, I want to explain how to introduce state with connector outputs, which is another way to introduce state into Bitcoin. Both kind of states are kind of slightly different. This works such, we have a parent transaction, and this parent transaction is pre-signed, that you can spend this output with the so-called conditional transaction. And this conditional transaction, it depends on the condition transaction here. So essentially, Alice pre-signs the conditional transaction saying, hey, Bob, you can spend my output if you also execute the condition transaction. Exactly if you execute the condition transaction. And this introduces state in the sense that now this connector output that we have here, which is also which Alice also commits to in her pre-signature, this becomes, or we can encode state with it, because the conditional transaction is only executable if that connector output still exists. If for some reason, with some alternative transaction, we spend that connector output, then we render this conditional transaction obsolete and it cannot be spent by anyone. So essentially, this connector output represents some kind of state within the Bitcoin system. The existence of an output can be used to modulate state on top of it. And this is actually a very simple thing, but it is very powerful, and it's kind of like at the heart of the Bitcoin bridge. We will see that later on in another slide. Now, a rough overview of the BitVM architecture. The BitVM paradigm, in general, it uses optimistic computation. So that means it is ran only in case of a dispute. There is always that role of an operator and verifiers, and the operator makes some claim. For example, hey, this bridge was executed correctly, or it was operated correctly, and then everyone can check if that claim is actually correct, and only if it's incorrect, then we run the entire BitVM. Sorry, if it's incorrect, we run the BitVM. As long as it's correct, nothing really happens. We have just very simple, basic transactions on chain, and in that happy path, nothing special has to happen. Only if the assertion was faulty, was wrong, then we disprove it. And there's that thing that disproving something is usually easier than actually doing the entire computation yourself. For example, if you think about Sudoku, verifying that a solution is completely correct is much more work than just pointing out a single row or a single column or a single row where there is a mistake. So it's often much easier to disprove an incorrect solution than showing that a solution is actually correct. And that's what we are using here in BitVM. We simply disprove incorrect solutions as succinctly as possible. And we can enable universal computation by having a snark verifier at the heart of Bitcoin, essentially. Since once we have a snark verifier, we can do sheer infinite amounts of computation in the proof system, and then we create a succinct proof for that. And then we only have to verify that proof within the BitVM. That essentially gives us universal computation and essentially arbitrary complex computation in just a simple circuit. We have designed a language on top of Bitcoin script, or a language that compiles down to Bitcoin script that allows us to express complex Bitcoin contracts. It does a couple of basic things, just like unrolling loops, composing functions, and it also has built-in composite opcodes, for example, bitwise operations, and also arithmetic operations. But on top of that, also hash functions and stuff like field arithmetic, which is the key component to build a snark verifier. It has some nice primitives for these Lamport signatures to introduce state and also connector outputs. And this language allows us to design potentially complex scripts and complex tab trees and embed them into complex and large graphs of transactions, which then express the contracts that we want to express. So contracts, in contrast to Ethereum or so, where you have like a nice smart contracting language in which you can design the entire contract, here we need to pile up all these hacks to express contracts in graphs of transactions. Now, how to build bridges with these primitives, or at least the overview. Well, the goal is that we want to bridge BTC to any other system, like rollups and sidechains and stuff like that. And the idea is that even if the bridge is a bit clunky, it's still fine, because it's mainly used to guarantee the value of the sidechain asset, of the bridged asset, such that we have a trust minimized guarantee that you can always redeem the bridged BTC for main chain BTC. And it's fine if the bridge is used only rarely for large amounts only, because end users can use simply cross-chain swaps, atomic swaps, or ideally via Lightning. So end users will not use the bridge really. They will just use atomic swaps. Only large liquidity providers will use the bridge to bridge in and out larger amounts. And we have that fixed set of operators. So during the setup of the bridge, we have to define a set of operators. However, everyone can be a verifier. And this leads to interesting guarantees. It's essentially a federation, but a single honest member suffices. We have a trusted setup where we emulate covenants, and there we could have like about 1,000 cosigners. And if one of these cosigners is honest, then we can guarantee safety. That means nobody can steal any deposits. And then we have roughly 100 bridge operators who are bridging in and out, who are bridging funds in and out. And if one of them is live, then nobody can stop a valid pagout. So we have two of these one-of-n assumptions, one of-n assumption for the initial trusted setup, and one of-n assumption for the liveness of the bridge. And ideally, if you have a large stake in the site system, then you can be one of the co-signers for the trusted setup, and then it is trustless from your perspective. And if you have an even larger stake, then you can become an operator yourself, such that you don't even have to trust that someone else is online. Yeah, here again, the animations are broken. This is a very rough overview of how the bridge works. So Alice wants to bridge in 100 BTC here. So she sends it to that set of co-signers. And those co-signers, they pre-sign a pagout transaction. And here the operator has a kickoff transaction, which they can post on chain when they want to peg out some money out of the bridge. And once they execute the kickoff transaction, there's this time output that restricts them to wait for 6 months. And then there is this connector output. And this connector output is also pre-signed to this slash transaction. And here we have a black box BitVM. Without going into further detail here, it's just if the watchtower, if the verifier wins against the operator, if the watchtower can disprove the operator, then they win an output which allows them to execute the slash transaction, and then they can burn this connector output, essentially rendering that pagout transaction obsolete, and it won't be able to execute anymore. So this operator cannot touch these funds at all. These funds are still locked, and we still assume that some other operator is there and that at least one of them behaves honestly. So eventually somebody can peg out this money, but this operator cannot peg out if he lied and if he gets disproven here by this watchtower. Now the question is, how can we implement a snark verifier in script? Well, the good thing is pairing-based proofs are constant size. For example, graph 16 is what we have implemented. And the problem is that the implementation in Bitcoin script is huge. It's roughly 1 to 2 gigabytes. And the script limit size in Bitcoin script is 4 megabytes. That would be an entire block. So the big question is, how can we break down these gigabytes of script into something that is executable on Bitcoin? And the idea behind it is, yeah, we can commit to, let's say, 1,000 intermediate results. And instead of computing here f of x equals y, this is a very rough abstraction of how such a proof verifier will work. F would be the verifier, x would be the proof, then y would be a statement that the proof is proving. Yeah, and instead of executing all of that, which would be a gigabyte of script, we chunk it up into, let's say, 1,000 intermediate results. So instead of having f in one script, we would have f1 to f1000, and each of them is roughly 4 megabytes, such that they fit into a script. And then we pass the input into the first function, and then it would create some intermediate result C1. And then we feed that intermediate result into the next function, and so on. And this way, we can chunk up f, or the verifier, into 1,000 smaller chunks. And the idea here is now, if the execution is incorrect, then at least one of the steps has to be incorrect, and disproving that single step suffices to disprove the entire computation. So instead of executing all of the script, we just disprove one of the steps. And this allows us to essentially disprove an incorrect execution of script verifier, proof verifier in Bitcoin script. And I think that this slide is a bit too complicated. Also, the animations are broken again. So let's talk about the limitations of the system. Yeah, first of all, it is highly complex. It's not a nice programming language as we are used to from the altcoin world. It's essentially a pile of hacks piled on top of hacks. And we would like not to deal with that complexity. It would be better if we would have some better primitives in Bitcoin script. Also, the issue is that we have to balance the incentives in these optimistic settings. We always have to have that thing that the loser should pay the winner's fees plus a bounty, ideally, to actually incentivize people to disprove liars. The good thing here is if the incentives are actually balanced, then the chain is probably not needed at all, because it's so expensive to lie that people will probably not lie at all. So ideally, nobody will ever have to execute these expensive scripts. However, there is that problem that the operator has to front the capital for 2 weeks. And that is definitely a cost, and it makes the bridge more expensive than traditional bridges. But the good thing here is no one-to-one collateral is required, so we definitely improve over existing solutions on Bitcoin. Another problem is, of course, that for every peg-in, all of these 1,000 parties have to pre-sign roughly one transaction per operator. So the setup is quite an effort. It's not that expensive because there is no money involved. Like, you don't have to put up any collateral or something for this setup. But yeah, there's definitely some pre-signing involved. And another thing is that the federation can, of course, censor peg-ins. That's not too much of an issue because nobody loses money, but it's worth mentioning. Summary and outlook. BitVM enables smarter Bitcoin contracts, and the main use case for them is bridges to second layers. The main limitation is that it's kind of clunky. These bridges are slow. However, they're practical, and that's pretty great because they require no soft fork. But ideally, we would have stuff like TX hash, which is a governance proposal that would enable us to get rid of the entire trusted setup. That would simplify the entire design a lot, and it would also make it unconditionally safe. So there would be no way to steal money from the bridge. A couple other opcodes that would be interesting is multiplication, in particular. Big integer multiplication would be great. That would reduce the script size by a factor of roughly 50,000. So it would be a huge improvement if we would have big integer arithmetic. And ideally, we would have something like op block hash, which would put the current block hash, or like the KD block hash, on the stack, because that would allow us to do chain introspection, so we could reason about anything that happens in the chain in a more sophisticated way. We have already implemented a draft version of everything, and hopefully we will release a reckless main version. These slides are a bit old, not this year, but in Q1, ideally, we will release the first bridges. And that's it. Thanks.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate your presentation. Next up, we are set up very nicely for our panel where we'll explore different approaches to leveraging BitVM for an optimal Layer 2 solution. Moderated by Isabel Fox and Duke, this conversation will feature Ekrem from Citria, Jovella from Fiamma, Stephen from Goat Network, and Samantha from Strata. We'll see all of these panelists in just a few moments.
Expand Bitcoin's utility without sacrificing its security. Citria enables Bitcoin to function as a fully programmable financial platform using zero-knowledge technology. With Citria, developers can build scalable payment systems, tap into Bitcoin's liquidity with financial applications, and build privacy systems. Citria is currently on testnet and approaching mainnet. Follow the progress at Citria_XYZ.
All right, guys. Are we live? I can't tell.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Hold on, let's see. Let's see if we're actually live on Twitter. Does anyone know the answer to that question?
I do not. Are we live on Twitter?
Yeah, I think we're live now.
We are. Okay, awesome. Okay, Ashley, are we good? Okay, amazing. Thank you.
Go.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, no, I'm super excited. That was an awesome presentation by Robin. Thank you so much. So special to have Robin here, the author of the original BitVM paper and who's done so much work on this subject to make something akin to covenants possible on Bitcoin. And we're going to dive a little bit deeper in today with our guests who are all builders implementing BitVM in one way, shape, or another. So real quickly, I'm going to introduce Sim from Alpin Labs, Ekrem from Citria, and Jovella from Fiamma. I'm wondering if you might sort of go around really quickly and chat about how you guys are each using BitVM ostensibly for trust minimized bridging. And yeah, if there are any sort of specific, unique ways that you're implementing BitVM that you'd like to highlight. How about Sim? Let's start with Sim.
Sure, yeah. Hey guys, I'm Sims. I work on Strata, which is a roll-up from the Alpin Labs team that we're currently working on. It's expressive, and we think one of the core value propositions of the expressivity that is secured through Bitcoin is access to BTC. BTC is, we think the most valuable digital currency. We'd like to see more utility of BTC, and doing that without taking on really strong counterparty risk. Whenever Bitcoin, as we know, is constrained at the base layer, and so how do we take BTC that is on Bitcoin layer 1 and make this accessible in expressive execution environments where people can do all sorts of things, utilize BTC, to collateralize it, to borrow against it, to build Bitcoin collateralized stable coins, a bunch of different applications and innovations around more programmable BTC on Strata is what we're targeting, and we want to do so without taking significant counterparty risk. And the most trust minimized solution here, we think, is very important in terms of scaling. And BitVM is the best approach that is possible today without soft fork in terms of reducing the counterparty risk associated with moving BTC into layer 2 or into any other chains. Typically, you just have to trust like an honest majority or a specific party that you would trust, like a Coinbase for CBBTC or BitGo for WBTC. But BitVM enables a one-of-n style of trust assumption on this bridge.
Awesome. Thank you, Sim. And also, I just want to say to the speakers, I don't know who doesn't have themselves muted, but just make sure the speakers all mute so that we can't hear your background noise. Awesome. That worked. Thanks, guys. Cool. Okay. Jovella, would you please go ahead and introduce yourself? And maybe I'll sort of, just ask folks, what has BitVM unlocked for you in your project?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm Jovella, co-founder of Fiamma, and here, so our vision, I think that, we are all trying to build the most trustless future on Bitcoin, and then our approach, is actually slightly different. So we are building the foundational infrastructure to achieve this vision first. So currently we actually have two products. The first is more popular or more well-known, you would say, which is called Fiamma Bridge. It's a BitVM bridge. And so far, we've already incorporated the BitVM bridge with Babylon chain and also Bob ecosystem in the DevNet environment. And also, we already made announcements about those integrations. And then so far, we have already also incorporated, integrated with other ecosystem beyond the Bitcoin ecosystem as well. And then the other product that we also launched is called Fiamma Layer, which is the first and only ZK verification layer on Bitcoin that implement BitVM too. So I think a lot of people will understand that the BitVM bridge can allow us to have like the most trustless pathway to move Bitcoin to any other ecosystem for the first time, right? So we can really unlock the asset potential of Bitcoin for the first time. And then with the but a lot of people will also know that Bitcoin is actually the most secure and censorship resistant decentralized internet. So we will also would like to also utilize the network security that Bitcoin has. So that's why we have the settlement layer to make sure that we can ensure the efficiency in settlement, and also that any applications or ecosystem infrastructure can inherit the security from Bitcoin directly.
Awesome. Thanks, Jovella. Ekram, Citria, let's go. Let's do this.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Ekrem. I'm one of the co-founders of Chainway Labs and chief scientist. We are building Citria. Citria is a ZK rollup on Bitcoin. So shortly, this panel is about BitVM, but a rollup is just a batches transactions and put them on Bitcoin. And I'm leading the development of Clementine, which is our trust minimized BitVM-based bridge. So for me, BitVM is a way to verify a snark, optimistically verify a snark on Bitcoin. And the way what Clementine does is we are building a bridge, basically. So that involves a lot of things. That involves like signature collection, managing all these wintern's public keys, etc. After we have it, I can see there's a practical way to build this bridge. And after we have it, that will change the perspective of bridges as we see on Bitcoin. And yeah, we joined BitVM Alliance, and we have been contributing, optimizing the verifier script, and also like actively trying to get to the most secure BitVM-based bridge, because they all probably we're all going to use the same BitVM ZK verifier, but the architecture, the protocol itself is bigger than that, slightly bigger than that. And yeah, we're building it.
Awesome. Stephen from the GOAT Network, thank you for joining. Would you mind quickly introducing yourself and how you guys are using BitVM?
Hi, thank you. So yeah, I'm the tech leader of the GOAT Network, and GOAT Network is a Bitcoin L2 for sustainable yield. It's secured by BTC, yield by in BTC, and for the BTC holders. Okay, so for the BitVM 2, so basically GOAT Network, like the other projects, we leverage the Bitcoin, BitVM2, as a bridge protocol to verify our ZK proof. Okay, so for this point, basically we have our in-house ZKVM implementation, ZK MIPS, and then on that we can prove the state transition, the availability layer of the GOAT network, and then leverage the BitVM protocol to implement to realize the proof verification by Bitcoin scripts without any forks. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Cool. So it sounds like all of you guys are using BitVM, unsurprisingly, for bridging in one way, shape, or another. I'm curious how you guys have found the challenges. What have the challenges of implementing BitVM been for you, and how are each of you sort of uniquely facing or approaching those challenges? Sim, we'll start with you.
Sounds good. Yeah, I look at BitVM as sort of two pieces. Of course, there's a lot of other complexity there, but we can maybe think about this in two pieces here, where one is how does Bitcoin reason about a snark? That feels, that is a very, very, very critical unlock for Bitcoin, because snark is the right abstraction for snark proof. For arbitrary, computation, validating any kinds of transactions, any number of transactions in a fixed size proof. If Bitcoin can reason about this, this leads to all sorts of interesting things. And as you mentioned, Isabel, like the main application is, of course, bridging. And so the one piece is Bitcoin reasoning about a snark being valid or invalid. The other piece is ensuring it's around the bridge, and that's where there's a lot of variance of different teams. On this first point of snark being valid or invalid, there are different approaches also that other folks are taking. I mean, it basically comes down to all of us are collaborating on the snark verifier that's written in Bitcoin script. Bitcoin script is super limited. We have add, we have 32-bit kind of arithmetic and a couple of other things, but writing a snark verifier program in script was maybe 10 gigabytes or larger 6 months plus ago. And there's been a ton of work that, again, all of us have worked on. I think the Alpen Labs team and Strata team in particular, we published things like on proving pairings, which really optimized the ability to just the efficiency of verification. We published a couple of other papers and contributed to the implementation around field multiplication and things like that. Where we stand today is we're under 1 gigabytes, significant optimization of a snark Groth16 verifier on Bitcoin. And now, 1 gigabyte is still very large. It's larger than the 4 megabyte blocks. And so BitVM2 is this really clever idea of being able to break that entire verifier script into a bunch of chunks, putting them in a taproot, and essentially saying the snark is invalid. If it's the snark, if the verifier would result in invalid, then at least one of these chunks must also be invalid and thus spendable and slashable. And that leads its way to the optimistic kind of ZK protocol that we have, that we've been talking about. Different, we at Albin, we released in December, so early December, 2 months ago, I think maybe the most efficient version of the Snark verifier via BitVM implementation. We open sourced this, and that was, a bunch of figuring out how to do the chunking, and we got it down to several hundred chunks, each chunk optimizing the size and so on. So there's been a lot of work on optimizing this and making it practical for, Bitcoin reasoning about a snark being valid or not. And what's nice is it is a one-round protocol, and specifically what we're building is a permissionless one-round protocol, meaning anyone can challenge. Someone makes a snark claim, anyone can challenge, and then within a round of interactivity that's figured out. Other teams like BitVMX have multiple rounds, and this, they have different trade-offs there, but this also does impact how long it takes in the worst case scenario. So that, just want to highlight that. And there are other things I'm sure other panelists here can talk about, but we can go into the ensuring snark claim was made on the canonical Bitcoin chain, which is the biggest kind of different approaches of doing bridging kind of originate there, at least between Citrea and others. Like, we've been collaborating on different ideas, and we have a different approach, and other folks also have different approaches for the bridge part, which is ensuring the snark claim, whether or not it was made on the canonical Bitcoin chain or not. So I'll stop there.
Sim, I have one quick follow-up question for you, and then we're going to move on to our other speakers. But I think that you brought up a very important point, which is sort of the importance of optimizing data efficiency for this sort of challenge response game. Do you see that as being the primary factor for teams' competition in terms of building the best implementation for BitVM? Like, will it ultimately come down to who can optimize data efficiency the best?
So I think this was important maybe 6 months ago. I think we're at a point where this is looking good for production. It's a matter of engineering and putting this out there. And I think there are other things, particularly around like getting the bridge design maybe right, but not even just the design. It's we've talked about this one of n kind of assumption that goes on to BitVM type style bridges. Who are the N operators? I mean, there's a lot of the actually, the production side now, even less so maybe the research side, considerations of different teams may have different instantiations of, who these operators are, how secure are they? Like, is it people maybe I already trust, and I just now need to trust one out of the, that whole quorum needs to be functional for this, this all to work. I think these things will matter more as we're headed into live production very soon of several teams doing this. So that plus audits, of course, and so more engineering and like shipping challenges.
Awesome. Well, I'll be very curious to know if anyone else on the panel has sort of thoughts about optimization of this challenger response game that Robin Linus outlined a few short minutes ago. Jovella, would you mind sharing a little bit about the challenges that Fiamma specifically has faced in terms of implementing BitVM and how you guys are approaching those challenges?
Yeah, and I would think that there are three main challenges. The first, I think, definitely echoing back to the optimization thing that you guys just covered. So our team basically, I think that in June or May last year, we published the first fragmented verifiers in both Gross16 and Flonk. So these two are like two of the most commonly used ZK algorithms out there. And then later in August, we have like we also have like the our Flonk, and I think our Gross16, and then we got like a 0.8 gigabytes script size for the Flonk verifiers, and then the verifier for Gross16 is slightly over like 1 gigabytes, and then definitely that you can from the numbers that you can know that on average each chunk size will be around like like 800 kilobytes to over 1 megabytes, right? Which is like smaller than the 4 megabytes block size limit of Bitcoin. So people definitely would understand that this is like usable, but that here's the challenge, right? The challenge is that these even though it's smaller than 4 megabyte, it's still bigger than regular Bitcoin transaction, which is smaller than 400 kilobytes. So
They're
so
non-standard,
how can we actually get this larger? Yes, yeah, exactly. So how can we, get them through, right? So we need to collaborate with miners to accept those atypical transactions. And these, I mean, in short term, this can be a solution. But like definitely in long term, we need to even bring down the chunk size, right? So the first dimension to the first way to solve the issue is to increase the number of chunk, and the second is definitely to bring down the size, of the entire script and also each chunk as well. So this is also what we have been working on the verifier side to make sure that the whole BitVM, bridge or verification layer, all these BitVM related protocols can run as trustless and as decentralized as it is, as it's supposed to be. And also the second challenge that we face, definitely, I think that all other teams also have faced, is also like the Bitcoin Lite client, because we lack the introspection capability for Bitcoin. So it also like Bitcoin has very limited programmability. So this makes gives us a lot of challenges, but we have been doing a lot of like collaborative research to also also bring also not just the research itself, but also thinking about how we can make this into reality by building this bridge in together with like Bob and also Babylon and also other our partners as well. Yeah, so but we believe that we would definitely solve these challenges. And the third challenge that we have might be a little bit more unique to us because we've already launched the alpha testnet for our BitVM bridge. So we have it open for like around 40 days, and then we got like around 2 million transactions, and then like over like 150,000, I think around the around that figure of registered users. Well, you would think that it's like it shows like a lot of people are interested in the bridge, right? But this actually give us a lot of like pressure, and also definitely give Signet, like which is the testnet of Bitcoin, a lot of pressure. Because like there are so many spamming transactions, and we would understand that to really make like a production ready bridge, there are more things to work on beyond just like the security modules. You need to optimize the handling efficiency of the bridge. You need to have optimized module for the gas fee of the operator and the entire bridge protocol, so that it can adjust very dynamically with the a real-time environment of the Bitcoin network, because the gas fee spike sometimes, and then this would cause user a lot of delay in users deposit and withdrawal. So there are a lot of like user experience challenges that we are currently working on, and then all of our users can also see that we did improvements throughout the 40 days. Yeah, but definitely we will keep working on this aspect in the next few months.
Awesome. Thank you, Yovela. You brought up a lot of great points that we're going to touch on in more depth, including just the cost associated with playing these challenger response games. So I look forward to chatting about that in just a minute. Quickly, though, Ekram, I'd be curious to get your take on the challenges of using BitVM, how Citria is addressing those challenges uniquely. What comes up for you when I mention that?
Sure. So yeah, as Sims mentioned, and also Yovela mentioned, one of the biggest challenge is that Bitcoin Light Client, which is how does the snark reason about Bitcoin itself? Because it doesn't know what's the main chain. It doesn't know. I mean, it doesn't know what's the latest block. OP block hash. If you could have this opcode, this would solve most of our problems. Because as Tim said, we have like production ready BitVM ZK verify right now in the BitVM repository. Thanks to Robin for like creating this BitVM alliance, and we all worked on this, and it's good. It's just like we are slightly optimizing it for reducing the costs. But the other challenge is Bitcoin Live Client. In Robin's paper, there was super blocks construction, but it turned out that it has some attack vectors. Apparently, like attacking that Bitcoin Live Client would be much easier than we expected. So it didn't work out. And then there were some more innovations, like how we can make this. Maybe like we can use Bitcoin's difficulty adjustment in a clever way so that we can know the total work, like the latest state of Bitcoin in a permissionless way. And it turned out like it's really hard to do that in a permissionless way. Maybe there are some solutions, but I haven't heard about it yet. And there's also this, like, you can solve this by being permissioned. For example, with BitVM X or BitVM 1 style, it is permissioned, but this permissioned approach can reason about Bitcoin easily. This is like, since it's permissioned, there's one challenger and one prover, and challenger can do like interactive challenging about the latest state of Bitcoin. So a challenger can say that, oh, like this is the longest chain and here's a proof. And the prover can say that, no, this is a lot longer than that. So this is the correct Bitcoin. But there are a lot of costs for using BitVM 1 style. The reason is coming that like it has many rounds, and to make it in a better way, you have to get a lot of pre-signatures and put a lot of data on Bitcoin. So what BitVM 2 solves is we only need to put 4 megabytes in the worst case to disprove a malicious operator. And so there are a little bit more challenges with that. Let's say like we have 1,000 operators, and each have done like a malicious act, and we have to disprove all of them. And if the disprove period is like 1 week, the Bitcoin itself wouldn't allow to disprove all of them, right? Bitcoin only has slightly large, higher than 1,000 blocks in a week, but we have to disprove all 1,000 operators. So this is another challenge that we need to solve. We kind of can solve it by rate limiting the withdrawals so that we don't have to disprove all 1,000 operators. And yeah, there are some approaches to that as well.
Awesome, thank you. We're going to kind of move into a little bit of a lightning round here because we are short on time. But Stephen, really quickly, from your perspective, what do you think is sort of the biggest challenge of implementing BitVM, and how are you guys attempting to solve it? Or what are your thoughts on attempting to solve whatever that challenge may be?
Okay, so yeah, as this previous speaker mentioned, the first is that as we know, we cannot allow every withdrawal from the study system to the mainnet by the BitVM2. So that's the first point. I think we we have some other mechanisms to make sure that for the end user or for the more frequent say swaps to reduce the habit of the disproof of the BitVM2. So for the BitVM2 itself, I think there's a lot of previous works from the BitVM officers from the BitVM2 bridge papers also from our side, we also are trying to optimize the word file itself because we have the in-house ZKVM, and we can control. Basically, we have some optimizations on the Group 16 word file itself. Okay, so we also need to adjust the implementation of the BitVM word file script itself, and for the also, we for the trust setup of the BitVM2, we also can leverage the we need to commit the public inputs. We need to set up the operators or the federations. So here we since the God network implements it's a decentralized sequencer network. So basically, we can combine the decentralized sequencer network with the operators with the federation itself to reduce the complexity of the trust setup of the BitVM2. Okay, so yeah, so basically we still have a lot of work to do, including the welfare optimization CF and the proof generation yeah. Uh, of course, we still need to consider that how long does it takes to prove one block? Yeah, for the BitVM itself. Okay, so yeah, so that's basically the opinions from our side.
Awesome. Thank you. We may do a little bit of popcorn style again here just for the sake of time saving. I did want to go back to SIM for a second. We talked a little bit about data efficiency, and I know that another aspect of what Alpen Labs specifically is doing focuses quite a bit on compression and the importance of compression and saving space and making this whole game a little bit cheaper. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's these things go hand in hand. There's a handful of operations, whether it's doing field multiplication in Bitcoin script, or whether it's doing a hash, Blake 3 hash or something else, or Winternit's signatures, etc. And like, there's tremendous room for continued optimization on all these fronts, and in the end, what they lead to is more efficiency, which means the cost to initiate a challenge would go down because the cost to defend a challenge goes down. I'm not too worried actually about the cost to slash the disprove. Each chunk can be up to, let's say, 4 megabytes in most of the implementation today. But this is a scenario where it's only spendable on the chain if there has been a fault, right? And so what that means is whoever's making the claim about the snark, they were challenged, they defended that challenge, and now the larger transaction that needs to be spent on Bitcoin can only be spent if there was a problem, if they lied, right? If there was an incorrect claim, and that leads to slashing of the person making that claim. And so what that sort of means as well is there's a incentive for the next miner, whoever's the miner that is creating this block, they would want to include it because they get some of the stake for themselves. It's value that they can extract from that transaction, and so it is as long as the amount of stake that's provided by these operators when claiming is sufficiently high, we would expect basically a rational miner would look at that and be like, okay, just putting this transaction, even though it's larger in my block, would make a lot of sense because I get more fees or basically value from that from that transaction. So that's kind of the layout, but of course more optimizations around all of these subcomponents, hash functions, but also just innovations in the protocol within Groth 16, how we may get away without doing this one thing, or yeah, all of that is important. Of course, this comes with a ton of responsibility for us to be able to ensure that the protocol is absolutely, like secure, and having security proofs in addition to the audits is also going to be important. This is something that we'd be looking into doing soon.
So, I mean, you bring up a sort of an important point, which is, I think Robin made as well, which is that, these slashings, hopefully the incentives are such that the slashings won't happen that often, and the expenses, involved in actually performing BitVM, won't occur very frequently, if at all. That said, something he also mentioned that I think, we all should chat about for a quick second is that the liquidity, right, for the slashing does need to be put up in advance. How are you thinking about incentivizing folks to be validators and sort of play this game? I do want to ask Sim really quickly, because I know you guys specifically are not creating your own tokens to incentivize validators, and I think some other folks on this stage maybe. So I'd like to chat a little bit about that. How are you incentivizing your validators?
Yeah, I mean, at the start, of course, this is a new type of protocol, and so we want to ensure that there's withdrawal fees, bridge fees collected by the validator, right? And we think that actually has like a pretty good return for the validators, but ensuring that the incentive is even more, and it's something that is guaranteed is important. We're considering the sequencer fees. Some of that's collected can also go to the validator, of course. Also, in the first year maybe of launch, having a fixed low fee way to exit from the BitVM bridge. There will be other ways to exit as well, atomic swaps, etc. But from that, ensuring a fixed price of exit while also compensating the validators. We're considering routes of just giving them subsidy and paying them upfront. I think by year 2, like with sufficient volume, once we bootstrapped the usage, transaction fees is going to be a pretty valuable part of getting to be an operator. There's also just being an operator means you have a unilateral, because it's one event, as long as you're trusting yourself, you have a unilateral way to exit. And so there are a bunch of partners that are potentially interested in that for their clients, for other things. So looking at these other dimensions that don't necessarily require us to provide a token allocation to the or like a token incentive to the bridge operators is what we're exploring.
Awesome. Thanks, Yovella. I'm curious how Fiamma is thinking about liquidity provision, or sort of the upfront liquidity needs to make the system work, even if slashing doesn't happen very often. Are you guys going to have your own token to incentivize validators, or are you thinking about that a different way?
Oh,
I can't hear you. I think you're
muted. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I just unmuted. So definitely this is a very important economical issues that we have to consider. And then for liquidity, as to become an operator, definitely you need to have enough liquidity, because due to our kind of experiment in our alpha testnet, we know that you have to have a lot of liquidity to be able to pay the user in advance, so that the operator definitely should have the collateral that could be slashed when the operator act maliciously. And then as for if we so definitely if we want a lot of liquidity, you can always find liquidity provider, like crowdsource it somehow. And then if you don't want to do that, there are Bitcoin whales that are very willing to become operator, just because that they can keep their Bitcoin just on the Bitcoin chain, so that and then they can earn fees by providing those services. Therefore, it will be a pretty good spot. And so for us, this won't be like a bit concerned. I think that another thing that that we think that that people should also pay attention to is like the validators or like the monitors nodes that you need to have, because to ensure that the system is trust minimized or nearly trustless, you have to make sure that there are people to really observe, what's happening on the bridge, to really like can detect any malicious acts that happen, right after it happened. So you definitely need to have a well incentivized monitor node group. And then for us, we definitely have it, through our FIAMA layer, which is a verification, like settlement network. And then they can be incentivized, by no matter, FIAMA token or Bitcoin. And definitely and then if they act maliciously, they would be slashed on Bitcoin. And then if they're not live enough, like have liveness issue, they can also be slashed, in terms of their FIAMA token.
Yeah, the incentives games can get particularly interesting with an optimistic style architecture. Really quickly, I'd love to get Ekram's point of view on this, and Mr. Goat over there. Hi, Stephen. And then we'll wrap up.
Sure. I'll be really quick. So incentive for verifiers is they just sign transactions. So that's it. The signer committee, they just sign transactions. And what they get is like, there's this thing called optimistic payout transaction, which is if every signer agrees, they can just use their N of N signatures for a payout. And this can be helpful, but we cannot design a protocol by assuming every signer will be online. So you can think of it operators as a backup. They need to provide liquidity and they will get reimbursement after some time, let's say 2 weeks. Galaxy has a great research on this. It's kind of like operators can choose the fees so that they will get compensated for their opportunity cost of providing this liquidity. And this is kind of like a reverse Dutch auction. So as long as the protocol itself can have a lot of operators, then it's kind of like looking like a good market. As long as these operators cannot be a monopoly or something like that, and then this will like align all the incentives basically, and that's it.
Awesome. Stephen, last thoughts on incentives for the validator network. How are you thinking about, how to get folks basically to fork up this liquidity up front?
Yeah, of course. From day one, God Network implements its decentralized sequence network. So that means every validators, or we call it sequence node, in God Network can be incentivized by our gas token. Our gas token is the Bitcoin. Okay, it's a Bitcoin. So based on this infrastructure, all the operators, for the BitVM 2 operator or the layer 2s, sequence nerds, they can all be can be incentivized or be slashing up to their behaviors. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Oh my gosh, this could have gone on for way longer. There's so much to cover, but yeah, thank you guys so much. And yeah, looking forward to next panel, which is, okay, I'll leave that to the MC, Ashley. Hi.
Thanks, Isabel. Thanks, guys.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you very much to Isabel and all our panelists for taking the time to share your takes on Bitcoin L2s. Next, we'll hear from Abdelhamid Bakhta of Starkware and on Opcat's potential to unlock new possibilities for programmability and scaling Bitcoin securely. We'll have
Hi everyone, I'm Abdel, open source developer and head of ecosystem at Starknet. So at Starknet, basically we are building scalability solutions using zero knowledge proofs and Starks in particular. So today I'm going to talk a bit about OPCAT, about what it is and what is it about, and also most importantly, what we think it can enable for Bitcoin. And how stocks can be relevant in the context of OPCAT, basically. So just a reminder briefly about stocks proof. Stocks is a category of zero knowledge proofs. Zero knowledge proofs is particularly useful for two main interesting properties. One of them is privacy, being able to prove something about a computation, a statement, whatever, without revealing some inputs, basically. And the second property that is interesting about Starks is scalability, because it's basically exponentially faster to verify the proof rather than doing the execution doing re-execution. So what it enables you basically is you have an entity called the prover that will run a computation, and then it will generate a proof that then the verifier will take, and the verifier will be convinced that the statement about the computation is correct without redoing the computation. So it can give interesting scaling properties because you don't have to redo the complex computation. Also, what is important to note here is that it breaks basically the asymmetry of power between the prover and the verifier, because of course in this scenario, why it's interesting is because you can delegate the computation to another entity, and the prover basically can have a lot more power than yourself, basically infinite amount more of power than yourself. So it can be 1 million times more powerful than you, but it does not matter because you will always be able to verify the integrity of computation. And it will be fast and very cheap to do so, as opposed to reduce the computation. So let's talk a bit about Bitcoin. Brief reminder about how we can represent the state in general, the state being like some kind of database that is shared among all the Bitcoin nodes. On Bitcoin, there is no notion of a global state, basically. You just have the UTXOs, so the unspent transaction output, and those represent the state. So you have some transactions, so you have some inputs. So for example, in those two boxes are transactions, and this box is the output transaction, and you can basically spend transactions like this. So if we do a comparison with, for example, how it looks like on Ethereum, on Ethereum you have a global state basically, which means that a smart contract can interact with another one. You have proper logic code basically, and you have a real notion of state. So you can have like some keys and some values, and you can do basically whatever you want with this state. So on Bitcoin, like changing the state is based on knowledge only. If you can match the condition for spending UTXO, you can basically change the state to whatever you want. You have no restriction on how you will spend the transaction, and anyone with that knowledge can do whatever they want with the state, basically. So of course it's a big limitation if you want to implement some kind of smart contracts, basically. So what we really need if we want to have smart contracts on Bitcoin, we need a way to have persistent logic, which means being able to make sure that when you spend the transaction, you can control how it is spent, basically. Put some restrictions on how the state is modified, basically, to be able to make sure that you will have the same logic across different transactions, basically. And you need to be able to represent the state, because if you want to do meaningful stuff, you probably want to have a state and modify values and do some operations over those values. And you need to be able to control how the state and the logic is changed, basically. Now, let's talk a bit about OPCAT. So first of all, OPCAT, as most of you probably already know, but it's an opcode. So on Bitcoin, you have the Bitcoin script, which is like a small virtual machine that have some opcodes. An opcode is an atomic operation, basically, that can do something. It's a stack. This Bitcoin script VM, it's a stack-based machine. So you have a stack where you can put some elements, and the opcodes, they can take some elements from the stack and put back some element on the stack. So usually you have an opcode that will take some stuff from the stack, do some operation, and then put back the result to the stack. So in the case of OPCAT specifically, what it does is very simple, very trivial. So it's very interesting, actually, how much this trivial operation is controversial, and how it can unlock so many different stuff, like with just this small missing operation that is OPCAT. So what it does really is that it takes two elements from the stack, in this case A and B. It will concatenate them. OPCAT is for concatenation. It concatenates them and then puts back the concatenation to the stack. So it's interesting to note that OPCAT was actually present in the original code of Bitcoin, and that it was removed by Satoshi himself in 2010, like you see in this commit. So this is the commit, basically, where Satoshi removed not only OPCAT, by the way, but a bunch of different opcodes that you can see here in the screenshot of the commit. So the reason is that the initial implementation of OPCAT was missing some checks, basically, that could lead to some potential attacks on the network. For example, there was a missing check about the size of the output, basically, on the stack. So that means that you could easily attack the memory of the nodes by using a lot of cat concatenation operation with, for example, opdup, which is an opcode to duplicate the stack. So you could easily like double the size of the stack, and because there was no control on the output size, it was easy to DOS the nodes. So of course it was problematic. So Satoshi decided to remove it, and at the same time he removed a bunch of other opcodes. It's interesting also to see that the message of the commit he did is like very vague, like it's missed changes, which is like not very representative of the actual change, because it was a big change. So anyway, I think it's interesting. So yeah, this is what OPCAT really does. So it's very trivial operation, but it could unlock a lot of interesting stuff, and we will talk about those. Okay, so what we need to be able to do complex, meaningful operations on Bitcoin is basically to implement smart contracts. And for that, as we said, we need a state, okay? And I will mention later why, but also we need to be able to verify zero-knowledge proofs. I mean, we could do some smart contracts without using zero-knowledge proofs, and I will touch a bit about that. But here I'm claiming that we can do more efficient mechanism for some cases that we will discuss later. OPCAT is basically helping on those two. It helps to represent the state because what we is governance, and we will talk about that. And it helps also to verify a Stark proof. And why? So there are multiple reasons, but the intuition that is the most easy to get is when in the Stark protocol there is a bunch of Merkle tree verification. So you know, a Merkle tree is this data structure where you represent some data, so you have some leaves, and basically you hash them 2 by 2, and then you have some you go to another level and so on until you have only one left, which is called the Merkle root. And this is a way to represent like a sort of a fingerprint of some data that can be very large, whatever, and you can represent the integrity of those data with just the Merkle root, and then you have efficient ways to verify the inclusion of some data, because you can provide the data that you want to prove is included in the data set, and then you provide what we call the Merkle pass, which is the different required hashes to go up to the Merkle root. And as you probably can naturally see, because the most atomic operation we need for that is to hash elements 2 by 2, we need an efficient way to be able to concatenate them together, and hence why we need opcat. Also, it happens that on the new Stark protocol that we designed, which is called Circle Stark, which is based on some new mathematical breakthrough and other techniques, we operate on what we call small field, because originally we operate for the Stark protocol with a big field element, which is a 252 bits field. And now with this new version of the Stark protocol, the Circle Stark protocol, we can operate with smaller field, specifically the Mersenne 31 prime. What is important to know is that it's a field that is 31 bits. And why does it matter? It's because on the Bitcoin script, you have only 4 bytes arithmetic, so 32 bits. So it means that you can do efficient operation over this field with Bitcoin script. So it's particularly helpful if you want to do efficient Stark verification. Also, we'll touch a bit about it later, but it can enable basically to implement smart contracts in a higher level language like Cairo, but I will explain why later. So TLDR, in a world where we have opcat, we can represent the state, because we can have covenant, and we will see how later. And we can potentially verify Stark proofs. Then it means that we can implement smart contracts. And if we can implement smart contracts and we can verify a Stark proof, then we can implement layer 2, a Bitcoin layer 2, and specifically ZK rollup, or more precisely a validity rollup. So a rollup that will basically use zero knowledge proofs to prove the integrity of a state to the layer 1, and basically inherit some security properties of the layer 1. A bit about governance. So the idea of governance is that you want to be able to do what we call introspection, which means the ability for a transaction to know some element about the context it is being run. So the program can do some checks basically on some elements, like for example, some elements that can be other reference other inputs, or do some checks about some outputs of the execution of a witness program, for example. So yeah, this idea really is to be able to be self-aware of the context of execution for a program. So this is the idea of governance. There are multiple covenant proposals. What we say here is that opcat can give some form of governance, There are some other proposals with more specific governance proposal, like for example OpCTV, which is specifically on opcode to give a form of governance. So there are of course some trade-offs. It's always the same, like for example, sometimes you can do some stuff that are more generic and can do some stuff, but maybe they will be less efficient on some context or whatnot. But what is interesting here is to know that OPCAT can give us governance. How it would work basically. So the idea is that you need what we call hint, which is some information, some transaction data. So someone has to provide those. Okay, it's not magical. You cannot access the state because there is no proper state. So you need someone to provide this. So typically the spender of the UTXO will have to provide the hint, so the transaction data. And it happens that with a clever trick that Andrew Polstra described, this trick is called cat and schnorr trick. So there is a great article from Andrew Polstra explaining this technique, but basically the concept is that with op, check, sig, and opcat, you can emulate the equivalent of optx hash, which is another covenant proposal. It happens that with opcat, you can basically mimic the way that transactions are signed and grouped together, and you can concatenate them, and then you are able to provide some hints, verify a signature, and then you know that the transaction data are correct. So OPCAT gives us covenants, a form of covenants, and that is not the most specific one. But interestingly, this, and I think this is probably quite misunderstood, but OPCAT actually gives a form of covenant that is more powerful than, for example, OpCTV or other form of covenants, where you can just do some equality check on the hashes that you will put. And here with this technique, you are more flexible, so you can do more powerful computation over those data, basically. So it's interesting. So how you would use those covenants to build a smart contract on Bitcoin. First, we will talk about smart contracts without using zero knowledge proofs, and then with. But in this architecture, we will just do smart contracts without zero knowledge proofs. So the idea is that you would basically have the logic of your smart contracts, which will be in the form of a classical Bitcoin script program. You will have it in a pay-to taproot address, okay? And you will represent the state in a pay-to-witness hash address, basically. So, for example, you have multiple techniques to put some data that will represent the state. One of the trivial one is to use op return in the witness program, and then to put some arbitrary data that you can parse, and you use those data to represent the state. And then, as we said, the first thing you need to do if you want a smart contract is to be able to have a persistent logic, a logic of the program that won't be changed after you spend the transaction. And as we said, with covenants and introspection, we can actually enforce that when the program executes, there is an output that contains the same pay-to-taproot address. Which means that the program has been unchanged because it's deterministic. So for a program, you can only have one unique pay-to-taproot address, and it means that you can enforce that the logic of the program has not changed after the execution. So you can enforce the logic. Okay, that's cool. And then, because you can read the state with, again, the same covenant technique, you can do some restrictions. And here it depends on what you want the smart contract to do, but at least you can do some restriction on how you go from one state to another, and you can put some restrictions on how you change the state. And we will see a concrete example. So let's see a small dumb example. of something that is not, of course, a meaningful smart contract, but just to give the idea. So what we want to do here is to implement a on-chain counter smart contract. So the idea is simple. You want to enforce that the state can be updated only by one on each transaction. So again, the first thing you check is that the output includes the same logic that we already said. So, and you can do it by verifying the page to taproot address, and then you know that the logic is still the same. And here, the restriction you can do is to check that the difference between the output and the previous output is 1, and that you can do it easily. But here, again, it depends on really what you want to do on the contract, okay? But here, with this model, just with having opcat and being able to do covenant, you can do this kind of stuff, which is already something that is a smart contract. Okay, now let's go even further and see how we could use zero-knowledge proofs and stocks in particular. So few changes. So for verifying the logic, that the logic will be persistent, this is the same technique, but there is a first modification, the representation of the state. In the previous example, we were putting the state directly as is in the data. Here, what we will do instead, we will represent the state as a Merkle tree. So then you can standardize the way you want to represent the state as a Merkle tree. And then here you will put only the state root in the pay to witness script hash address. Okay, so you put only the Merkle root, not the actual data. And here, to spend the transaction and hence change the state, what you do is that you will provide a Stark proof, and basically the logic of this program is a Stark verifier. So this Bitcoin script program is a Stark verifier that will verify the correctness of execution of another program. And this another program is the actual smart contract that you want to execute. And this one, you can express it with a more high-level language like Cairo, and I will explain exactly how it works later. But what is interesting here is that you have always the same logic that is verifying the validity of a Stark proof. And then you can guarantee that you did the computation correctly. And then you can move to the new state root only if the Stark proof is correct. Okay, so this is very cool for many reasons. The first one is that you have a single audited script for all contracts you want, any arbitrary computation. Because in the first model, the counter example I gave, you have to implement this always. Like each time you want to implement a new smart contract, you will implement it directly using Bitcoin script. And developing in Bitcoin script is, first of all, not easy. There are not a lot of Bitcoin script developers, and it's quite error prone, and you can easily do mistakes because it's very low level, basically. There are some slightly higher level language attempts and so on, but still, it's quite complex and hard to build a meaningful, complex computation in Bitcoin script directly. So here in this model, with the proof, you have only to make sure this one is extremely secure. You do a lot of audits, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But then once you have it, you can verify the correctness of any new arbitrary computation you want without touching this one. So this is quite interesting. So yes, it opens the door to writing contract in any language with the caveat of a language that can be proven with zero-knowledge proofs. So here there are multiple variants, multiple approaches. Our approach is the most pure or straightforward in terms of efficiency because we created this language called Cairo, which is specifically designed to be provable. So by design, the Cairo language, the Cairo virtual machine, everything is designed to be provable. So it is the most optimal technique in terms of performance and so on, the most efficient. Of course, it comes with some trade-off because you need to implement your smart contract in a new language and so on. There are also approaches that try to basically prove existing languages at the expense of some performance trade-off, of course, because there is some overhead, because of course those systems were not designed in the first place to be provable. So our approach really is, okay, let's not try to put a circle in a square. Let's try to design the most optimal language for to generate efficient star proof. Okay, but anyway, you could do both options if you want. And then, depending on the model you adopt, you could save costs and you could also have interesting properties like scalability and so on, and I will explain. I wanted to discuss briefly about something because sometimes when there are discussions about OPCAT, there is this concern or fear about, oh yes, but it will bring use cases that we don't want and so on. But to me, it's not, yes, sure, but it's also most importantly about improving Bitcoin as money or payment system, etc. And I want to really focus on this aspect because I think it's a very important aspect. It's not only about like building like complex or exotic various degen stuff, whatever you call them, but you can really improve Bitcoin as money and payment system. First of all, on the scalability front, because you can offload the computation to layer 2, and then from this you can have high throughput and cheap fees, because what you do is instead of doing the computation on the layer 1 directly on chain, you can offload this computation to a layer 2 that will be a validity rollup, for example. And then the idea here, to give you the intuition, is that you can batch a lot of transactions, computation, smart contracts execution. You generate a proof, and then time to time you will settle this proof on Bitcoin layer 1 directly. And if you have a good design, and there are many different levels of security and so on, but the ultimate target is that you can inherit the security properties of the L1. For that, of course, you need the ability to unilaterally exit, like a system where what we call escape hatch, to prevent like some form of censorship and so on. But assuming you have a system that can provide you that, and it will be possible, you can inherit quite the same security properties of the layer 1. This is the idea, but with way higher throughput and very cheap fees. So this is first. Then, in terms of safety and simplicity, as I said, because you can write the logic of your application, smart contracts, in a higher level language, first of all, in terms of accessibility, it's very good because you can have a way bigger developer base that can develop Bitcoin applications instead of just Bitcoin script developers, and there are not that many Bitcoin script devs. By the way, if you are one of them, we are definitely looking for Bitcoin script devs always, but those are not easy to find, and it will be interesting to have a way bigger developer base that could build up meaningful applications on Bitcoin. Another aspect that can be interesting is you can improve the UX of Bitcoin. For example, you can imagine stuff like account abstraction. I won't go into the details of what account abstraction is, but I will give some use cases example where you can improve. For example, you could imagine to access your wallet using Face ID authentication, or have various forms of multisig and so on that can be very complex. You can imagine social recovery wallets For example, if you lose access to your private keys and so on, you can imagine different mechanisms that can facilitate adoption for normies or not power users that can easily do mistakes. So that's interesting if we want to see adoption of Bitcoin. And then last but definitely not least, privacy. If you leverage well the ZK properties of zero-knowledge proofs, you can implement some privacy on Bitcoin on the layer 2, potentially also on the layer 1, but it would be more expensive. But assuming you inherit properly the security properties of the layer 1, then you can have privacy on the layer 2, which is, of course, a very important aspect that we need for Bitcoin. So yeah, just saying that having OPCAT could be beneficial for Bitcoin, and not necessarily to bring crazy exotic use cases, but most importantly to improve the core usage of Bitcoin with more scaling, more better accessibility to bring more Bitcoin developer who can develop meaningful applications, improve the UX, and potentially have privacy. Aside from OPCAT and so on, I just wanted to mention briefly that we are exploring usage of zero-knowledge proofs that will not require OPCAT as well. So because also it's interesting to discuss those, because it's more easy to have conversations without all the controversial discussions about changing Bitcoin and soft forks and so on, because of course it's definitely a sensitive topic, and for good reasons. It's a feature, not a bug. The culture of ossification definitely has benefits, and it's important. So it's also interesting to explore usage of zero-knowledge proofs outside of this discussion of a soft fork. And there are definitely a lot of potential use cases where we could leverage Stark proofs to improve Bitcoin and also symbiotic ecosystems of Bitcoin, like Cashew, for example, or Noster. So we are exploring a lot of stuff on this front. And for Bitcoin specifically, we are implementing, for example, a Bitcoin ZK client in Cairo that can basically prove the consensus rules of Bitcoin. So you can prove the inclusion of a transaction on the canonical Bitcoin chain, for example, which can be useful to improve the IBD process. When you first sync on the network, you have to sync with the whole blockchain, and you have to do a lot of computation to verify each individual transaction and block. And you can be vulnerable to some attacks if you are connected to malicious peers and so on. With this, you could improve that, and you could have a way to instantly verify the validity of Bitcoin header hash without redoing the computation yourself and so on. So it can bring like instant sync for light client and potentially other benefits. Anyway, we are exploring various use cases of Stark proofs without soft fork. By the way, we created a Bitcoin exploration team in Starkware, and we are hiring Bitcoin developers who want to explore zero-knowledge proofs for Bitcoin. So please reach out to me if you are interested. And then we'll conclude by saying that we have a research fund for OPCAT. Here, the idea really is to have people to look at it, to do some research, because it's very important, as I said before, and it is sensitive. And we want to do the good for Bitcoin. So we believe OPCAT can have some benefits for Bitcoin, but it's important that we have as many people as possible to look at it and to make sure that it's actually worth it. Like the benefits are worth it, as opposed to the potential risks. And we are not claiming that there is no risk at all. This needs to be studied more, and we need more eyes on that and so on. So we have this research fund with a very cool committee with people like Andrew Polstra, Ethan Hellman, Rosby from Lightning Labs, Tajid Darija, Robin Linus, who is building ZeroSync and BitVM. Anyway, so if you are interested, it can be about security of Opcat, about potential applications that can be built with Opcat. It can be about economical implications of Opcat. For example, some people are concerned about potential MEV that could be enabled with that. So if you care about that, if you have some ideas and so on, I invite you to have a look at this. Yeah, and yeah, so thank you. That was it.
Thank you so much, Abdel, for your thoughtful presentation. Now it's time to compare the two frameworks we've been hearing so much about in a panel featuring Ekrem from Citria, Ayush from Layer Edge, Francis from Starkware, Alexi from Build on Bob, and Udi from Taproot Wizards. And we welcome Isabel back as our moderator.
Hi, guys. All right, Ashley, you'll have to let me know if we're officially live. Are we ready? Are we on Twitter? Is it happening? Okay, all right. All right, cool. Well, thank you guys so much for joining. I'm excited to have this debate. This is a juicy, juicy debate, I think. We've heard a lot about BitVM. We did an entire panel on BitVM. And we've just now learned about sort of a potentially alternative, although I'd be curious if anyone has a different point of view about that, which is just soft forking Bitcoin and adding a new script so that we can potentially do even more trustless things with it. So really quickly, I just want to get everyone's introduction. Ekrem, we've already gotten your introduction, but Udi, let's start with you. Would you mind sharing a little bit about what Taproot Wizards is up to and how you're using Opcat? I know you're not using BitVM, so how are you using Opcat, or how will you be?
So I'm a customer support intern at Taproot Wizards. We are one of the earliest ordinals collections, and also we were very much obsessed with Opcat. One of the reasons is CatVM, which is it is really a way to build simple programmable interface on top of Opcat for Bitcoin. Another is what we call catnip, which is a token, a standard for tokens on Bitcoin L1 that are also programmable and swappable. Really though, and yeah, we also made the Quantum Cats collection on Ordinals, which is kind of a movement / army dedicated to promoting Opcat as an upgrade for Bitcoin. I think that let's start. I have some things to say about Opcat, but let me end my introduction, and I think other people should introduce
One quick
themselves too.
follow-up, just because you brought it up. Can you please just explain for folks who just did all this education about Opcat, what do you exactly mean when you say CatVM? What is the difference between CatVM and BitVM?
I think CatVM and BitVM are both in ways inspired by man, I sadly forgot. Oh yes, Matt. It's a design called Matt, MATT, which allows for kind of computations and roll ups on Bitcoin. BitVM does it BitVM implements a similar idea by kind of leveraging pre-signed transactions for a few of the kind of trickier areas. And CatVM basically says, well, if we have Opcat, then we don't even have to do that because Opcat can use covenants and make things a little simpler. But there's a lot in common, I would say, with both. I think the really cool thing about Opcat is that it removes the need for a lot of the trickier parts in engineering of all kinds of L2 systems and really all kinds of systems. So it just makes things simpler in that regard.
We spoke a lot in the BitVM panel about sort of the challenger response games, the costs associated, sort of just the data needs associated with the challenger response games associated with having an optimistic rollup with BitVM. Does CatVM potentially eliminate those challenger response games? Does it affect the optimistic nature of the rollup?
No, CatVM is optimistic as well. the parts that are made much simpler are really where it comes to how do you restrict the use of Bitcoins only in a way that is compliant with the optimistic design. Without OpCat, again, you've got to have some set of signers that pre-sign some transactions that have some, dynamic and mechanic in there. At least to some extent, they have to be pre-selected. Maybe they can be rotated over time. But with CAT, you just remove that part of the system. It's true for BitVM. So I think CAT improves BitVM in that way. It's also true to many other designs for L2s and even L1 designs for protocols on Bitcoin. It just removes. Bitcoin has this for many years has had this kind of semi-disease where people have to basically do pre-signed transactions for a ton of things. It just
see this
because
on Lightning,
Bitcoin doesn't have the
like-
expressivity to do things otherwise in simple ways. So there are a lot of like really clever smart hacks to achieve what we want or close to what we want by using pre-signed transactions, but it really complicates things, and it usually adds at least some degree of trust. So the nice thing about CAT is that it basically it removes that problem. It takes that problem off the table. We still have other problems. Like you guys talked about, optimistic rollups have their own challenges, and other types of rollups have their own challenges. But because CAT removes this kind of disease of pre-signed transaction, it just lets you do a lot of things without kind of cheating. And that just makes all those designs simpler. And I think that's, of course, we've heard Starkware talk a lot about their ZK style designs that use OpCat. So it doesn't have to be optimistic. You can really go in there and do a lot more.
Okay, so we're going to definitely circle back to the sort of question of how CAT maybe optimizes or makes BitVM better, right? Maybe complements it rather than as an alternative, which I think most people think. Really quickly, though, I want to get an introduction from Alexi, please. I know you're also an author of BitVM too. Would you mind sharing a little bit about what you're building with Build on Bob and sort of how you're involved with BitVM?
Sure. So, hey, I'm Alexei. I'm one of the co-founders of Bob. So what we do with Bob is essentially, of course, utilizing BitVM, and ultimately, I think the most interesting part that BitVM enables in the near future is bridging, right? Bitcoin cannot do DeFi on L1. I have a very strong opinion on whether that is possible. I think we've seen the challenges also with assets other than Bitcoin, right? With runes and BRC20s, that you cannot really do a lot with them on chain. It's just not meant for that. And ultimately, we firmly believe that you have to bridge Bitcoin to other chains. And ideally, these chains should also have Bitcoin security. And what Bob has a quite unique design in this regard, because we're not just a Bitcoin L2, we're positioned in a way that we can connect to multiple chains, also Ethereum and other networks, to ultimately allow Bitcoiners to not only use Bitcoin, trading it against stablecoins, but actually use it to get exposure and use it in other networks, but keep the liquidity securely concentrated in one hub and use that for distribution. Now, in the BitVM side, I've spent many years working on Bitcoin bridges, and of course also here, as many times we have to admit that I would have never come up with BitVM. But we've tried so many things, and kudos to Robin for actually discovering that you can actually hack this thing through Bitcoin script and pre-signed transactions. And I actually got invited to ask Robin and Super Testnet smart questions on a Twitter space when BitVM came out, and I had no idea what it was. So I spent many hours going through the Telegram chat, got BitVM pilled after a few conversations. But the concern was that the initial version was still a bit clunky. It wasn't super clear how it will be used for bridging. And that got me very excited. And then I got the chance to work with Robin, and then we onboarded many researchers that then contributed to the design of BitVM2, which essentially turned out to be the one that is being implemented by most teams that are working on BitVM. So it was kind of the initial push, and I think since then there's been many improvements on top optimizations. I mean, when This started like the initial kind of, prover, the verifier, sorry, was like 4 gigabytes in size, but now it's like a gigabyte. So there's been so many improvements since even that BitVM 2 design came out, by teams building on top, which I think, it makes me personally very, very happy, because what I love about the BitVM effort is similar to Lightning, that it's, yes, there's so many different competing teams working on it, but ultimately everybody's contributing back to this core development, because it's open source and the core system is non-profit in that sense. And that means that we can make a lot of progress even with so many competing teams at the same time.
I'll ask you a follow-up, just because I think you're probably the person on stage who's sort of most in the weeds on BitVM, given the fact that you were a co-author of BitVM 2 with Robin. How are you feeling about OpCat? Do you think Build on Bob will sort of immediately use OpCat if it becomes available? Are you seeing OpCat as sort of an advancement of this technology, or a competitor?
In spite of Woody here, and to make it spicy, I should actually, debate against OpCat. But I'll be frank, I never liked this BitVM versus OpCat debates, because I just I don't understand it. Like, we have this panel here, but I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to fight Woody on. Yes, we can debate whether OpCat introduces a security risk, but that kind of is getting boring. Like, we'll have to find out, and I personally think we'll need a fork.
Alexi. It's about the clickbait.
I know. Okay. So look, my personal take on this is we'll need a fork. Yes, BitVM works, and I generally firmly believe that if we want to add protocol upgrades to Bitcoin, we have to show demand. And right now, we're not quite there yet, and BitVM is the way to show that these things can work, and that people will build rollups, and that people will actually care about better designs than CBBTC and WrapBTC, which work, but they're centralized. And then we will ultimately, long-term, we will want an upgrade to improve the designs that we have. Whether it's OpCat or something else, we shall see. There is a debate to be had about the technical merits, and I think there's progress on that, even though it's slow. I honestly also will say that, yes, like, what basically the difference between OpCat and BitVM is very simple in the approach, right? We want to have a ZK verifier in Bitcoin. It's too big, and either we split it up and verify it optimistically, or we get an opcode that allows us to compress the verifier to plug it into a transaction. But that transaction will still be very big. It will be expensive to submit those proofs on chain and execute, and like essentially do that continuously. And the design for these rollups is still, not that simple and unilateral. It's not that simple. And my take is that, I firmly do believe, and I'm sure like Starknet team will debate on this, but I do think that, there will be a balance. Even with OpCat, I don't think that the majority of rollups will be full ZK rollups, just because of the costs. And it'll be a mix of like ZK fraud proofs, where you essentially can improve the fraud proof based design. But because we have seen that, and like Arbitrum, like Stephen Goldfarrell just made a very good post about it. Like, Arbitrum was named to focus on this arbitration, but then they realized that the 99% of the cases, it works. People don't cheat. And in the few cases, yes, then they need to be able to prevent cheating. And especially on Bitcoin, like where the continuous submission of proofs is going to be very expensive, and only large rollups will be able to afford it. And then, they have to actually accept this competitive disadvantage of higher fees. I honestly think that, there's a lot of synergy between the BitVM design and OpCat-based rollups, because ultimately it'll be something in the middle.
Really,
Woody's taking off his hat, getting ready to fight.
I was going to say, really quickly before we move on, I doubt anyone on this panel disagrees, but I want to just give everyone an opportunity. Does anyone disagree? Does anyone feel that we should not soft fork to OpCat, and that we should, just stick with BitVM and keep Bitcoin the way it is?
I think it's I don't think it's the correct framing, right? And to Alexei's point, when I joined this panel, I don't think it was ever posited as a debate. I think OpCat and BitVM are two very different things. OpCat is a soft fork that adds a very small specific capability to Bitcoin. It is not, if OpCat was live tomorrow, it's not like we suddenly do not need BitVM or have some competing BitVM thing. OpCat is like very, very small, specific change to Bitcoin. BitVM can leverage it.
To be fair, though, you often do hear this, especially in sort of the promotion and advertising and sort of marketing of BitVM style bridges. You often hear, oh my gosh, look, we can get trust minimized without a change to Bitcoin, right? This is like the frequent.
But it is true, right? Trust minimized is a term that you can span very broadly. I mean, look, we have multi-sigs that call themselves trustless and trust minimized. BitVM is certainly better than anything else on the market, even without a fork. But yes, with a fork, with a new opcode, it gets much, much better. There is no point debating that. And like, it gets better if we get a fork. But I would still argue it is trust minimized.
Okay, so we're going to probably drop the this or that conversation, and we're going to move into some kind of like just broader questions about, challenges with OpCat, or, whether or not this is when or if this is coming and how.
I think what might be really interesting for the listeners, though, with regards to OpCat, is that it is supercharging BitVM. It is supercharging Starknet's efforts with ZK. It is supercharging Lightning. It makes Lightning way better, solves a bunch of problems people have there. It is fixing problems that people have with token standards on L1. The nice thing about, and you're going to have a lot of the Lightning teams, most of them are not very happy about the trading of L1 assets on Bitcoin and runes and BRC20s. They think that they're shit. That's fine. The nice thing about OpCat is that it helps all of those teams, even when sometimes they're competing in opposing teams. It's really, you'll be very hard pressed to find someone who's building on Bitcoin and will be telling you, "Oh, I don't want OpCat. It's bad. It's bad for what I'm building." That is something it will be very difficult to find.
We'll definitely circle back and talk about sort of the benefits to OpCat and other use cases besides sort of traditional bridging. Ekram, really quickly. Oh, I remember it from Citria. Do you want to quickly talk about how Citria is using BitVM and whether or not you will also be integrating OpCat and your excitement about that?
I was just gonna add that, like, I think yes, we all agree OpCat improves BitVM, and I feel like with OpCat, we won't need this like 1 gigabyte verifier script because OpCat-based ZK verifiers are much better. But I agree with Alexei as well. Like, it should be in an optimistic way. The only concern I have OpCat with is that to be able to do covenants with OpCat, you need to use this thing called Schnorr trick, and I think it's not the cleanest solution. So I think there should be a covenant opcode and also OpCat, so we get both of like good worlds. Like, we can do covenants easily, we can do ZK verification much cheaper than BitVM, and then we can build optimistic rollups, good bridges like that doesn't require a committee to sign a lot of transactions. It's just a covenant working in a optimistic but really a lot more secure way.
So this is interesting. Maybe this is the better question. If not OpCat, which covenant would you prefer, Ekram? Which covenant would you like to see outside of OpCat?
TXH, I would say, because
not OpCTV.
OpCTV doesn't help a lot in terms of bridges. OpCTV is also good. I heard that, like, I haven't deep dive into that. After OpCTV, we can also add OpTXH in a easier way. So I think this can be the road. Like, we go with CTV, TXH, and then OpCat.
You think OpCat should be last? We need CTV, then we need
I would prefer all of them at the same time.
All of them at the same time.
But it's really hard to change Bitcoin this fast. So I think like the road will be like, everyone will see the demand with BitVM. Then we will like add covenants. Everyone will see how good it is. Then okay, like let's activate OpCat and see what it does, and then it improves the rollups a lot. And then like we can build theoretically like trustless rollups with OpCat. They're not that much feasible because this ZK verifier is still a lot bigger, still like 4 megabytes. But we can do much secure bridges with all of these covenants and OpCat.
Honestly, this is an aha moment for me personally. Alexei, I have to credit you for this idea that BitVM may just be like a giant marketing test net for OpCat, and that, you know, this is all just sort of for proof of concept maybe until we get
I don't think that's
OpCat.
what he meant.
Udi, do you agree?
I see the shock in my
I
face.
like that narrative, but I don't think
give
that's
him a
what he
second
meant.
in a
If I'm
moment, I
being
promise.
honest.
But do you think that we need this sort of BitVM stage in order to prove to the world that these, bridges into programmable execution layers in particular have demand? Thoughts, anyone? Popcorn style.
I think so. I mean, oh yeah, go ahead, Udi.
Thanks. In general, I very much agree with any kind of statement where it says, like let's first prove that people want this before we go and like try to like storm the gates. Yeah, in general, absolutely yes. I think though that we do have some data, right? Like I think that WBTC has been very popular on Ethereum. CBBTC is gaining a lot of popularity on Base and Solana. I don't know if the distinction of a lot of trust to a medium level of trust is what's gonna prove like a big difference there. But like maybe there's some level of semantics there. In my personal opinion, the best thing that happened in the last 2 years in Bitcoin has been that there's now way more teams that are building way more stuff with way more approaches. I don't think any one of us can guess like what is the correct order of things, or what is the most important thing is that most people try as many approaches as possible. And the reason that I am obsessed about Opcat so much is because I know it opens the gates for people to experiment even more. To Ekram's point, Opcat is truly the shittiest opcode of all of the proposals. Like it is hacky, ugly, it's a pain in the ass. We've spent months building developer tools that we use internally in order to use Opcat in the first place, because using it like without any help is insanity. It really sucks in many ways. The nice thing about it is that it once you learn how to use it, it gives you a flexibility. It allows you to experiment with whatever you want, sometimes in a very inefficient way. And that can give us enough data to later say, okay, here are the things that people are actually building with Opcat. We made some guesses now, but who knows? Here are the things that they actually use Opcat for. And now we can go and implement uploads that are much better, that make the same types of usage more efficient, more clean. TXHash is a great example for, I think it is a better opcode than Opcat in every way. I would love it if it happens instead of Opcat. The reason that I think Opcat is kind of like better suited is really just a political, social reason. Technically, it is a mess. But socially and politically, people just, one, because it's called Cat, two, because it wasn't Bitcoin in the first release, three, because developers had like a 10-year period where they researched it, looked into it, learned how it works, fixed some issues. So it's just kind of, it reached that stage where like everyone kind of knows what to expect. Where TXHash maybe does not have that level of maturity, but I'm all for it. Like let's let's do it as far as I'm concerned. Anyways, my point is, I'm totally with Alexei on this. Like, yes, we need to experiment things. We need to show demand. We could argue if that had already happened or not. But whenever Opcat happens, some people think it will happen faster. Some people think it will happen later. I think whenever it does happen, we're gonna see an explosion of exactly that, of more people trying to prove new use cases, and they basically will not have to ask for permission to do that anymore, which I think is really exciting.
Ayush, I want to go make sure that you have an opportunity to introduce yourself and Layer Edge. How are you guys using BitVM and or plan to use Opcat?
Yeah, so as Alexei told that, like, if anyone is trying to use like BitVM, the transaction cost will be like relatively higher. So like one of the approaches that a majority of the industry is focusing on is like there are going to be like big dominant chains that will have like huge amount of user base, and then aggregate the net cost of individual transactions will be low. And this is like one approach to do. And like what we are believing in is like there can be like multiple different, like hundreds and thousands of different small projects which are like either specialized or focused on one or the different part or different aspects of it. Like they can be game-based chains and many different like small chains. Like we have seen the growth of ecosystem on Ethereum side. So what Layer Edge is trying to do, like initially we were also a layer 2, But then we realized that there is a bigger opportunity in this side. That's why we moved to a verification layer. And now what we are doing is like we support majorly the ZK chains, and we aggregate their proof into a single aggregated proof, and we like settle that aggregated proof on Bitcoin, like using the BitVM. On the BitVM side, like our implementation is like, to be very honest, it's like pure vanilla implementation. Like it's the standard implementation like which most of the guys are doing. And like the crux of our like part is like what we are doing is the aggregation part, through which we can actually divide the cost among like different chains. So if the net aggregate cost of verifying a single transaction was say $100, so with 10 clients we can do it like with $10 each. So this way, like the ecosystem is open to like multiple different chains, and they can now compete at lower user base and at like lower like transaction volumes. And like we are getting like really good response from the community also, because like recently we just launched our light node campaign for the guys who will be like verifying this whole aggregation process, and we got like more than 1 million users in less than a week. And like there was like pretty good traction, so like we were pretty happy with the approach that we are going. So our aim is like we want to be like a middleware where anyone who wants to build a chain on like a Bitcoin, they can directly connect to us. We'll take care of all the settlement aggregation and the native verification on the BitVM side, and they can relax on the tech side and focus on like what they are good at. Like if they're app based chain or game based chain, they can focus on their game, work on the specific use case, and we handle like all the heavy load of all the like aggregation, settlement, and making sure that everything works well on the security aspect.
Would it be fair to say, just so I understand, that you're sort of taking care of the bridging piece of things and letting people sort of modularly plug a ZKP BitVM bridge into other execution environments? Am I getting that right?
Yeah, so like there are like two different parts. So one is like the like different chains have a different state change mechanism. So we are verifying that for the ZK based chain, and also like in future like we are focusing on the bridging aspect also. So as the Bitcoin implementation is not that apt right now, so initially we are much more focusing on the state verification, and once the state verification is complete, we'll be focusing on the bridging side.
I'm interested in this general idea of sort of being able to kind of modularly plug these bridges into other execution environments. So perhaps we'll circle back on that. But thank you so much for this introduction. So really quickly, because I know this is a hot topic, Udi, I'm going to circle back to you on, you mentioned the politics, right? You chose OpCat for political reasons. How's the political campaign going? Challenges, pros, cons. How has it been, you know, kind of actually trying to get this BIP through the system?
Yeah, so when we started kind of publicly talking about OpCat exactly 1 year ago, really, I would say that nobody took it seriously. I think I would say people saw it as a joke, kind of. I don't think anyone seriously considered that OpCat would be the next soft fork on Bitcoin. There were a few, you know, at the time, Robin Linus was one of the only Bitcoin developers who were very much pro OpCat, and maybe, you know, one or two others. But really, for most people, they didn't really consider it as a serious option. I would say that completely flipped to the point that I think both in the developer community, you know, the kind of entrepreneurial community too, in the mining community, I would say that OpCat probably has the most, you know, visibility at this point. Probably is kind of the, even in the developer community, there's recently been this kind of we can argue about how accurate and how accurately it reflects reality, but there's this wiki page where a bunch of Bitcoin developers have been kind of stating their opinions on which proposal they prefer for the next soft fork for Bitcoin. OpCat is leading that among kind of Bitcoin developers who chose to take an opinion. So I think, yeah, I think we've came pretty far. That said, you know, the one of the most difficult parts of this kind of political process is that there isn't a clear process, right? Like, how do you get a soft fork through? Ask anyone you want, they'll all tell you basically the same thing. Well, the knowledgeable people will tell you the same thing, which is, I don't know, right? And we can look at the way that soft forks happened in the past and try to replicate that. But the truth is that the process for activating basically each one of the soft forks in Bitcoin's 15-year history, the process has always been different from the time before. And we very strongly believe that this time is going to be different too. And it's kind of this process of discovery where you're like, you kind of just try to push through and you hit all kinds of obstacles and you try to find a way around them, and eventually we'll find out like a new process, which sadly will probably also not be relevant for the next time we want to do it. So it's this very difficult kind of process of a lot of politics, a lot of politics is mostly what it is. But politics is sometimes easy when you know who's making the decisions, and the difficult and beautiful thing about Bitcoin is there isn't a person or a group that is calling the shots. So reaching consensus in that way is challenging, and I think that's why a lot of people are kind of, it's hard to see the light in the end of the tunnel, and it's hard to kind of make concentrated bets on when Opcat will be live or other soft forks. So I think that's where the challenge comes from. I also think that going through this process in the past for previous soft forks, I actually do have a lot of confidence that it'll happen, and that's why just because of the direction that things are moving, what we see, even though I can't paint the picture of what the next few weeks and months are going to look like, I can take a look at every at the last 12 months, and I can tell you that there's been progress literally every month. So the trend, I think, is very positive, and that's why we're very, very bullish on this. But it is
You've been
frustrating, I
very
think, that you
confident.
can't paint a picture for like how this is going to happen.
You've been very confident on Twitter. You've expressed a lot of confidence on Twitter that this is going to happen sooner rather than later. Is there a specific reason why you're confident about the timeline? Do you have a prediction on when something like this will actually be implemented?
Yeah, the reason that we've been so bullish on the timeline is just because things have happened much faster than we expected so far. So, and that is the only way I know to measure these things, right? So I'm just looking at, okay, we've got a bunch of people showing support. We've got all types of projects, all types of companies, all basically saying, yeah, we need Opcat. When we started this, we didn't expect Starknet to basically shift the entire strategy for the entire project to be around Opcat. Didn't expect that. We didn't expect that a bunch of Lightning projects are going to be like, yeah, you know what, this is actually the best things for Lightning. We didn't expect that Blockstream is going to be so supportive of it. A lot of things that we didn't think were going to happen, and they did, and they happened way faster than we thought. So, I'm just saying, okay, if we keep this in the same pace, this is probably going somewhere.
Speaking of timelines, I want to turn the conversation to both Ekrem and Alexei. What will the transition be like for those folks who are building with BitVM, who presumably are going to be moving to implement Opcat? Is that something that's going to take a lot of time? Is that something that's going to be a big lift for the companies who are currently building bridges with BitVM? Or is that, something that can happen relatively smoothly?
I mean, or Ekrem, do you want to go first?
You can go first.
I think the good and bad thing about Bitcoin upgrades is like you will know within 6 months before it actually goes to mainnet that this is happening. Like there is no, oh, tomorrow we have Opcat, what are we gonna do? Oh my god. And like as startups working in this field, it's like our job like to be up to speed in this, and like we'll know that it's happening. We're not like a massive exchange like Coinbase or Binance, which like took ages to even like a year even afterward, like Taproot, to start supporting these things, and only because there was demand. Okay, fair enough. For them, it's like one of many things they care about. For us, it's like the thing. So I don't really see that as a major challenge. Like if it happens, cool, we'll be there, we'll be on top of it. And I think, I mean, Ekrem, I would be surprised if you guys say like, oh, maybe we'll wait a year to see if it works. Maybe to add to the timing part, and I had some interesting debates with also like Eric around this, and he did kind of convince me that timing is really important. And this isn't debated enough. Like, yes, I'm a proponent of we should ship BitVM and prove that there's demand and that people really care about these things, because that really, I think, will help us get the majority of the Bitcoin community on the side of making an upgrade. And sure, like there's really a clear reason, because I think a lot of people were burned by, okay, well, let's make an upgrade to fix Lightning, and then suddenly had, ordinals and BitVM now. So, it kind of, it backfired in a good way. But with the institutionalization of Bitcoin, and we see on the market is Bitcoin's detaching from everything else, I think this is a different kind of cycle potentially, and the behavior of Bitcoin and its users is going to change as it's getting more distribution, more institutionalization. And I honestly do agree here with, I'm putting these words in Udi's mouth, given that Eric said them, so I assume they're somewhat aligned, but I'm just guessing. That there is like a tick, the clock is ticking. Like, I think we have this year to really make a lot of progress and lock in what's happening next. Otherwise, it's just going to get more difficult. So I do think that the debates that are happening, even if they're sometimes controversial, they're definitely necessary.
In a second, I'm going to kind of wrap us up by talking about some of the security related concerns or just broad concerns from the community about implementing this. I know you mentioned sort of the uncertainty of what could people use this for being kind of the primary concern that folks are talking about. So we'll circle back to that in a moment. But quickly before we do that, Akram, I just want to say, are you guys sort of preparing for an OpCat future, or how are you thinking about this in terms of your BitVM versus OpCat building strategy?
So right now, we are not preparing for OpCat, but as Alexei said, switching from BitVM-based bridge to OpCat-based bridge would be very simple, and it can be done in 6 months, because like BitVM-based bridge is much more, I believe BitVM-based bridges are much more complex than OpCat-based bridges. So, and like also OpCat-based bridges are more secure than BitVM-based bridges. So we'll like obviously switch to more secure one. I feel like it's our mission to use what's the most secure one, like if it's possible, feasible. So I believe it can be done in 6 months. I mean, if OpCat doesn't come, but some Covenant soft forks come, we'll also using them as well, because signing committee is not always good for security. So yeah, that's it for me.
So it sounds like, even though timing is a little bit of a mystery, it sounds like everyone's on the same page. No one is expecting this to happen in the next 6 months, is what I'm hearing. Really quickly before we wrap up, I do want to get into some of the concerns around OpCat. I would be remiss not to kind of get people's opinions about them, although it sounds like everyone on this panel is kind of on the same page. Udi, how do you respond to sort of the criticism that, like Taproot, which led to all these unintended consequences, like, greater data availability, ordinals, et cetera. How do you respond to the criticism that, OpCat, we should be cautious and conservative about OpCat because we don't know how it will be used and it could end up, introducing attack vectors that we're not aware of?
I know a lot of people that hold and use Bitcoin, like a lot, over the last 10 years that I've been involved in Bitcoin, I've been making a lot of friends and making a lot of enemies. And I know a lot of people who use Bitcoin. And I talk to them very frequently. And I don't know anyone, not a single one, whose usage of Bitcoin or holding Bitcoin has been somehow hurt by Taproot. I don't know a single person who is somehow positioned more poorly now because Taproot happened. Specifically, if we want to talk about ordinals, I don't know anyone who was hurt by the existence of ordinals. I think miners have been very happy about it, at least for a significant chunk of time. Some people have been playing around with ordinals a lot, and they seem happy too. And a lot of Bitcoin holders do not care about ordinals at all. They don't do anything with their existence, means nothing to them, and they don't care. If at all, Bitcoin has went up since ordinals were introduced. Bitcoin is now worth 5 times more than it was when ordinals were introduced. Is that because of ordinals? I would imagine probably not, but it definitely did not hurt anyone. Okay, there is a small group of people that I affectionately refer to as laser-eyed maxis, who do not care as much about the price of Bitcoin or the adoption of Bitcoin. In fact, they tend to say that they think Bitcoin should not be adopted. They tend to say that they think ETFs are bad, that institutional adoption is bad, that new people should not use Bitcoin because they don't get it as well as they do. They care a lot about views to their podcasts and so on, and that's okay. And I would agree that they were hurt by ordinals because the views that they were getting for their podcast did take a big sharp dip after ordinals started. I think their kind of worldview has taken a very, very big hit in the last 24 months. So I understand why they're upset, and I understand if they feel the same way about Cat. People who care about Bitcoin's price performance, people who care about Bitcoin's stability, Bitcoin's decentralization, Bitcoin's security, I don't see any reason why they would be upset about Cat. People who care about people knowing that they're pure Bitcoiners who are maximalists, they hate other chains, they hate other tokens, people who care about that, I can see why they might be upset. But people who want Bitcoin to go up and want adoption to go up and want developers to build on Bitcoin and want the security of Bitcoin to improve, I think they should love Opcat, and it looks like they do. Some people just don't care about it, which is also a very reasonable position. But I don't actually know a lot of people who are very concerned about what will happen once Cat is live. I think that's quite literally concern trolling.
Does anyone want to add to that before we wrap up? Is there any devil's advocate play? And I know that this panel is, pretty much all of the mind that Opcat is good and building on Bitcoin is good and, expanding use cases for Bitcoin is good. That is not necessarily like a global perspective, but certainly a perspective of most on this stage. Does anyone else want to take the devil's advocate here on potential risks associated with Opcat to broader Bitcoin before we sign off?
I mean, okay, I'll take one for the team, I guess. Then
yeah.
I mean, I think we had I think this panel was very refreshing in the sense that I think it was a very transparent discussion about pros and cons of Opcat, and Udi highlighted. Look, I mean, it is definitely not the nicest opcode. It is a hack. It is not ideal in its design, and it's hard to use. And I mean, yes, we can bring up the argument that with things like Opcat, you definitely open up more attack surfaces, right? It is the case, right? Just because, computationally speaking, you can do more things, it means you can. It's impossible to map out all possible attack vectors. Now, whether this is a reason not to activate something is up for debate. That's why this is such a hot debate at the end of the day, because on one hand, if you following logic, okay, if I can't really find anything easily, but someone might, is that a reason to not do it? On the other hand, it's Bitcoin. This is the one thing, if it goes wrong, we'll go home, right? So I can see why there's resistance. And to bring one argument here, why, yes, it is Bitcoin, it's been around for so long, and the kind of risks were fixed, but even when the issues, the reason why Satoshi moved it are no longer present. But then, I mean, ETH, not so long ago, after being around for a long time, had a bug with gas estimations where you could take out a lot of the nodes. In fact, one of my colleagues from PhD team has actually discovered it, and it had to get patched in an upcoming fork. And that happened to Ethereum much, much later in its existence. And it's not as old as Bitcoin, but these things can pop up. And then the question that arises here, let's say nothing happens for 5 to 10 years, and then someone discovers something. Can we patch Bitcoin fast enough to fix a potential bug like this? So that is, I think, what it burns down to, in my view. And there's no easy answer of, is that a risk we should accept or not? I'm not sure. I think we definitely have to move. And my personal take is probably TX hash is a lower risk, but it is not as powerful. And that is essentially the trade-off. And I ultimately and also we at Bob haven't made a final position yet, because we're actually digging quite deep through the different options. But the position that we definitely present is we need a fork ultimately. Bitcoin will have to upgrade and innovate. Otherwise, it will never fulfill this mission of, or like the ideal flippening of there's more BTC on L2s and in DeFi than on ETFs.
That makes sense. I don't remember if it was the BitVM panel earlier today, but one thing that I might add that was sort of an aha moment for me today was the risks associated with not having trustless bridging in the first place, right? And all of the Bitcoin that is lost on account of bad bridging, for lack of a better word, custodial bridging. So yeah, I hope that everyone goes home and thinks about that as well when they're thinking about OpCat. This was an awesome panel. Udi, you always bring it. Thank you, Ekram, Alexi, and Ayush. This was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you, everyone, for your insight and another amazing panel. Next, we'll hear a presentation from Citria co-founder Orkan Kilic on why Bitcoin needs ZK.
Expand Bitcoin's utility without sacrificing its security. Citria enables Bitcoin to function as a fully programmable financial platform using zero-knowledge technology. With Citria, developers can build scalable payment systems, tap into Bitcoin's liquidity with financial applications, and build privacy systems. Citria is currently on testnet and approaching mainnet. Follow the progress at Citria_XYZ.
Hello everyone. Have a nice day. Hope everyone having. I was watching some of the panels, especially the last one before this, and I think in general the topics are very relevant to what I will discuss today. We talked about BitVM, the risk of BitVM, and like the different side of BitVM bridges and like OPCAT. And actually, I'm using most of these conversations in my presentation. So for start, I want to talk about why Bitcoin needs ZK. So in the beginning, let's start with like very short primer on ZK rollups. We talked this about a lot in previous conferences and like the podcasts that we do. But in general, basically, this is a life cycle of a transaction in a ZK rollup. So basically, having Bitcoin here is important because now being a ZK rollup on Bitcoin means that you are actually posting your data to Bitcoin together with your ZK proofs. And why we are doing it is basically we provide cheaper transaction fees and potentially more features while maintaining the same level of security, because it's essentially mathematics and Bitcoin consensus again. Just like having Bitcoin consensus alone, adding ZK doesn't add much trust, especially in different kind of proof systems. So this is basically how a ZK rollup would work on Bitcoin. But why we are building the ZK rollups is more fundamental questions that we should ask. And in general, we think that the most secure way to scale Bitcoin is basically sharding its execution with verifiability and data to inherit Bitcoin security guarantees. So the ZK proofs are kind of succinct compressors for your data and for your process. So building a ZK rollup means that you have almost another blockchain, like a virtual blockchain, where you compress all the inputs and outputs and the execution into one succinct proof, so that proof can actually be embedded in Bitcoin, so that we can inherit much of the security guarantees coming from Bitcoin, such as if we build a ZK rollup on Bitcoin, we inherit Bitcoin's double spending guarantee, we inherit Bitcoin censorship resistance guarantees. And the one, probably like the best thing about this is it allows adapting any execution environment, because essentially what Bitcoin sees is just the ZK proof, and what you prove inside is not a concern for Bitcoin. So you can even embed EVM, just like what Citria is building, or you can build any other VM that you want inside the ZK rollup. And I think the other important point, which is very relevant with the previous panel, is these ZK proofs allows you to build trust minimize or trustless bridge, depending on the state of Bitcoin. So the ZK rollups inherit Bitcoin security, but how to solve that old two-way peg problem that we've been talking about for almost a decade? The main thing about rollups is they initially designed on Ethereum to build a trustless bridge between the base layer and these new blockchains. So there are a couple things that a developer do here while building a ZK rollup. First, you build a ZK verifier in the base layer scripting language, and then you have a state-carrying smart contract that can actually verify the ZK proof and then move the next state route. And you should also have obviously a withdraw function where people can call this function and move their funds to the L1 again. And today, how we do it on Bitcoin is BitVM. So on Citrea right now, we have this BitVM component where we utilize to actually settle our ZK rollup to Bitcoin so that we can have a trust minimized ZK rollup where we can move our BTC from Bitcoin main chain to Citrea very easily. So basically, BitVM is optimistic challenge response protocol where it allows to verify a ZK proof in an optimistic manner. And it also emulates a covenant basically using an N-of and multisig. So that with these assumptions, we can actually build a ZK rollup bridge with one of an assumption instead of the traditional honest majority assumptions that comes with multisig bridges, such as sidechains or moving Bitcoin to the Ethereum. This is also a very basic schema to understand how actually Citrea does this. We have an aggregated meta ZK proof we call light client proof. And that is basically a compressed version of Citrea. And in a single proof, that proof actually represents the whole history of Citrea where you can get the data by utilizing Merkle proofs. And that proof is the thing that's getting verified in BitVM so that Bitcoin can now actually understand whether what things happened on Citrea and what things didn't happen on Citrea. So in the future, again, like the last panel, if we had OPCAT or like OPZKP, another like hypothetical opcode, if we had, then we could actually build these ZK verifiers in a trustless manner so that we don't have actually the one-of-n trust assumption. So in general, I think the technical parts of it is very, very clear. But there's much more fundamental question that we should ask. Why do all of these? Like why we are doing all of these technical stuff like the BitVM, ZK proofs, rollups, and what's the goal here? So the Bitcoin is initially created to serve as money. And money basically serves the three main functions: store of value, medium of exchange, and eventually the unit of account. And there's an economy around money basically involving everyday transactions such as payments, the international interactions, investments, supply chain, peer-to-peer lending, crisis relief. A lot of things is actually enabled by money. And collectively, we call these things economy. And we believe having an on-chain economy actually increases the financial inclusion for everyone by naturally, because now we have a permissionless system where everyone can equally access to this economy. And so let's check like where is the on-chain economy happening nowadays. And like the biggest exchange by volume is obviously Uniswap and Ethereum. And the biggest lending is happening on Ethereum again. Payments probably on Tron. The prediction markets, obviously Polymarket is leading on Polygon. And the decentralized stablecoin, they not so decentralized anymore, but still it's leading on Ethereum. So as you can see, none of these economies are actually happening on Bitcoin. But previously, all these primitives actually tried on Bitcoin. This is a quote from Joy Krug, one of our investors. And he basically stated that it's not super well known, but back when we are starting Augur, we tried to building on top of Bitcoin. So Augur was the first ever prediction market launched on Ethereum. And actually, the co-founder, Joy, says that they initially started this idea to build on Bitcoin, but they couldn't because there weren't enough tooling to do this. A very similar case with Vitalik as well. He wanted to launch Ethereum on Bitcoin. It was almost an Ethereum, I would say. It was a scripting language, not actually the EVM, but he wanted to launch this idea first on Bitcoin through some back then an old layer called Mastercoin, but he couldn't do it either. And actually the lesson here is all of these primitives were tried on Bitcoin, but there was not enough infrastructure to build all of these, but clearly there was a demand to build all of these stuff on Bitcoin. So with Citrea, basically what we are doing is creating the foundation for Bitcoin apps. Citrea will provide the best DevX and user experience to people to use actually Bitcoin. You don't have to hold an L1 UTXO, or you don't have to deal with opening channels, or you don't have to go with custodial encashments. We can actually provide a much better user experience to the Bitcoiners and like new Bitcoiners as well
than the existing landscape. And the developers, they are not forced to build on other blockchains, because Joy, Vitalik, they were all forced to build on other chains, such as Ethereum. He created Ethereum, and then Joy built on top. But what if we could all of these on Bitcoin? Then why build on another blockchain? So this is basically how we started to build Citrea, because users don't have to make a choice between giving up on Bitcoin or relying on fully custodial applications. This was the core idea behind Citrea, and all of these technical things that we try to do, building rollups, building the ZK technology, building on BitVM. The reason for all of these is to create a better infrastructure for Bitcoin so that both developers and users can actually benefit from these. And the market is huge. Like, the Bitcoin dominance is almost around 60%, but Bitcoin DeFi is very, very small compared to the rest of the ecosystem. And the non-Bitcoin things are almost like at 40%, but the DeFi there, or the economy there, more importantly, is much bigger than how Bitcoin is involved in this economy, even if you include the payments happening on Lightning or eCash or like some of the other smaller Bitcoin layers. And we believe that Bitcoin apps have the potential to push Bitcoin dominance even up, as well as bringing more Bitcoin into the on-chain economy. Because this is eventually a limitation to get new users, new holders to Bitcoin, because they don't want to open these ugly Bitcoin wallets to hold their UTXO, or they don't need an on-chain fund to open a Lightning channel. They could just open their very consumer-oriented wallet and get their Bitcoin, and then now they're another Bitcoin holder, which will eventually push this dominance, hopefully, to 100%. And to do all of these, basically, we launch Citrea Origins. It's a community of select developers who are building Bitcoin applications. I personally think that Bitcoin applications are 10 times more important than Citrea itself. It's more important than the infrastructure. It is more important than BitVM, more important than ZK proofs, because they're eventually the end goal, how Bitcoin should look like, and we are just trying to provide the best infrastructure to make them possible. That's why we created this incubation program to accelerate hyper-Bitcoinization. So Origins is a community of select developers collaborating closely with Citrea engineers, marketeers, ecosystem builders to scale Bitcoin apps from 0 to hundreds. So you already see the Twitter handle there. You can follow the progress there. If you are building something on Bitcoin, you can always DM me or any of my teammates. We are happy to help you go through the Citrea ecosystem, onboard to the Citrea ecosystem as well. So I will sum up, and what we are saying here is we want to have a Bitcoin-backed economy, and while doing that, we don't want to rely on custodial MITs for privacy, custodial vaults for payments. We don't want to go to a custodial lending desk to borrow against our Bitcoin, or we don't want to even use custodial exchange to buy Bitcoin. With Citrea, we can actually do all of these in a non-custodial manner, and to me, this is the only thing that actually matters. We can have non-custodial pools for privacy. We can have programmable wallets for payments. We can have decentralized money markets to borrow against our Bitcoin even more efficiently. And we can have non-custodial exchange to buy Bitcoin directly to our wallet without having any intermediaries in between. That's why I and all of our team is building Citrea, because we have a very clear goal: accelerate a Bitcoin-backed economy and eventually reach to a hyper-Bitcoinization. So this was all about my presentation. You already see the Twitter handle and our webpage there. You can visit, and like I said, if you're a builder, want to build something on Bitcoin, feel free to DM me, and I'm happy to answer all your questions, what about Citrea, the ecosystem, and all of the technical things that blocks you.
Thanks so much, Orkan. Really appreciate your presentation.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Our next panel dives deeper with an examination of how ZK VMs fit into the BitVM design and contribute to scalability improvements. Welcome back, Alice, as our moderator, along with Ming from ZKM, Morgan from Lida, Jacob from Risk Zero, and Ratan from Succinct.
I do think that we're going to see a lot of infra converge to provable VMs, also known as ZK VMs. Depending on the use cases, they might be adapted, but overall, I think we're going to see a shift from low-level circuits to ZK VMs.
So there's so many things you can squeeze out of ZK, and it just gets better when you combine these other things.
We can use our knowledge in ZK to build these applications on Bitcoin, which may help make Bitcoin maybe 100% use the only blockchain again in the world, because Bitcoin is the best monetary asset that we have. Bitcoin blockchain is the most secure blockchain that we have.
I will say that the boldest prediction though is, and it's not me making this up, a friend of mine, Vinishri Rao, she's I think a famous cryptographer, you guys probably know her. She's launching the Fermat network, and she's been out there publicly saying her prediction is that ZK is going to replace blockchain.
You have the code, you have the input, which is all the transactions, and you put that in. You create statements and you generate proofs. There is no component whatsoever of blockchain, but ZK is a component, and this is an example to explain also my thesis that I think ZK will become bigger than blockchain.
All right, hi everyone. Welcome to our third panel for the day. So Orkun from Sichia just presented a talk on why Bitcoin needs ZK. For this panel, we'll be diving into a bit more about the how with ZKVM specifically. We're very excited to have our panelists join here today. We have Ming from ZKM, Morgan from Lida, Jacob from RiskZero, and Ratan from Succinct, to discuss the roles about ZKVMs specifically in Bitcoin scaling. So just as some context, we'll examine how ZKVMs can be integrated into Bitcoin scaling approaches. All of our panelists will discuss their respective ZKVM implementations, any kinds of technical and architectural design considerations for integrating ZKVMs with BitVM and other L2 designs, and also the security implications for the network. So our goal here is to flesh out the different opportunities and then also potential limitations and trade-offs, and really try to analyze where ZKVMs fit into enhancing Bitcoin scalability. Each of our panelists here are major contributors to the top ZKVMs and have been in the ZK space for many years now and have many insights to share. So I'm very excited to have this discussion with all of you. But to start, I'm wondering if each of you can introduce yourself, the project you're working on, and highlight any kind of research, integrations, or examples tied to your ZKVMs that are being used for Bitcoin scaling. So Ratan, how about we start off with you? Yeah, Ratan, sorry, I can't hear you. Oh, no worries. Yeah, maybe try rejoining and coming back. Okay. Next on my screen, I see Jacob. How about you start while we wait for Ratan?
Yeah, so my name's Jacob. I'm the product lead for the protocol that RiskZero is building, which is called Boundless, which the main goal of the protocol is to make ZK more accessible. We invented this really nice RISC-V ZKVM that a bunch of really smart people are working on as well. And that really changed the notion of doing ZK as, instead of having a PhD in cryptography, just writing Rust. However, just writing Rust and generating ZKPs does not get you to a production-ready application. So we're building Boundless to abstract that away. And of course, Bitcoin's a big focus there. A few teams we're working with, Citrea, which is building a Bitcoin L2, Bitcoin OS, which has a verifier, Layer Edge, which is a Bitcoin aggregator, and we're also working with the really good folks at Babylon and Fiamma.
Great.
Awesome. Should I hop in now, Alice? Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
All
can
good?
hear you perfectly.
Great. Yeah, no, it is. Thanks for the intro, Alice. I missed a bit of what Jacob was saying, but it's good to see all of you here. Yeah, I can give a brief intro on what we're working on here at Succinct, and then talk a little bit more about the projects that are building on top of us in Bitcoin. So at Succinct, we're building SP1, which is one of the leading ZK VMs. We work pretty closely with a lot of teams to really help them take applications that depend either on scalability or privacy, and leverage ZK to make those applications actually possible, right? So we most recently been working pretty closely with teams in the Ethereum rollup ecosystem, where we've seen that previous approaches to ZK have been quite difficult to deploy. So you had to make trade-offs of, oh, I need to have a team of cryptographers that are working on the zero-knowledge circuit for my rollup, and the iteration timeline on actually deploying that would be on the order of years. Now, teams can take production-ready libraries like Reth, which are written in Rust, compile that into RISC-V, and run it with SP1 to actually get production-ready security and performance with ZK, which is, I think, quite powerful. I think with Bitcoin, what we're seeing is the early innings of such deployments, right? So at Succinct, we've already taken one such rollup and actually deployed it into production with OP Succinct, which is using the OP stack to essentially proving the OP stack instead of ZK. And with Bitcoin, I think we're excited to see how not only bridges, but actually proofs of Bitcoin can be used to unlock new applications, right? So people want to bridge assets from Bitcoin to Ethereum and other ecosystems more trustlessly. We work with a team called Rift, which actually has implemented that. They bridge state from Bitcoin to L2s and the ETH L1 to actually enable such a bridge. We're also working with teams like Nubit. I did a chat with them recently, and they're building this project called Goldnulls, which essentially takes ordinals, but actually removes the trusted off-chain indexer component and makes it fully trustless with ZK. So yeah, there's a couple of cool projects I think we're pretty excited about that are in the Bitcoin ecosystem related to bridging, making applications more trustless, and then also unlocking better scalability via rollups or other mechanisms.
Yeah, thank you, Ratan. Morgan, would you like to go next?
Hi, Morgan Thomas. I'm a cryptography engineer at Lida. We're building the Valida toolchain and ZKVM. So this is a zero-knowledge virtual machine based on the Valida ISA, which is an instruction set architecture designed specifically for use in ZKVMs. And we also build the associated compiler toolchain, which can compile C code and Rust code to run on the Valida ZKVM. Our main focuses are sort of performance, speed and efficiency of proving, as well as space efficiency, and usability, time to market for projects building on the system, as well as security. We don't have any major applications yet. We're still working on getting everything to a level of maturity where production-ready applications can be built on our stack. I am aware of some R&D that's going on that could be used to connect Valida with Bitcoin, and I'm happy to talk more about that later.
Thank you, Morgan. Ming, would you like to go next?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Ming Guo. I'm the co-founder and chief scientist of ZKM. We also developed a ZKVM called ZK MIPS. Yeah, it's based off the old and very stable MIPS architecture. So MIPS is actually very similar to RISC. We can call ourselves RISC serial for that matter. So for us in ZKM, we already take action to support ZKVM and any kind of computation on Bitcoin. So we spin off a project which is sponsor of this conference, Gold Network. So we kind of envisioned a era of more application on blockchains. Bitcoin is famous for the fact that it's used as a store of value instead of the initial Satoshi's, in his white paper that for Bitcoin to be a P2P payment system. so why use Bitcoin as a computing platform? It's probably not going to be very good, even if we make it good with BitVM and ZKVM, it's still not going to be very good. But there's a need for a lot of value holders on Bitcoin to generate yield, which is why Gold Network is built itself around. For that matter, ZK-MIPS provides a foundation to support Gold Network's ambition to be the value generator, dividend generator for Bitcoin holders. Yeah, let's just start from there.
Thank you for all of your intros. I wanted to first start off with a bit of a discussion about some of the strides that are being made into making Bitcoin more programmable. Like what you mentioned, Ming, we have BitVM. There's some potential for new opcodes such as opcat to be implemented. There's some new strides being made with the development of covenants and many other sort of developments. But what kinds of frameworks, tools, or cryptographic mechanisms do you believe are needed to make Bitcoin scaling with ZKVMs more feasible? Are there any kind of trade-offs to consider when using these kinds of tools? How about we first start off with Jacob?
Yeah, I think Bitcoin, alongside other ecosystems, are in a really, really nice spot right now. Ethereum has spent multiple billions, maybe even 5 billion on ZK research over the last 3, 4, 5 years. And we're all sort of converging on this standard of a ZKVM, which of course we're all working on right now. And it will just be a huge unlock. I mean, Ratan already touched on this a little bit, but you no longer need to raise $100 million and have a team of 15 cryptographers to build ZK applications. And now you have to do write in Rust. I think there are quite a few different bridge designs out there right now. You have opcat, you have BitVM too, and I know there's some other standards that are floating around that all come with a different set of trade-offs. But regardless, the Bitcoin community does not need to worry about a large R&D effort implementing them all in ZK. Once they converge onto that standard, they should be able to do it quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And really like the focus that we no longer need to have these advanced cryptographers or mathematicians or just anyone who has an intensive background in ZK to be able to write these ZK applications. And I think a lot of ZKVM projects here are really kind of advocating for that kind of vision. Does anyone else have any thoughts as to the types of tools, new opportunities that can be provided, as well as their potential trade-offs?
Yeah, let me jump in. So it's actually quite a challenge to build apps for Bitcoin. The reason is that the design of Bitcoin from its founder Satoshi Nakamoto, he actually actively kind of raised the security concern to reduce the compute power of Bitcoin. So that poses a big challenge, which is the host that you're developing for doesn't want more compute. I think that's a bad thing. So that's why we had the awkward situation that all the excellent talks before about the opcat route and BitVM. The ZKVM's role in this is that we kind of enabled arbitrary computation. This kind of verified computing can be readily verified on Bitcoin, although not very conveniently. And the challenges is actually not on the ZKVM side, I think. It's still on the Bitcoin side, how to implement either path, right? Either pathways. Opcat, which is probably mostly a political debate rather than a technology one. They could just because OPCAD was originally there, and Satoshi took them out very early on, and they could, the community can just vote on to enable it. For BitVM, that's of course a lot of development was going on, including us. I think the ultimate deciding factor is any application is the UX. Whoever has the most convenient UX, the experience, to sort of align with the purpose of ZKVM is that you take cryptography, you take like needing 50 PhDs, taking them out of the factor of the users or like the user developers, and kind of make it, for example, for Bitcoin developers, make them sort of consider less about all these concerns about the ZK, and just make it almost as if they're developing a simple script, and then that's it, because the computation, the apps are kind of not related actually to Bitcoin, although it serves Bitcoin, serves actually the Bitcoin holders to want to generate yield. I think that's something that we at ZKM is try to do, is to build the full experience. I mean, for Gold, of course, but ZKM as well. To enable app development, easier. As everyone should do as a developer.
Yeah, awesome. Does anyone else have any more thoughts to add on?
I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Morgan. All you.
Oh, sure. Thanks. So I think Ming is on point that the key technical challenge of Bitcoin scaling layers is the limited computational capacity of Bitcoin, which makes it very challenging to do something like verify a proof. Although it has been done on Bitcoin, it's very expensive, and for this reason, I'm bullish on the idea of optimistic fraud proofs as the most viable path forward for Bitcoin scaling layers. So BitLayer did this with Groth 16. I think a good next step could be to have like an optimistic Stark verifier. So Stark proofs would help. Stark proofs don't have a trusted setup process, and so verifying Stark proofs on chain would help with reducing the trust assumptions. And if you use optimistic ZK fraud proof, then you get a lower amount of storage on chain and computing on chain required to verify the proofs. So that to me seems like something that would be helpful for making these Bitcoin scaling layers that I haven't seen out there yet, although maybe it's out there.
Yeah, thank you, Morgan. And before we continue, I'm wondering if any, because I heard some feedback on my end. So while others are speaking, if we could all just mute while someone is speaking, that would be great. But definitely agree that, and definitely see some trends where like the key technical challenge is, as you said, Morgan, the limited computational capacity of Bitcoin. And really interesting that you mentioned that, very much bullish on these optimistic fraud proofs for Bitcoin scaling. Would love to dive into that more later down in the conversation. But Ratan, would you like to add anything?
No, I think that they covered it. Yeah, I think one thing that I think is surfaced by everyone's points and probably deserves to be repeated again is no longer for applications that are deploying is ZK the limitation, right? Like we have these like excellent teams that we work with that now get to spend their whole day just thinking about how can we make this work with Bitcoin. Whereas before they were concerned about like, oh, like, will we actually be able to build an application that, works well on top of Bitcoin? Like we have a team, for example, that we work with called Alpin that's launching this project called Strata, which essentially allows you to deploy EVM compatible rollups on top of Bitcoin. And for them, right, like they get to design this beautiful, mechanism for ensuring that the validity of the rollups is correct on Bitcoin. And they don't have to worry at all about the component of actually launching, a ZK VM on top of Bitcoin, right? And then you have other projects like Rift that can focus on building a great bridge interface, right, for users, rather than spending, a long time trying to push for different opcodes to be added to Bitcoin in order to enable some application. I think Bitcoin in many ways is like incredibly ossified, right? So like, I think that requiring your application to depend on a new opcode being added to Bitcoin is a path towards sadness. So I'm glad that teams no longer have to be dependent on that. Now, of course, Opcat would be very nice, but there are many things that we can do before Opcat lands to actually bring ZK to the Bitcoin ecosystem, which I think is beautiful.
Thank you, Ratan. Yeah, I definitely agree that we should build towards not having to wait for like potential implementations to be made, which may or may not happen. It would be great, as you said, if opcode were to be implemented, but we should really try to focus on building ZK on Bitcoin, but without having to like fully depend on these kinds of implementations, whether or not they happen in the future. I wanted to also dive into more about the technical requirements for deploying ZK VMs on Bitcoin. Are there any sort of implementations that require any changes to, say, Bitcoin's consensus? Can it work with the current protocol? I'm also curious to hear if there are any specific architectural design considerations that must be made in order to extend or like apply your respective ZK VM to scaling Bitcoin. Are there any particular, for example, execution models or even proof systems that are better suited for Bitcoin specifically?
I think, sorry if I go first, like one limitation for Bitcoin, and like Morgan and everyone has talked about how limited execution is on Bitcoin, is that you're probably gonna have to use a Groth16 wrapper. I think even verifying a Groth16 wrapper on Bitcoin is a few $100s, which could be quite expensive. I think this does highlight another necessary piece of infrastructure, and I know some teams are already building on this, is you're gonna need like one aggregator for Bitcoin. It's gonna be very advantageous for all of these rollups and programmable layers on top to share that verification cost. The good thing is Bitcoin has 10-minute block times, and you're only going to post one every 10 minutes. So between like 10 to 20 rollups, you can really start to amortize the cost, which will be really nice. To my knowledge, there's no hard blocker for RISC-0, and I don't think there's going to be a hard blocker for the other teams. Someone's verified one of our proofs on Bitcoin already. And I don't think there will be any issues there.
Oh, hi, Ming. If you're currently speaking, I believe you're muted.
Oh, sorry about it. Yeah. So, yeah, I think I agree. There's no blocker on the not any, unless there's a bug or something. But that aside, there's always bugs. That aside, I don't think there's any significant blockers on the ZKVM side. On the Bitcoin side, yeah, I think Opcat would be nice. I also know like there's OpZKP, which is even nicer, which would be like a true. I think Eli mentioned something, or someone else, like a true rollup, like a native rollup. Oh, that's Justin. Anyway, but now I mean, like our team is similar to Citria, similar to I think RISC-0 for that matter, the BitVM 2 and BitVM in general. That approach, and I think for that there's that limitation of the the capacitive blockchain. It's a limited scripting capability. So that's why the BitVM 2 is built, promoted in the first place. And then there's 10-minute interval. I think that's could a good thing or bad thing, because you always have that 10-minute latency. And also there's the limit for 1 meg. There's I think Justin mentioned there's a holy war waged quite some ages ago for that. So there's those are the limits. So for that matter, Graph 16. Well, we in the in the ZKVM field, we have better protocols, but I think for now, Graph 16 is stuck with we're stuck with that because of these limitations. But there's no hard technical barriers, as it's just the teams kind of ready for deployment of BitVM2, and because this is the most viable path anyway. Yeah. I'm done.
Okay, great. Yeah, it seems like based on what you, Jacob, and Ming were saying, that most of the limitations and barriers lie on the Bitcoin side rather than on the ZKVM side. Like what you mentioned, Jacob, verifying the Groth 16 wrapper is expensive. It would be ideally more advantageous to share those verification costs. And Ming, you talked a little bit about the limiting scripting capabilities. Ratan and Morgan, do you have any more thoughts to add?
I think you guys have about covered it. The situation isn't substantially different for Valida. If you have a proof, you can wrap it however you like. However, it's nice to be verified on Bitcoin. So, that's a hard problem.
Absolutely. And I also wanted to ask you all a bit more about some of the security considerations, trust assumptions as well. So what are the trust assumptions security models involved in your ZKVM setups? Will these assumptions, models, or any kind of mechanisms that you use on the security side be affected when being extended to Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think one point that Vitalik brought up pretty recently, which I think is going to likely be where a lot of work goes in the future, is that the Groth 16 circuit-specific trusted setups are something that people would like to leave behind. Now, one thing that's interesting is, as Jacob mentioned, if you want to verify a proof on Bitcoin, well, you already, from my understanding, Bitcoin has split it across a bunch of transactions, right? Like you have to do this whole complex challenge mechanism. Plonk verification is more compute intensive than Groth 16. So if you move to, actually, let me describe at a high level what's going on. So Groth 16 basically is circuit-specific trusted setup. Plonk circuits are universal trusted setup. What this means is for Plonk, a team called Aztec did a one-time generation of randomness for the circuits, and now everyone can reuse this randomness, right? So you have one person that does a universal trusted setup, and then all circuits in the future can use this. However, it's more expensive to verify those proofs. If we move to using Plonk proofs for, let's say, these aggregation proofs that are being posted to Bitcoin, the transactions would be more expensive. So I think one trade-off that I think is interesting here is that if you're going to move to an aggregation-based model and you want to remove the trust assumptions associated with circuit-specific trusted setups, you're going to pay more compute cost. And so this is something that teams will have to be mindful of. And I do think it'll probably be something where teams start with Groth 16 and then move to Plonk as demand goes up. So, for right now, people care about that 3x overhead, so they use Groth 16. But when enough transactions and proofs are being landed on this, are being put inside of this aggregation proof, people will be more comfortable using Plonk. And I think we're going to see the same thing on Ethereum too. So I think that's one kind of component about that. That's pretty much the only place where it interacts with Bitcoin. So I think that's the thing that people will care about.
Yeah, I think let me chip in. So I think the both of these scenarios might find it could be one way for Ethereum because Ethereum just want cheap computation, but Bitcoin necessarily because Bitcoin could have a really expensive transaction involved the value it carries. For example, a very expensive transaction involves a lot of money, right? And they could, there could be a case to adopt a more secure, because more funds are are involved. They want a more direct, secure, less trust up. So so we could opt for that in those scenarios. So both can be argued to have a place. And then for cheap transactions, there's a lot of aggregation. Then Graph 16 probably is going to be maybe majority of the transactions. But for those who can afford it, there are a lot of people can afford it. For example, like an institutional transaction that involves like a large amount of funds could adopt like what was discussed by Vitalik, a general setup. It's what I think.
Yeah, thank you, Ming. Morgan or Jacob, any other thoughts to add?
I think the only additional like surface area for attack that I can think of would just be like the verifier implementation in like BitVM or on like BitScript or whatever you choose to do the verifier in. Additionally, to Ratan's point, maybe there would be an interesting mid-step of, the Bitcoin community could, come together and do one giant Graph 16 trusted setup ceremony, and then the input for that circuit be like a universal plonk that you could use for all the ecosystem projects.
So I think the question was about like trust assumptions and ZKVMs. And I think, the situation for Valida, which is also the situation for SP1 and for Risk Zero, is that there are no trust assumptions in the ZKVM proof protocol. And where the trust assumptions in this Bitcoin scaling scenario come in is in various proposed ways of doing the wrapper to put it onto the layer 1, the most prominent of which being Groth 16. I do also want to flag their cryptographic assumptions, which are not trust assumptions that these protocols are making. Like we're assuming that P is not NP. I think probably the most questionable assumption we're making currently, and this is common to all 3 ZKVMs I mentioned, is we're assuming that that a hash function can be sufficiently approximated by a random function for purposes of validating the soundness of the Fiat-Shamir heuristic application.
Absolutely. And it seems like over here, based on what was discussed, is a lot of it, trust assumptions may potentially come from the verifier implementation. And to your point, Ratan, I really liked how you mentioned the trade-off. If we were to use these aggregation-based models and remove certain trust assumptions, the cost will go up, but that's a trade-off to be considered. So really like that point that you made. And I also wanted to go into some more details into any particular types of use cases or applications that you're personally excited about, specifically new kinds of use cases that that ZKVMs can be used to enable for Bitcoin. Are there any that you're particularly excited about or are currently working on to build?
Let me jump in first on behalf of Goat, because we already found a use case and even start a new project for it, which is Goat, is to generate yield for Bitcoin holders. And I think a lot of people want to build rollups on Bitcoin is to try to replicate DeFi on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a store of value. There's a lot of people holding these assets. Well, just one asset is Bitcoin, which has a lot of value stored there, and those values are idle. So, and especially for Bitcoin holders, because the culture of Bitcoin is hold, and is holder. That's why they call holders. And this culture kind of it's kind of very has like two side effects. Well, the major one being that well, it's actually two sides of one effect is hold, right? So one side is that if you hold, the Bitcoin value would rise, right? And also will not just for yourself and for the whole ecosystem. So that's the rationale behind hold. But another side of this is that you cannot benefit for any like this Bitcoin, price hike, right? Like when the news is Bitcoin, have a big like jump, you would be happy, but you won't get any from it, right? Because you have to hold. If you sell, you could lose your value, it's difficult for you to jump back in, because that's normally the case for a lot of people, because you're not sailor, you're not those people, right? So then there's a use case very suitable for this is to for them to be able to generate yield, right? To be able to generate yield, you have to have smart contracts, and you have be able to do like simple DeFi, right? Not very complicated, but simple DeFi, and that's a use case on Bitcoin alone. It's probably worth billions of dollars, and that's the most reason to start gold and also build all this technology infrastructure to support this one use case. So yeah, so that's the rationale behind the use cases on our from our point of view.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this already, but I think the applications in Bitcoin kind of fall into like 3 or 4 categories. You have, bridges, which are quite exciting, right? People want these assets on ETH or in other places on Sol, wherever you want to say. I think there's rollups that people are building, mostly EVM compatible, though, you could build like an SVM rollup on top of Bitcoin if you really want to do that too. Maybe there's some cool unlocks there. I think that people are also trying to build more token standards, right? So this is what Nubit, among other people, are trying to do. I think there's another team called Charms, which is working on their own Bitcoin programmable or ordinal standard. And I think that those 3 combined really give you a lot of the same properties that you have on ETH, right? You have a proliferation of assets. You have the ability to move those assets anywhere you want. And you have programmability at the layer of the asset, which unlocks new applications. And so I think with the rollups especially, it's going to be quite interesting to see if you have the same dynamics of people, trying to allow for differentiation between them, right? You're going to have rollups that are hyper optimized for DeFi applications. Maybe you have different ones that are optimized for bridging into and out of different ecosystems. Perhaps you have the development of, a super chain like ecosystem on top of Bitcoin. So I think these are kinds of questions that, teams that we're talking to are trying to answer. And especially after the launch of Babylon, I think we've seen that there's a lot of demand for making Bitcoin useful. Lombard, which is like another team, recently launched like a liquid staking token on top of Babylon. I think that these things will only be accelerated more with Bitcoin, and the teams that are working there are really incredible. I think, in ETH, it can get tiring to see people launch the same rollups over and over. On Bitcoin, it's very fresh, right? You have these new designs that are uniquely unlocked by access to an asset which no one had before. And so I think, we're generally quite excited about the teams that we're working with. I'm sure, that everyone else here is too. There's just this beautiful renaissance happening in Bitcoin due to ZK. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think we get all the programmability you see on ETH. On top of the Bitcoin community gets to skip a lot of the pain that the Ethereum community has gone through of the last 2 years with just like launching different rollups. It used to be like how EVM equivalent is your rollup, and now really everyone's just going for straight EVM equivalents. One use case I'm quite excited about that I think will pop up on Bitcoin is you saw a lot of, the world's largest institutional asset managers in the world choose to support Bitcoin ETFs before. Some have started to explore ways to get additional yield on their Bitcoin through certain protocols. And I think you'll start to see with ZK, since we sort of have this property of boundless verifiable execution now, they'll start to bring additional asset classes that you could do more advanced yield calculations and then back it by settling to Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Jacob. And also, Ming, sorry to mention this again, but it seems like there's a lot of feedback coming from your end. If you could please mute it when you're not speaking, that would be really great. Thank you so much. But yeah, it seems like that there's quite a lot of use cases that we can be very excited about, whether it be ways of generating more yield, or Ratan, you mentioned about building more rollups on Bitcoin. And Jacob, what you mentioned that like the Bitcoin community really gets to kind of skip the pain that the Ethereum community had to face, and we now are like more prepared to build these kinds of applications. It's all very exciting. And just as a kind of like a last question before we close up, I'm very curious to hear more about the roadmap that each of your projects is going towards for further enhancing the functionality of your ZKVM in relation to Bitcoin scaling. So I know some of you guys mentioned about some of the other projects that you're currently working with, but very curious to hear about some specific items in the roadmap that our members in the audience can look forward to. So how do you plan to also keep in pace with Bitcoin's potential future upgrades or changes in protocol in addition to this?
All right, let me jump in first. I think that you asked earlier about the consensus. I think I didn't answer that, so let me just use up a minute to. Yeah, so the idea of bridging into Bitcoin is to minimize the consensus assumptions. But for that matter, we at the ZKM developed something called entangled rollup, which is kind of in the same spirit of like Superchain and these projects developed in other places. So in order to do that, that you have to keep your sort of in the same spirit of like functional program. You have to keep your computation pure, pure. Which is to establish these asset managers called like liquidity managers on the Bitcoin side. So this is something like maybe we can expand in other like discussions. Okay, so that's for the consensus side. Keep the computation pure. We have a special like treatment for oracles is that we arrange these oracles to be liquidity managers. So that's why we only do yield for as a base application layer. So all the various of applications could be a kind of yield paradigm. So you design in the gold ecosystem, all these applications could be fit into this category, fit this in paradigm. There's some kind of yield, and then we'll utilize a yield liquidity manager, and that minimize the security assumptions, make the computation pure. So so this also enables Go to build an ecosystem to provide yield and easy for application developers to follow the development paradigm, and also kind of minimize their exposure to security risks that may introduced by the computation, because we kind of enabled a complicated, very complex computing capability, and a settlement. For example, the challenge mechanism of BitVM is, yeah, like we discussed by various guests of this conference, is kind of expensive. So, and bugs can also render the situation even more chaotic. So we develop this ecosystem, this paradigm, to make the development of all kinds of apps easier on the Goat ecosystem. Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ming. Anyone else would like to share any kinds of developments later down in the roadmap, or anything that you're particularly looking most forward to?
So at Lita, we're working on a Groth16 wrapper integration for valid execution proofs, and we're working on recursive proving, proof aggregation, as well as, just like continuations, being able to prove arbitrarily long executions as a series of segments. So all of those should be coming out probably in the next few months. And at that point, it would be probably pretty viable to build rollups using Valida.
Yeah, I think one thing that we notice on Bitcoin is that, it's all Bitcoin transactions, right, are signed with SecP256K1 signatures, right? So this is like a elliptic curve that essentially is used for both signing like Ethereum and Bitcoin transactions. And so one thing that we have at SP1 and also Risser recently added support for is acceleration for K256 operations. We find that for teams that are trying to do things like zero sync, proving the state of Bitcoin from Genesis, this kind of acceleration is critical, and it's actually quite paramount that your zkVM supports great performance on that, not only in benchmarks but actually practically. And I think that this is where it's been really nice to see that this burden of proving out the utility of your zkVM is no longer handled by the zkVM team itself, but rather by the teams that are just building on top of it and seeing the utility of it. I think similarly to what we talked about earlier, where we were talking about what are the security assumptions for deploying an application using zkVMs on Bitcoin, and we were talking about, do you want to use Plonk or Groth16? I think for Bitcoin applications that depend on ZK critically, it's important that you have a censorship resistant and cheap way to get your proofs. I think that at Succinct, we're really trying to make this viable with the Succinct network. It's important that you don't just depend on one party, but rather a number of them to get applications that are requiring proofs on a critical path to actually use a system that they can depend on in production. So it's something that we're excited about. I think it'll be used all across Bitcoin, both for the rollups and for the bridges. And yeah, excited to see what happens moving forward.
Yeah, I'll just add on to Ratan because we seem to be working on similar things here. I think an additional precompile also is going to be not only do you want these like curves, but you also want certain hash functions, and Blake 3 is like quite prevalent in the Bitcoin ecosystem. At Risero, I mean, just like the people at Lita and Succinct, we're just trying to make ZK as cheap and fast as possible, right? We want as much compute at an affordable and practical pace as well. One contribution we're going to do for the whole space this year is we've partnered with the folks at Irreducible, and we're going to go ahead and implement the first RISC-V zkVM with Binius as the backend. Early numbers here show that it could be a magnitude speed up, and it's really good. Just like in general, hash-based proving is really good on accelerated hardware. So also very excited to work with them with that. We chatted earlier about how zkVMs have sort of fixed the development side, but with Boundless, we're really focused on fixing the deployment side. So how can we bring production-ready ZK infrastructure that gives you really strong liveness guarantees with the best market price for your proving possible, and make sure you don't have to leave where you are. That's where we're all focused on Boundless right now. It's currently in testnet. You can go develop. We'll be moving into the next phases very soon, and then hopefully mainnet this year.
Seems like from everyone, there's many new exciting developments to keep in mind for. But thank you everyone for joining the discussion. It seems like all of the ZKVMs here are really trying to optimize for that developer experience. We no longer need to hire a huge team of cryptographers, but now we can extend these ZK capabilities to regular everyday developers. It seems like many of our current limitations for scaling aren't really from the ZKVM side, but from the Bitcoin side, like how Yoel mentioned that it could be very expensive, especially, for example, verifying across 16 wrapper. There's some trade-offs to consider with trust assumptions, but with ZKVMs, by enabling a proof of arbitrary compute for any type of program, it can really help power the next stage for Bitcoin. And now we're able to see and build new use cases and applications that we haven't even thought were possible before. So we're definitely in a very exciting time. And I appreciate all of you for all of your insights.
Thank you, Alice, and panelists, for a great conversation. Our next speaker is Dr. Redwan Alkami of Goat Network, who will explore economic frameworks for generating sustainable revenue in Bitcoin scaling solutions. Welcome, Dr. Redwan.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I think I'm already. Do you guys hear me? Anybody can just say yes, no? Okay, perfect. Thank you for having me in this conference. I appreciate it. And actually, this is one of the snowy day in Toronto. Just turning like this, and I found this with huge snow. It means there is nothing else in the world I can do better than what I'm doing right now. It means I'm gonna get all my full attention to you guys, and hopefully there's gonna be some questions. And if there isn't, I'm just gonna go along with the idea of presenting. Hopefully, we don't have a lot of time. I just want to make sure at least to give you an overall view what we are trying to achieve, what do we do, and why we kind of care a lot about the word sustainable yield. Means GOAT is I'm Redwan Alkami. I'm the economic lead of the project. I kind of work on the design side of the economic model, because as it's going to come clear, economics is going to play a huge role. Technology is a backbone of everything, but economics more and more is going to be an important aspect into any layers that needs to promise paying any yield, because there is paying yield and there is sustainable yield. And I need to make sure that hopefully by the end of this presentation, it will become clear why the word sustainable is key and why GOAT is aiming to deliver sustainable yield, not volatile, not something that will come for a week and disappear forever. And you will hopefully understand the reasons soon. Okay, what is GOAT Network? What problem actually we're trying to solve? And we're trying again to make it just a big picture. This is the famous curve of the S curve. I don't want to. This is the S curve of every technology. And think about it, we are in different stage of it. People have been used to see this and say Bitcoin is still in the Google stage when Google just come up in 1998, and people start saying, well, there is always an S curve to any technology. Could be internet, could be cell phones, could be, there's always kind of like a period for which it gets adopted slowly, and then it gets some kind of speed and adoption, gets into maturity. It means you may think of different S curve for Doge, different S curve for Bitcoin, because here we're going to say that the problem we're trying to solve in a nutshell is pretty simple. There is large BTC holders, there are small BTC holders, there are large Doge holders. It's well distributed. These are two communities that are one of the largest communities out there, but there is one common denominators across both. You can say more pronounced problem on Doge because there is no way to generate any yield out of it. You just basically, the only business use is to take Doge, keep it aside, and you don't do anything with it and just basically speculate. Bitcoin, there is some attempt. There is some attempt to make money out of it, to make some yield out of it. And then what we kind of promise, what we kind of try to achieve is to find a place that is secure and that is robust in generating real yield from the system. It means the problem we're trying to solve is generating yield for these communities, Doge and Bitcoin, and generating it for anybody that hold Bitcoin. Nothing, it's not only about whales, it's not about the big holders, it's about the retail investors. It could go from retail to sovereign. Everybody have a place, but what is unique about this is the ability for retails and any small holders to make money out of their Bitcoin. I know that people are thinking, well, why should I even think about making yield when I can wait and get 10x? If you have full confidence you're going to get 10x in a year, of course, you're not even going to want any yield. Who cares about 20% or 30%? But generally, in any asset, regardless of what asset it is, as the asset gets adopted, as the maturity of the asset gets high, yield generation becomes the key. That's the income, that's the dividend. And the more secure, the more sustainable your dividend is, the more your project is valuable. It means the problem we solve, and I'm sorry if I'm going to be slow in these things, because the key part for me is to deliver little, but deliver it clearly, hopefully. What I'm trying to solve in this project, hopefully, is finding a way to generate sustainable yield for Bitcoin and Doge. And how we're going to do it, and I'll move to the next one. Basically, our solution can be threefold. In fact, we don't even have to go through this slide. The idea is very simple. You want sustainable yield, you need sustainable revenue and sustainable cost. Anybody who has taken Economic 101 or Accounting 101 understand this. In order to have profit that is sustainable, you need sustainable revenue and you need to maintain your cost to the lowest possible without jeopardizing security. It means if I want to have the most secure system, and if it's going to cost me extra amount of money more than revenue, I cannot generate yield. I'm lying to people. If I have an amazing security, but I don't have a good growth system, I don't have good apps, I don't have any growth strategy, I don't have the go-to-market, I don't have good apps that are going to come and deploy with me, I'm not going to be able to generate yield. It takes two to generate yield. It takes good revenue, sustainable revenue, and it takes huge effort to make sure that you deliver security for a reasonable and sustainable and efficient cost. And this is why you see in the slide sustainable yield for BTC and BTC holders. It's going to come by delivering robust security and having an open ecosystem and an open growth. But I want you to understand it from 101 accounting, 101 economics, so that you can stick in your mind. How do we get the profit? We get the profit by having better revenues and having good cost. But remember the key question here. You can just decide to have a zero cost, but you don't provide any security, but nobody going to come to your system. It means you want to inherit Bitcoin security, but you want to inherit it at a very, very reasonable cost. And this is where economics is going to play a huge role. And this is what I think GOAT have innovated tremendously, both in the security side, and we're going to get into it, which is the ZKM side of it, and the BitVM implementation, and in the economic side of it, what type of economic model we're going to put in place, which actually we did, in order to make sure that the whole BitVM cost, the whole thing is actually going to be sustainable. The secret sauce is simple. If you want to remember something that is unique about us, which I don't think anyone else can claim in my view, is the centralized sequencers. If you build something on Bitcoin, and remember, we are actually for a community both of Bitcoin and Doge, but allow me to focus a little bit on Bitcoin for a bit. If you want to build something on Bitcoin, you better inherit the philosophy of Bitcoin. You cannot be centralized on one side and say that I'm inheriting the Bitcoin security, because automatically you're susceptible, you're affected by the point of contact, and you can actually fail because you only have one point of attack, one point of failure. It means one of the secret sauce, as we call it in this slide, that allows people when they supply BTC or supply Doge to earn BTC is the fact that we have decentralized sequencers. You can think of this as we don't have one entity that is going to sequence trade, that is going to make sure that these transactions are making sense, they're going to communicate with L1. We have multiple sequencers that are going to play the role. That's the goal. We may start with a finite number, the listed one number, but the point is to be as decentralized as we could in order to make sure that we have inherited part of Bitcoin security, which is decentralization. It means our secret sauce on this, and it's not only going to help us in technology, but it's going to help us also in economics. And it may come clear if there are some questions. Why decentralization of sequencers also help in minimizing the cost for inheriting the Bitcoin security, even through the BitVM channel and all that discussions that the previous speakers also were talking about in this conference. Because if you have a central entity, you may not be able to do it at a certain way. And but generally, it means, again, back to the slide, there is a problem which is generating sustainable yield. The solution starts from having decentralized sequencers. And if you have decentralized sequencers, you can build something on it that allow you to have sustainable economics, sustainable cost, cheap cost or efficient cost of delivering security, and at the same time, it allows to generate yield for the users. Because whatever the sequencer is going to earn, you're able actually to make. It means how does it actually work in a simple aspect, so that maybe I just give a simplification of what people are going to be doing in this GOAT and what's the economic about it. You as a user, you can be a Bitcoin user, you can be a Doge user, you're coming to our network, you're going to choose, you have multiple sequencers to choose from, and you can decide based on the reputation of sequencer, based on how much they have shared revenues in the past, based on many attributes. You may decide, look, I'm gonna stake. I'm gonna make Bitcoin in one of these sequencers because it seems to be only keeping 1% of whatever revenue and sharing the 99. Or maybe this one has never actually had any failure, or this one is actually more reputable for other things. But in a sense, you have a choice, and I'm preaching to you guys to understand what's going on here. There is competition across sequencers, and because there is competition among sequencers, there is a competition for the yield that's going to be shared by anybody actually who stake. Because when you don't have this, I can decide to monopolize whatever I want. I can decide whatever how much I share with the stakers. But in this environment, it's very clear for us that we create competition across sequencers so that when you decide you as a staker, you know what you actually choosing, and whatever revenue is generated in the network in BTC, because the gas fees are paid in BTC, whatever the transactions are paid now are not monopolized by one entity, one foundation, one federation. This revenue that is coming in BTC, it's coming to every sequencers dependent how the sequencers are chosen, and they get chosen by how much actually at stake they're put in. And at stake means how much gold they have, how much BTC they own, and how much Doge they have. It means the combination of these three makes a value for each sequencer, and each sequencer can be chosen based on the likelihood of how much actually they have at stake. This mechanism allows anybody who is going to stake in any sequencer to generate yield. As soon as they choose one sequencer, we're going to tokenize them. Basically, the whole idea of economics here is now you came in, you as a BTC holder or a Doge holder, you had Doge or you had BTC, automatically it switched to what we call a YBTC or a Y Doge. What does that Y come from? It's just yield Doge or yield BTC. It means it becomes a yield-bearing coin. Now you have a yield-bearing coin that is actually inheriting real return from the transaction of the infrastructure. These are not return from being in one of these apps. This is the return that is you sharing by contributing to the security of the network. And that's where the real aspect of it come from. And that's where the sustainable aspect come from. As long as the network is alive, as long as these guys are alive. And the network will be alive because these guys have incentive to keep it alive. And this is what the loop is. And why they have incentive to keep it alive? Because they're making money from the operation. And why no one can share alone? Because I have competition. I can go somewhere else and I can actually generate here from somewhere else if you're actually not sharing enough. It means competition plus sharing revenue in BTC allow this to be sustainable and real. Means again, each one will have its own YBTC or Y. If I have Doge, I created a Y Doge. If I have BTC, I created a YBTC. And now I have a yield-bearing token and I'm going to my whole ecosystem. On my ecosystem, I can use it for prep, I can use it for collateral market, I can use it for insurance market, I can use it for yield market, but I'm not using my coin. I'm using a yield bearing coin. While I'm using it in the transactions, I'm still collecting yield because I'm also contributing. I call it double dipping. That could be explained easily. You're basically double dipping. You're staking, you're getting part of this return, and at the same time, contributing to liquidity or anything on the network, or contributing to whatever transaction in the network. It means generally, this is how the economic work. The economic backbone is decentralized sequencers. The economic backbone is the economics around which we build across the sequences to generate this return. Normally, at this stage, just to give you some insight on to bring you back to the security versus the growth aspect and stuff like this, so that you can see where it's coming from. Like, I can be speaking all about this economic for hours, but at the end of the day, if you don't have good security, no one will trust you to come in. And security is based on decentralization. Great, that's point number one. But point number two, we need to have a goal of inheriting some sort of more security than just the POS that is in L2. We have made really good progress so far. This is not like we will do. This is things we have done. Basically, we are lucky in a sense to have built a team on the top also of stuff that get built in ZK. We have our own ZK MIP, and people who work in this area understand. And I've been in research for 25 years. I can tell you it's always an iterative process. If you use a ZK that is not in-house, or you try someone else to implement your BitVM, then you're never going to have an implementation of both that makes sense, because the BitVM is changing, the ZKM is changing, and by the time you implement it for your network, there are going to be differences and differences and differences. It means for us, the way actually we try to tackle this to make it good is, in fact, we implement our own ZK MIP, because we actually have a ZK MIP that compare in terms of efficiency and low cost with respect to the previous, to risk zero and SP. We are at par with them. And then we already have done our kind of call it a prototype of our BitVM, and there is something called the BitVM playground that anybody can log in and do your playground. And there is a lot of economic in the BitVM. I wasn't in the full session before, but I just catch it half. BitVM is expensive. Everybody knows that. But this is, again, when economics can help. We don't actually need to have exactly the same validation for every transactions to call it we inherit BitVM security, Bitcoin security. You can play economics at its fullest by saying how much I wanted to secure, I want to inherit. For example, if you want to inherit, I can afford to have, let's say, $100 or let's say half Bitcoin actually at risk by some operator. And I'm only going to validate if it's, let's say, at some fraction of that. And I'm going to use BitVM only at some point if I have an operator that is willing actually to contribute into the reimbursement. But why I'm willing to do that? Remember, this is the key part. I'm willing to do that because I know I want to increase my probability to become a sequencer. Remember, we have multiple sequencers. Each sequencers can do some activities that allow them to be likely chosen in the next round to do transaction and to get some MEV. In order for them to get MEVs and to get some benefit, they are willing to play the challenger process in the 1N challenging process of the BitVM. They are willing to become some of them an operator so that we can minimize the cost of verification each time. These are a little bit technical, but the overarching thing is, if you blindly implement BitVM, not worth it for anyone to do it, L2s will die. If you play economics in the way you implement, you manage to actually inherit Bitcoin security with a much lower cost, and that will make your L2 viable. It means economics and technology goes in tandem in GOAT, and this is usually my motto actually for GOAT, is where good technology meets sustainable economics. I mean, generally, this is for the security, but I talked more about economic. I guess this is my background too. It means in terms, again, back to sustainable yield come from revenue and cost, and delivering the cost of security at the cheapest level. I talk about it. In terms of the growth, this is kind of just showing you that we have a vibrant community everywhere. We have already aligned a good list of people that committed to join us actually since day one. They are already, these are some of the, just going to keep it for a second so that people can see. We have already some which I think one of the most important one. We don't need a million. We just need things that makes users add value. And this is the motto we have. We focus on users. We do everything we can so that we can make it the most user-friendly possible, because that's how you generate sustainable growth. Is not by having the most complicated security. That's kind of go as the backbone of the model. But actually, at the end of the day, user just want things to be simple, wants to do things in-house, and wants to do the majority of the things without jumping from one platform to the other. I think our team has managed to align a very impressive list, and I think the Doge community are going to be pretty happy, because at this point there is nowhere for Doge community to make money. They have to sell, they have to go and provide, they have to. Now we are promising the Doge community and the Bitcoiners to make yield based on the securing the network, at the same time as allowing them to create a yield-bearing token in order to go to all this platform here and try to get value out of it. Okay, I don't know how much time I have. Check. Okay. Oh, this is the sentence I was talking about. This is something I already kind of mentioned when I said, look, if you really want to just leave with one slide and you want to snippet one slide of the whole presentation and say, what is unique about GOAT? Like, why this GOAT compared to all the stuff that exists out there is unique, and what is the economic about it? I said the reason, like you go like this, you say, wait a second, this network have decentralized sequencers. Is that key? Yes, for security is key. Is that clear why it's key for economic? Is not clear, but this is what I spend the majority of the time talking in this talk. When you have decentralized sequencers, you create competition across sequencers to have sharing revenue the most possible, because every stakers, every retail have a chance to switch from one to the other. Is that enough? Not enough. There is even more. Because when you have decentralized sequencers, you can allow some of them to play a role of a challenger in the BitVM process, to play a role in that people usually not try to play because they don't make money out of it. Sequencing is the most MAV possible. Everybody want to be a sequencer, but because everybody want to be a sequencer in terms of a job, you have a cheap way to choose them to signal they're willing actually to do other activities, and those other activities can help them to be chosen to be a sequence. It means if you see the slide, for us, technology is mainly driven by decentralized sequencers, ZKM, and BitVM. And if you think of economics, these are the words that I was hammering. It's an open market competition across sequencers, mean you share more. As any retail or any miners or anybody who's going to actually use its Bitcoin or use its Doge at play, you're not at the mercy of one central entity that decide whatever they want, because they may decide not to give you a lot when things are already moving. They already give you a lot in the beginning. They throw some airdrop to you guys, and at the same time, they make money. For us, first, it's in Bitcoin. You basically receive yield in Bitcoin, and you receive it as real revenue because they have incentive to give you what they promise. Because if not, you are not locked to them. You can change it. Oh, that's an important thing. We're not locking it in them. You can decide the next day to switch your allocation to another sequencer if the other sequencer is given a higher share of whatever they earn out of the system. Means that's an important part. And then the idea of consolidation of role is what I was talking about here. They have consolidated role, they can play multi-roles, and for them, they need to play some of the cheap roles in order for them to get chosen to play the most MAV roles. And that's the part I was talking. It means you have a good technology, good economics. They both contribute to have a cost-efficient security. And then cost-efficient security is not enough. If there is no transaction, there is no money to be shared, there is nothing to be given. That's why we need a sustainable growth. It means the combination of a good cost and a sustainable growth give you sustainable yield. This is GOAT. GOAT is sustainable yield for both Doge community, which they don't have anything today, and the Bitcoiners. This is really, in one nutshell, I think the slide personally I like the most. This is just a slide to talk. We have, I think, another 3 minutes, 1 minute normally, but this, okay. just reading the screen. Sorry to see how long. This is just telling you what is the future. Could we add more coins or not? What's reason we can choose? This is not important. The go-to-market strategy, the main thing here that I will highlight is that since there are many apps and there is basically you can make real return at the same time as generate other benefit by having this white Doge and white BTC because you already tokenized some of the reward in one, you can use the AI agent to tell you where is actually the yield. We basically, this is basically trying to benefit from the whole surge in AI and to be focused and obsessed to users. I think this is another things we're trying to hammer is we want to be obsessed to users. We want to make sure that users have a good experience, which translate number one to more money because you have to tell them where they can generate the most yield possible by going to different sequencers, then tokenization, then go into the basically the whole idea here that I want to highlight is that we're trying to be at the forefront of what is happening. But this is not like the unique to us. I thought what it's unique to us is the way we design things, is the way we have sustainable and real yield for everyone, from one Satoshi holders to whatever how much Bitcoin or Doge you have. And it's actually unique. There is not only there's nobody who has decentralized sequencer like this in the Bitcoin layer 2s or Doge community to make money. Actually, the idea that now these users don't have a place. We're trying to find a place which actually help to make yield. What's unique about us? I think I've said it a couple times. We are the first network based on BTC, though using decentralized sequencers and multi-coin POS. The multi-coin just means that Doge, GOAT, and BTC, and the combination of the three actually make sure to see what is at stake. What is at stake is the value of these three. It means it's a vector, it's not a dot. We are focusing on creating sustainable yield for people. And the most important part is the team. The team already have achieved something. We already have achieved the previous project for which it has been very useful to investors. And I think we're very excited not only to repeat what we have achieved in the past, but honestly to do something that could stay for a long time. We are really excited about this project. I think we have a long-term vision. This is just like what we are doing now. Our vision is to be an L2 for all L1s. And at that point, not only we inherit Bitcoin security for the Bitcoiners, but for the Doge and other ones, we can actually connect to those. We have some research paper on this already. You can read it in the website. It's called Entangled Rollup. But this is, I don't want to talk about it right now because this is just a vision. This is a long term. If you have questions, I'll talk about it. But generally, this is just, this is later. What we have today is already way more than enough than any project I was thinking we're going to have a year ago. But what we managed to do in a year and something was fantastic. And I'm only an epsilon contributed into it. Like the people that have tried this is fantastic. Lastly, and I see probably now is time, these are the team, the ugliest one, and all of them are handsome and nice. Okay, I saw Ashley in the hall. Thank you very much for your attention. And
Thank you so much, Dr. Alkami, for your presentation and for laying the groundwork for our next panel. We'll welcome back Orkin from Citria and new speakers, Clayton from Babylon and Trey from Strata to join you, and of course, Alice to moderate. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I stay, yeah?
Yeah, hang out.
Welcome to our fourth and final panel for the day. Dr. Redawan just presented a talk on sustainable revenue economics with GOAT. Thank you so much, Dr. Redawan, for that talk. But for this panel, we'll be focusing on the specific economic models needed to enable a scalable Bitcoin ecosystem. We're very excited to have our panelists, Dr. Redawan from GOAT, Orkun from Citria, Clayton from Babylon, and also Trey from Alpin join us here today to discuss about the different models that incentivize both builders and users without having to compromise Bitcoin's core principles. So we'll focus the discussion on designing sustainable revenue generation strategies for Bitcoin's layer 2 frameworks, dive into more details about fee structures, token-based incentives, yield generation mechanisms, and also the potential for any kind of new economic primitives that preserve trustlessness and decentralization within Bitcoin. All of our panelists here today are major contributors within the Bitcoin space and have many perspectives to share with all of us. So I'm very excited to have this discussion with all of you. But I'm wondering if we can first start off with each of the panelists introducing yourselves and describing your project's revenue model approach and how it fits into the scalability mechanisms in your projects. How about we start off with Trey?
Hey everybody, my name's Trey. I work at Alpin Labs on our rollup strata. We are still in our DevNet phase, almost approaching testnet. And so the most obvious way that like revenue collection comes in strata is from bridging. And this is due to the way that the BitVM bridge model works. There requires some amount of fronting of funds in order to make the bridging happen to layer 1. But those bridging operations are actually, we don't expect them to happen very often. We actually expect them to only happen with large reallocations of liquidity. And so actually, we expect that individual user transactions will be done through a secondary bridging service where liquidity providers essentially do the other half of an atomic swap to do small amounts servicing faster individual user operations. And so this, what they're essentially collecting revenue from is accepting the risk of price slippage between the small operations back and forth versus the larger amounts of Bitcoin that they can move in and out. And this also isn't just for payments in and out of strata to Bitcoin layer 1, but this is also payments into Lightning, interoperating between Lightning and strata, and transfers across other bridges to other chains. And we expect that the same pool of liquidity being dynamically reallocated as the capital flows happen, that's like the most obvious source of revenue that people can collect through strata. And we expect that others will arise as we build out the ecosystem.
Thank you, Trey. Orkun, would you like to go next?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Orkun. I'm one of the co-founders of Citria. Been building it for more than 2 years, I guess. And I think product-wise, what Strata and Alpin is building is almost like similar to us, besides implementation details, obviously. But mechanism-wise, we are building a BitVM-based bridge, which basically allows people with like some fixed amount of Bitcoin still under research to deposit to the chain and then withdraw later. And during the withdrawal phase, like Trey said, like it's not a thing that will happen often, but even though there is fee, there are like different paths a user or LP can follow there, like an optimistic payout mechanism or like an operator covered payout. So there are like kind of different ways going out from the bridge depending on the liveness of the bridge operators. But in general, yes, there's like a unique bridge between Bitcoin L1 and Citria than other, let's say, Ethereum L2s. And in the rollup itself, there is obviously the sequencer prover, like privileged roles for now, which is basically operating the rollup, hopefully until they become mature. And like we hope it's a bug free so that we allow people to run it as well. But yeah, essentially it's a rollup like a virtual blockchain that's running with sequencer and prover right now with a set of bridge operators and verifiers who is basically helping for the liquidity and putting some light clients or like basically fraud proofs on Bitcoin L1.
Thank you, Arpun. Dr. Redwan, would you like to go next?
Yeah. Nice meeting all of you, Arpun, Triad, and Clayton. First time I've seen you guys, and pleasure to be in the same panel. I think I've just talked about some of the things they just mentioned right now. We are the GOAT network. Just had to introduce. My name is Redwan. I'm a professor at the University of Toronto, full-time prof since 2011. Before that, I was a prof at the University of Iowa. I done a lot of work in finance and blockchain since 2014, as running the Institute of the Blockchain at the University of Toronto. We are similar in some aspect. We are different in others, from what I heard from Alpen and Citria representative. The BitVM 2 comes up as an important aspect of what we are building. We already have a playground for people to see how we are building it, but I have a take on this one. For me personally, I think BitVM, that's my view. BitVM alone is too costly, can never be implemented economically, can never be efficiently economic for the model if you want to do all the transaction. If you rely only on technology, it's going to be too expensive, because if you inherit exactly the security of BTC, then your L2 going to be too expensive, and it's going to be too expensive, difficult actually to use. If you're actually having an L2 that is already too expensive, then what's the point of L2 to start with? It means economics has to play a big role. This is truly what I've been doing for many, many years right now, is how do we make the implementation of BitVM using decentralized sequencers, not having one. If you have one, you cannot do it. You centralize, you can actually not make that the whole challenging process and the one-end assumption actually to make any sense, because now you have to rely on a lot of cost for any transactions. What we try to do in GOAT, and I think this is kind of one of the important aspects of it compared to what I hear, is that relying the fact that you can play the competition across the sequencers, or as my colleague Orkun was saying, the operators. I like the use of the word operators better, as he mentioned. The operators can have multiple roles, and one of the roles is sequencing, and one of the roles is validation, one of the roles is this. And if you have multiple roles played by all of the multiple sequencers, now you can allow competition on roles. And the reason for each one of them to be chosen to do the most expensive role, which is actually what they don't want, you want to make sure that you increase the likelihood for each one of them to benefit from the MAV if they do the roles in the BitVM. That's point number one. Point number two that we actually care a lot about is who is going to be doing the challenge at what time? Is the challenge one net assumption? Could we actually allow one of them actually to do it, even if though they're going to be expensive each time, or we actually allow anybody to be able to do it? We implement BitVM the way it is actually done, but I think we are doing it in a certain, I think, nice way by allowing not every one Satoshi to be validated, but allowing operators to take some of the tranche. If you ever done finance, or any one of you that know they heard about the CDO tranching, we say one tranche that actually can be borne by one of the parties, and they can reimburse it, and they're only going to have to be reimbursing, like, let's say 100 instead of doing one. Instead of validating one and incurring all the costs of the validation, all the costs of the challenge, we actually going to incur it only when there is some amount already being reimbursed. And why the person will have, or why the operator will have this incentive, is because the operator want to be chosen to do the things that they get the MAV later. It means competition, change of roles, create a possibility for implementing BitVM, in our case, in a cheaper way that could be sustainable without jeopardizing the security, because in this case, the security is only on 100 Satoshi, let's say, for one operator, and that operator is willing to provide that insurance because they're willing to be chosen. It means what I'm trying to say is that economics in addition to security, not just security. This is, I think, what is a little bit, hopefully it was clear.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Redwan. I definitely want to emphasize on both optimizing for the economics and the security. Clayton, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Clayton. I'm head of BD at Babylon. I think, compared to what everyone else mentioned in their introductions, we're taking kind of a different approach in our go-to-market, in the sense of, we're not necessarily looking to build economics natively on the Bitcoin network, so to speak, but we are trying to export the value of Bitcoin security as well as liquidity to other ecosystems. So maybe this topic gets a little deep in the weeds on something that's not our core focus, at least for the foreseeable future. But at least on the bridging side of things, that's something that we're actively working on. But ultimately, our goal is recognizing that Bitcoin as an asset class is the largest, most widely held crypto asset in the space. But most of its activity exists on centralized exchanges because you can't do a lot of exotic things outside of send receive natively on the Bitcoin network currently. And so our staking functionality allows people to, quote unquote, bridge these assets over to places that already have vibrant ecosystems, but maybe not have the Bitcoin liquidity that you would expect compared to other assets that currently exist within those ecosystems. So yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you so much, everyone, for all of your introductions. I wanted to start off a bit about a discussion on some of the fee structures that we can anticipate taking place or that we see as most promising. How can layer 2 solutions on Bitcoin implement fee structures that are both user-friendly and also sustainable for long-term operations? Should transaction fees be distributed among network participants to incentivize maintenance and further development of the infrastructure? What approaches can we take to ensure that fair distribution of fees? I just wanted to start the discussion a bit about some of your perspectives relating to fee structures on Bitcoin L2s.
Makes sense. Yeah, I can start quickly. Actually, just to clarify maybe something I said before, because when I heard Clayton talk, it just reminded me. I think the problem we're trying to solve is also similar. We're not changing anything in Bitcoin. Maybe somebody misunderstood. We're actually using the security of the Bitcoin, and we're trying to solve the problem that many Bitcoins are idle and the Bitcoin needs to generate yield. Except for Goat, it's important to remember we're doing it both for Bitcoin and Dogecoin right now. We're trying to solve this problem both for Doge and Bitcoin, and we're trying to have our own ecosystem because we think that's going to answer the question that Alice was asking. This is the reason I start from it, is because we're saying, okay, we want users, we want BTC holders and Doge holders to get something, and we want them to participate into the security of our network by providing their Dogecoin and their BTC coin. Fine. Then how do I do it? I need to pay them. I need to give them. I need to channel all these fees that you talked about, which is in your second part of the question. At Goat, what do we do? To simplify, me, I'm a user. I come into Goat. I choose which sequencer I want to actually put or which operator. You still Orcon idea name. I choose which operator I'm gonna basically stake or generate yield from. I stake there. When I stake in one of these, every fees that get actually come into my ecosystem, not from a different ecosystem, anything that comes to my ecosystem, whatever they're going to use in my ecosystem, whatever transaction get generated in my ecosystem, those fees are paid in BTC, and they're going to go to these retail investors or miners or whatever you think about those guys or whales or whatever, how much you have, and they channel themselves to become yield and tokenized yield for these users. So one of the things we think of fees are going to be distributed to the people providing security to the network. And who are these people providing security? Not just the whales, anyone who has Bitcoin or Doge to stake in one of these sequencers. And the reason we think it's going to be sustainable is because if I only have one party that is going to deliver that party have the stick to decide how much it's going to share. But when we have multiple parties, they have no choice but to not coordinate and sharing the maximum possible from these fees. Means Alice, in a nutshell, our ecosystem is for the retail who comes to become sequencers. Whenever come in, get distributed, not by the niceness of the heart of the sequencers, is by the competition across the sequencers that actually provide the security of the network.
Maybe I can jump in here because there are two different things that we have been discussing. While meaning Bitcoin security, there's two different things. One is obviously the network, the security of the network, and the other is the security coming from the value of the asset, which is BTC. I think in this case, like staking Bitcoin for sequencer, or like just Babylon does staking Bitcoin for anything, like secure anything, it's essentially using the value of the assets BTC, but building a rollup on Bitcoin, just like we do, is not specifically relevant with the value of BTC as the asset or like the market cap of the Bitcoin, but it's more about the security of the network. Obviously, it's very related with the value of the token, because like if the miners are not mining the network, then the network is not so secure, and their incentive to mine the network is they're getting fees in Bitcoin and they're getting subsidized with block rewards. This is, I think, one relevant point to make. Like, while talking about this, we should probably clarify whether it's a BTC security or like the Bitcoin network security, even though they're relevant. And in addition to that, is I don't necessarily agree with the term that like BTC needs yield. I don't think any asset needs yield. Like Ethereum probably needs more yield than Bitcoin because it's already like a non-limited supply asset, unlike Bitcoin. So in order to get not diluted, you ideally stake your ETH and then get some yield from being block production, so you are not diluted by others. But in Bitcoin, if you are holding BTC, then you are equally diluted with others because there's limited supply and there's nothing else that you can do with your BTC in protocol. So I don't, like I said, necessarily agree with BTC needs yield. Obviously, it's better if Bitcoin has yield as the asset, but if not, then that's also fine. I think more important is Bitcoin network should live more than enough so that the Bitcoin can actually become a self-sustainable ecosystem itself. We are talking about making like these L2s sustainable, but mainly Bitcoin needs to be sustainable so that all of us can actually build something useful. And the way of doing it is paying fees to Bitcoin miners so that they have incentive to mine Bitcoin, because in a couple of years, like not obviously a couple of years, but in tens of years, then Bitcoin fee reward will become zero. And then all of the Bitcoin miners will either depend on the transaction fees or we will fork Bitcoin and add more tail emission or whatever. But eventually people need to use Bitcoin. This can be directly happen, or this can be indirectly happen, for example, through rollups. If you use rollup, you still contribute to the Bitcoin fees, which eventually making the life of Bitcoin longer, which becomes making Bitcoin sustainable. So I think it's more important to first make Bitcoin sustainable than trying to make these L2 sustainable, because it's basically the foundation. And then it probably makes sense to talk about making these ecosystems sustainable in the longer run than Bitcoin.
Yeah, and branching off of that, I really want to emphasize it's not just enough to have a sophisticated model for revenue collection and distribution. If you have a very fancy model that lets you stake your Bitcoin and delegate it to some sequencer and collect a proportion of that revenue, that's great. But the actual that if that's all the network is and there's no organic economic activity happening on the network, then there's not actually going to be any revenue to generate from in the first place. And so for me, the biggest single use case is just payments. If we look at the total like landscape of financial transactions that can exist, if we measure just by quantity and not by volume, the significant majority of those are just simple payments. And so that's what Bitcoin was originally envisioned as. It's branched out into a whole bunch of wild different things, and the ecosystem has grown far beyond that. But ultimately, like all of this should be circling back around to being a more sustainable payments platform. And whether that's Bitcoin or if that's synthetic stablecoins that are derived from Bitcoin and people are paying each other in tokens that approximate the dollar, that is really for me like the long-term goal that we should have, and then build everything else on top of that. Because payments are still, we've come a long way, but there's still not really a solved problem in the crypto ecosystem, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Thank you, Trey. Clayton, do you have any more thoughts to add?
I'm good on this one.
Okay, sounds great.
Alice, just one thing. I actually agree with both of them in a sense that, you need a thriving ecosystem. If you have zero to share, you share in zero. That's what Trade was saying. You need transaction in order to share. The question here is building a sustainable growth model. That's something we have to do, and it's something that we're working on. But is payment the only thing or the main thing? That's a question mark. The question that I'm having trouble with is the idea that we don't need yield. I do agree with everything that Orkun said in terms of we need to split it into two types of securities, as we are doing, the security of the network itself and the security itself on the proof of stake. But not thinking of yield in the long run is a little bit of a problem, at least in my opinion. In my humble opinion, if institutions are in the business, of course, if you expect to make 10x, 100x, you have to sustain. But if you really try to think in terms of fine, there is nothing else. One of the reasons why we hate gold in a portfolio, actually, and this is my job in real life for many years, is because it's not generating as it doesn't generate anything. The idea of gold is just becoming this hedge to inflationary and monetary payment. And then we have never used the idea of digital gold because Bitcoin is digital. I think one of the things I was always thinking, and when I talk to institutions especially, is that collateral management comes up every time they want something in the balance sheet, they want it to generate something. But it means it's okay that people have different opinion for sure. But to me, I'm on the angle that, of course, we want to maintain the whole Bitcoin itself because the miner need to get paid on it. But at some point, the small retail, the small institutions, when they have it in their treasury, it's very compelling argument for them to make money. But I don't know. This is just maybe my bias coming from the traditional business more that is showing here.
I
Maybe
mean, like
just a bias.
define making money. Like, is it making money in
Yield.
terms of USD?
No. In
Okay,
terms of BTC. In terms of BTC, if you have BTC and you make something in terms of cuckoo, then cuckoo is not really a yield. The cuckoo can go to zero. If you have a token called cuckoo and you generate cuckoo, and then cuckoo can go down, then you're making zero out of cuckoo. But the reason why I hammer is that you want your BTC to generate BTC, and this is what that I think people want, at least for people I talk to. And it could be again is a bias. I think every asset that doesn't generate dividend, that doesn't generate, is kind of doomed to play only the role of gold, while it doesn't play the role of digital gold. That's the whole. But in BTC.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Redouane, especially for mentioning that. Yeah, absolutely. Especially for mentioning that this is our first time with dealing with digital gold, not just gold. And I think as what you, Orkun, Trey, and Dr. Redouane, you mentioned that it's very essential right now to strive towards making Bitcoin as a self-sustainable ecosystem. And as you say, Orkun, but it's more of a priority before making L2s sustainable by itself. So that's definitely the direction that we should focus in. I'm also wondering if we can speak a bit more about some of the methods, specifically balancing user affordability with sufficient revenue for any of these operators or validators on Bitcoin. I'm also wondering if we can compare these Bitcoin L2s to some of our learnings that we have in other ecosystems like Ethereum. How do the economic models for Bitcoin L2s compare to those used in Ethereum? Are there any kinds of lessons that Bitcoin L2s can learn from, or do they require fundamentally different approaches here?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're not in the position to where we need to be spending a lot of time in terms of like what makes a sustainable Bitcoin L2, right? It's like no one is actively using them at scale. I think this entire like industry, at least on the Bitcoin side of things, is in a bootstrapping phase. And you have to acknowledge that 99.9% of proof of stake networks and even proof of work networks have some sort of inflation mechanism attached to their economic model. So like just pure revenue from transaction fees and usage of these protocols is not going to work unless there's like some early bootstrapping mechanism, whether it's in the form of like a token that you're releasing to incentivize like validators and stakers and liquidity providers or otherwise. And acknowledging that like, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, all of these like widely used networks had like very, very high like inflation schedules out the gate to kind of like lock this initial validator set or operator set into the system. I used to work at a staking provider called Figment. We would add a bunch of networks on a yearly basis. We would remove ones that became unprofitable. Obviously, you need to think about sustainability over time, especially if you're paying a group of operators and stakers in the form of a native token that is dependent on speculation in the market and its usage beyond just staking and payments for decentralization efforts of the protocol. But like outside of that, right, it's like you kind of have to look at the network you're launching and see it similar as going to market with a traditional Web2 company, right? It's like how much are you willing to incentivize the early adoption of this protocol, similar to cost per acquisition for net new customer in the Web2 space. But then how valuable is your product to carve out a mode and make sure that they stay there and actually start generating real revenue slowly over time. But back to the initial question, I don't really think we need to be thinking about sustainability. We just need to try to make bets on what is a curve, for these emissions over time, and acknowledging that that the curve can likely be smaller than previous protocols, just because there is general adoption in the space currently, right? So it doesn't have to be this 20-40 year curve that maybe Ethereum has, or Bitcoin, for example, is 100 years. It can be much smaller than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Clayton. Anyone else have any other thoughts they'd like to share? All right. And you mentioned a bit about this, Clayton, and someone else previously, but I wanted to look more into token incentivization and their roles. Can we speak a little bit more on the roles that individual project tokens can play in incentivizing participation in these L2 networks, and how these tokens can be designed to avoid centralization? I also wanted to hear more about some of the potential drawbacks and limitations that exist with these kinds of incentives, and if there's a possibility in the use of them conflicting with the Bitcoin ethos.
I think in general, it's kind of a bit risky thing where these incentives should be on balance. They're very great flywheels, I believe, to just create the initial the bootstrapping of the sustainable ecosystems. But especially, I think last cycle we saw this on Cosmos chains, where the inflations get extremely high to keep the validator set, and then the failure of the creating a sustainable economics on the layer, and then the value all leaked and they're all sold and left. I think there's probably a good sweet spot between just disincentivizing people to put to get yields, and then just getting a lot of inflation and diluting holders unnecessarily. So I think in general, extra token incentives are kind of useful for flywheel, but they're 99% very dangerous. If you're a retail, even if you just put and get some of the inflation, someone getting more inflation because they have more tokens than you. So I think in general, it's very hard thing to create an economics around it. I like basically how when I talk with the founder of Babylon, they would say he basically mentioned that the yields, the people looking to get yield on their Bitcoin, their expectations are really, really low than other tokens, so that they can use actually Bitcoin and then they can get additional yield to it. I think it generally makes sense to get those yield to Bitcoin because the expectations is low, but still the problem is that yield should be sustainable enough so that it's not also an inflationary thing where multiple supply side infra projects just inflate their tokens and give yield to the Bitcoiners, and eventually they all go to zero.
Yeah, and it's important to keep those flows balanced. If you're depending on a stream of tokens or however it works being issued to ecosystem builders, then the kinds of builders that you're going to be collecting are people that are going to be optimizing around trying to collect those rewards for building in the ecosystem, and eventually the ecosystem becomes dependent on those rewards continuing to flow. So eventually, when it becomes time to take another handoff and let it run more independently, then a lot of those, maybe not all of them, but a lot of those builders are probably going to leave and go somewhere else that hasn't taken that handoff and is continuing to pump up the ecosystem. So it's really important to us that we build an ecosystem that is sustainable and independently, whether that's profitable for people building within it or equitable and independently sustainable. And you know, one way of helping that along is by making that reward be dependent on the future activity of the network. So one idea that's been floated in various circles that we're also considering is having some kind of split from the sequencing revenue, with some kind of governance structure. So part of the revenue for sequencing goes to the sequencer and all of the other parties involved there, and part of the revenue goes into some kind of pool that gets allocated at future intervals. We haven't really decided on any specifics like that, but it's a reasonably good idea, I think.
I think that's something similar to what Trad was talking about. I think it's this idea is almost like you think it happens everywhere. It's like any insurance, any insurance to in the US, or I don't know about, at least the one that I know the most about, which is like basically there's always a fraction of whatever yield you have, it goes to some pool and it's used later on. And I think we do this to incentivize people. I do agree with everybody saying that you cannot rely on handouts. We have the same thing. Our token, our unit of measurement is BTC. You get yield in BTC, but the GOAT token is a boosting and a governance one. It means you basically boost your return, because the likelihood for a sequencer to be chosen to do the activities depend also on how much GOAT you have. It means that's boosting. And also it depends on how much GOAT you have in your POS when you actually create a block. And it means it's a boosting and a governance one. I want to come back to something. I don't know. We said that this is sustainability is for the future. I don't know if it's only me, or I think we are into a field that is going to be like, if you do just very simple math, like this field that now is, they say it's crowded, but it's going to be the whole area of people generating yield and real yield. It's going to be, in my opinion, growing like crazy. Like that's actually my suggestion, my honest opinion about the future, that people will, like, at some point when they stop thinking they're going to make 100x of their BTC, at some point people will stop having some crazy expectations. And I think Orkun have hammered the point when he say the BTC holder may actually ask less yield. I may even say maybe not today yet, but it's going to happen. At some point, it's going to happen when it's going to become institutionalized, because you're going to have it in treasury, you're going to have it in sovereign, and those are expecting T-bills and expecting something that is not even double digit. When we're going to become realistic, I think a winner take all. This is an area for which people wanted to have something in Bitcoin, and all these coins that are going to float around needs to play the role in incentivizing how much more Bitcoin you will get, how much more stability you will get, rather than talking to an institution and tell them you're going to get a cuckoo token or a this is token. For them, they always have in mind, well, they're going to go to zero and I'm not going to get anything. It means they need to see the value in something real, a real currency, and the real currency of the internet is Bitcoin. It means my claim is we need this more than Ethereum. In Ethereum, it's around, the layer 2 Ethereum is around 70 billion last time I checked, which is around, if you do the fraction, what is the Ethereum versus the L2s in Ethereum, you do some kind of simple math for BTC. We are not programmable. We need the L2 even more than Ethereum. You're going to realize that we are tapping into a bigger market. Not for today, because today the expectation is very, very high to double, triple, do everything. But it's going to come. At some point, people will have realistic expectations. At some people will be looking at what is the real yield that can generate of this investment. When that time will come, that's when I think there is a winner take all in this. And winner take all doesn't mean one. It means a bunch of one. It's an oligopoly. And I think we all here, like Citria, Babylon, Alpan, Goat, we are working on something interesting. We are doing it in a different way. But I think this is going to be an exciting, in my opinion, area to work on. That's my honest opinion.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I really appreciate, Dr. Rodwan, when you mentioned about the need to kind of show that real value attached. And I wanted to go into some more about ensuring that these economic models are robust against any kind of potential exploitative exploitative behavior. So Orkun, you mentioned we need to find that kind of sweet spot, and Trey, you also mentioned that it's very important to keep these flows balanced, and many may try to optimize for the amount of rewards to collect. It's very important for us to build an independently sustainable ecosystem here. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts on how we can ensure that these economic models, these structures are robust against any kind of potential malicious behavior while still encouraging broad participation from the users.
One word: decentralization. Decentralizations of all the operators' activities and competition across them. That's the main thing. You let go your decentralization, you create in no competition, you have a monopoly, you have a failing system. You're gonna survive it with airdrop, and then it's gonna disappear, and later on everybody will take and it will die. Create competition, you create value for the users. One-on-one economics, nothing more, which Bitcoin already have done.
Yeah, I think similarly, like we want to go not too slowly, but we want to avoid rushing to market really quickly, because if you go too fast, then the ecosystem can't develop organically. Like, I think you could make an argument that the only really decentralized coin that was ever created was Bitcoin, because it developed organically all the way back in 2009. That does mean there's whales, because there's some people that got in early, but it means that there's still a much wider distribution. And so continuing on with that pattern, like, we have to make sure that we don't rush into market and single players can establish themselves in a particular part of it. And that does mean that we're going to have to be doing a little bit of hand-holding for a while to make sure that we do it correctly. So it's kind of hard to avoid that, but especially if we talk about governance to be able to manage how upgrades are going to work, we don't want it to be where it's just us deciding, yeah, or let's push the button on this governance upgrade. We'll have to do that at the beginning probably, but that's not like a happy outcome for us in the end. We want to encourage decentralization, and that's very important priority for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Decentralization is key here. But just as the last question before we close, I'm wondering if you all can speak about some of the strategies that we can use to ensure that these revenue generation models on Bitcoin L2s don't compromise the network security, decentralization, resistance to centralization. Any kinds of closing thoughts to this discussion? Any last takeaways you'd like to mention about?
I think in general, the only thing that matters for me in the even the longer run, but especially immediately, is the app layer, what's actually useful things built here and what people can actually use to generate because so far we have been just talking about not in the view of user, but actually holder maybe. But the user may hold only Bitcoin, no token else, and they want to use these, but they need to use they should want to use these applications so that they actually create the revenue. And it's just the most important thing here is to build useful applications for real people, so that they actually use your platform, and then you can move from there. I think, yes, decentralizing your sequencer prover, decentralizing everything is good, but yeah, I generally agree with Trey that no one should rush into this, especially if you are building something that's actually want to be trust minimized, such as if you have ZK proofs, just like what we do. Immediately decentralizing your sequencer and prover is probably not the greatest idea, because most of these systems are still very early stage. Your code bases, the ZKVM code bases, everything is still very, very early stage. So you like to be fault proof for some time, and this can compromise from decentralization for a while, which I think is fine. And meanwhile, those applications can be built and they can see the signs of PMF, or they can pivot to something else. And once we reach to a stage where we can also have the decentralization as well as the real applications, I think that's the end goal for almost all of us in here. And it is definitely the end goal for us.
I think think I agree. I think decentralization in stage start with whitelisted and we continue the goal. I think I agree with almost everything that has been said. You have to focus on users, and our strategy, at least, you can say that in order to have users, we have managed now to do. We not only actually generating yield for BTC, but we add the Doge community. And one of the reasons we add the Doge community is because they have nowhere out now to generate yield, and that's a decentralized community. And we think by bringing other communities to create more transactions is very useful. If they have a place where they can generate yield, it can help act. It can cross subsidize. That's the term. Basically, you're creating cross subsidization across teams because the purpose is to generate yield in a currency that is actually valid for all. This is, I think, what we're going with right now. We're going with both BTC and Doge, and I will say, to me, this is the reason for success, or the strategy of success is not just the application. This is what I deviate. Bitcoiners cares a lot about security, but security at an efficient cost. If the cost is exorbitant, you have nothing else to give because it takes you so much in order to give that inheritance of security. This is why, while one part seems to have less sequencers is better because of you're just trying to improve in terms of your ZK, on the other hand, the more operator you have, the less cost to generate security because the operator role can actually switch and you can implement BitVM in a very cheaper manner. This is why I think there is now a trade-off. Decentralization is not a sin anymore, is not a costly thing anymore. In a decentralization becomes something that would allow less cost, not allow more cost. If you do it in a certain way that is smart, I think, and reasonable. And I think all the people here are super smart for sure. If they think about it twice, it's, oh, yeah, shit, this is true. Because there are multiple roles and each one can play a role. That's going to be cheaper because we have diversification of roles. I think this is one of the unique things that is coming up in L2s. And the good news is the market is huge and we're going to learn from each other. And it's going to be hopefully a very good area of work. I'm excited about it, truly.
Yeah, I think at least for us, we're not necessarily getting in the way of how Bitcoin network operates currently, just because I mean the staking functionality exists natively on the Bitcoin network. Our slashing functionality does as well. But ultimately, to the point I was saying before, we're exporting this security and liquidity to other ecosystems. Way that Vitalik said, don't disrupt Ethereum's underlying consensus when Eigenlayer was coming to market. It's we're not necessarily getting in the way of anything that's happening natively on the Bitcoin network in that regard. But we are acknowledging some truths and trying to combine these into our overall strategy, go-to-market, and vision, right? We know that people want Bitcoin yield, both institutional and retail, specifically if you're looking at BlockFi and stuff in the past. And we know that people actively want to trade other assets on chain, right? So ultimately the bet is how do we get more Bitcoin yield in a decentralized way, and also offer Bitcoin as a tradable asset on more decentralized rails, since over 85 to 90% of trading activity currently with Bitcoin is existing on centralized exchanges.
Yeah, and someone whose opinion I respect a lot told me that the financial system should be something that just hums along in the background and most people don't have to pay too much attention to. If you look at what happens, if you really look into what happens in the background to make it so that when you swipe your credit card, the payment just happens, it's an immense amount of infrastructure that's very complicated and was built over many years. But from the point of use, you just swipe it or chip and pin it, whatever, and you see approved and it works, and
Fully
that's
agree.
how it should feel. That's how it should feel. That kind of infrastructure doesn't let people build things that 100x in a month. That still happens. You just need different infrastructure for it. But that's not sustainable. It's not sustainable for things to 100x in a month, because if you 100x every month for 12 months, you've blown it up past the number of people in the world. So that's long term how we should see it, and there's still a lot of opportunity for growth between now and then, but from the point of use, it shouldn't be complicated and fancy. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Orkun, really appreciate your points on trying to optimize for decentralization, for building those real applications. And then Dr. Redawan, you mentioned about the focus not just on applications, but also on the security side. And Trey, about your point about striving towards the goal, making financial systems just come along in the background, something that shouldn't have to be like thought about it just as seamless as, say, swiping your credit card. Those are all really great points. And Clayton, with your focus on exporting liquidity to not just on Bitcoin, but to other ecosystems as well, that all sounds really great. And I think a big takeaway from here is that it's not enough to just have a model or structure for, say, revenue collection for fee distribution, but it's essential to make Bitcoin an independently self-sustainable ecosystem first. And that's, I think, a vision and a goal that we're all striving towards. So I appreciate all the insights from all of you guys today, and hope to see you next time.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thanks.
Have a
Bye.
nice weekend, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. What a great panel for the last one of the conference. I appreciate everyone's contributions. We have a couple more speakers for everybody. Next up, we'll get Isabel back one more time as she interviews David Soroy of Strata on why we're involved in Bitcoin.
My intuition is that we do see SNOCs kind of eating cryptography in the sense that they become a commoditized building block, just like hash functions are. But I also see them kind of eating the world of computation. So one of my dreams, in some sense, is to have CPUs where there's an onboard prover that generates proofs in real time.
Our vision is that in maybe next 10 years, most of the computation is actually not going to happen on chain, but it's going to happen in an off-chain environment. And this is the future we're building towards.
My personal thesis on this is that ZK is going to long-term be as significant of a technology as, say, public key encryption. That it's going to be something that every computer science student learns in their freshman year.
Pretty simple thesis that ZK is really important to blockchains and scaling. The future of ZK is ZK VMs, and we want to build the best one.
There will be a day where we no longer need consensus because we have that real-time generation. What will have been secured by consensus will be secured by cryptography and math.
I see the space moving to where every application will use ZK. Every application will use zero knowledge for its data, for its bridging, for its co-processing, for the execution spaces it sits on. It will be as intertwined into the fabric of crypto as consensus is. And to get to that point, we need highly efficient proving, we need, frankly, liveness guarantees on that proving, and we need crypto infrastructure that can support a heterogeneity of innovation on proving systems.
Oops. There you go. Hold on. Gotta adjust my cam to get in frame here. Hi, David. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Good to see you. You've been doing an awesome job holding down the fort in a couple of these interviews.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Your opinion means a lot to me, David. I'm excited, though, to kind of let our hair down a little bit here and sort of talk broadly about why Bitcoin is important and why we're building on Bitcoin in the first place. At some point, I also want to talk about why programmability is important and maybe a little bit about like what the maxis are missing right now. But let's start with why the rest of the world, why DeFi, programmability, why everything that's happening on these other chains actually needs Bitcoin, right? And why sort of maybe playing these programmability DeFi games just on Ethereum is not enough, or just on these other chains is not enough. I'm wondering if maybe we should start with, you know, a little bit of how you came to that conclusion and kind of what your thoughts are on why, you know, Bitcoin is ultimately the end game.
Sure. So I guess quick background on how I got into this. I mean, when I was in college, you know, I kind of went down a little bit of the libertarian circle. I was reading Ayn Rand and The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, and kind of like, you know, just, you know, a little bit of an advocate of Ron Paul. And I really kind of became obsessed with this idea of freedom and free markets. And so I was kind of libertarian pilled at that point. But it wasn't until much later when I really kind of discovered that Bitcoin was the realization of all these ideals and these things that we just ranted about, that's actually something real and tangible that can help us bring forward these ideas of freedom. And so for me, when I came into this, I came in really with the idea that money is the key revolution. And I think that's contrary to Ethereum and Solana and some of these other ecosystems that say this is more of a technology revolution. And as I kind of got more into Bitcoin, I began to realize that simply having Bitcoin as the store of value, as money, while that is the most foundational aspect of this revolution, that there are other higher level aspects that if we want this grand vision of, you know, hyper Bitcoinization and freedom for everybody across the world, that you need this convergence of both the monetary revolution, which I think Bitcoin has established itself as king, with the technology revolution. And so for me, over the past few years, it's really been that realization that technology and ZK and rollups and all this stuff that we're working on is really just a means to an end to enact the freedom revolution enabled by Bitcoin. So hopefully that answers your question there.
No, I think that's a great overview, and let's break it down a little bit. So how would you explain to somebody who's like nerding out about all the tech and like really excited about all these amazing use cases and things that are being done on Ethereum and other chains, and maybe thinks the concept of hard money is like not that interesting or boring? This is something I've literally heard people in like upper echelons of like consensus world literally say. They're like, I'm a little bored of this hard money thing. It's like not that interesting. How would you get people excited about hard money? Like, how would you like reinvigorate the builders who maybe, you know, aren't really thinking that much about the core money revolution? How do we reinvigorate them around that?
I mean, I think many people, the idea of like freedom resonates with a lot of people. And, you know, if you go from like first principles, the fundamental unit of freedom is one, just like agency over yourself, over your own thoughts. But then beyond that, it's the ability to have property rights, to own something, to be able to take the kind of fruits of your label and put it into something that you can store that value in. And typically you have to have some sort of government, some sort of you know, army behind them that has very large guns that say, hey, you know, we will protect your property rights. We will, you know, protect your ability to transact with people. And I think that's why, like, there's people all around the world that kind of lack this freedom because, you know, they don't have the governments with the big guns. But if you have something like Bitcoin, hard money, this ability to hold some sort of asset that nobody can take away from you, that nobody can censor you, that nobody can debase how you subjectively want to express your views and the future fruits of your labor, like that is the fundamental building block of a free society. And I think when people kind of start realizing that, oh, it's more than just like there's, you know, it's hard money and it's fixed and like big deal, it's an inflation hedge, but it's this basic building block of freedom. That is something where I'm like, hell yeah, if you can't get behind that, then hey man, like we gave it our best shot, but you know, go have fun with Uber on the blockchain.
Would you call, I know you mentioned sort of Bitcoin kind of lying at the center of perhaps libertarian policies. Now we're kind of talking about self-sovereignty, Bitcoin being sort of the peaceful revolution, the only money that doesn't require violence to defend itself. Do you see Bitcoin as political? Do you see it as apolitical? How do you see that? Is that something that affects the sort of cultural shift between kind of hardcore Bitcoiners and maybe the rest of the builder community?
Well, I could take this a couple different directions, and maybe you can reorient me if I get off track. But yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is like inherently political. I mean, embedded into that first Genesis block is Chancellor on the brink of bailouts. Like, it was born out of revolution. And yeah, I mean, I think even now, like, we are seeing Bitcoin start to align with certain political parties. With that said, I don't think it has to be. Like, Bitcoin definitely can be money for enemies. It's kind of like, can any of these parties, these political parties, ban Bitcoin? No, they can just ban themselves from Bitcoin. And even if they dislike Bitcoin, maybe 10, 20, 100 years from now, they can go back and Bitcoin will not think of them as any differently. So in that sense, it's very apolitical. It's very radically neutral.
Would you, not to like get too spicy here, but do you want to sort of underscore or underline why you believe that Bitcoin is kind of the hardest, most censorship resistant money in the world? I mean, what would you say to folks who maybe are thinking to themselves, well, Ethereum's pretty decentralized, like that's good enough?
I mean, I think to some extent, like, the proof is in the pudding, and there are things like the Immaculate Conception, where Bitcoin has just faced these severe, tests, these civil wars, things like the block size war. We can sit here and we can get Justin Drake on, and you can talk about how many billions of dollars of security it has, and you could socially slash people, and to some extent, like, there's validity to that. Like, I applaud the Ethereum ecosystem for kind of hashing out those numbers. But the idea that Bitcoin was born, and very early on, like, its leader, so to speak, left, and it was able to stand on its own 2 feet and then survive the kind of block size wars and fend off, potentially some nation state attacks. Like, that's just, you can't debate it. Like, there's no arithmetic that you can put on paper and say, wow, like, this thing has higher level of security. It's like, we've been battle tested.
Okay, so speaking of the block size wars, you said to me off camera, you said that you thought ZKPs on Bitcoin really gets to the heart of what the block size wars were about. Would you explain that to folks who maybe don't even really know that much about the block size wars? What is it about ZKPs on Bitcoin that gets to the heart of what the block size war is about? What were maybe a little TLDR on the block size wars to start? But yeah, that's an interesting statement.
So there is a very succinct expression, which I think perfectly defines Bitcoin, which is don't trust, verify. And what that statement is saying that is you don't trust or rely on someone else to tell you, what your balance of Bitcoin is, or how much money you actually have, or ask them for permission to be able to send money. You don't trust them. You verify all this information yourself by running your own Bitcoin node. And a key tenet of Bitcoin is that anyone should be able to very easily, with very low requirements, run the Bitcoin software and essentially re-audit or rerun every single transaction that has ever happened, from the very first transaction that Satoshi mined all the way up until present day. And the block size wars, really what they tried to do is they say, we want to increase the size of the blocks, which potentially, if this got out of hand and you raise the size of the block size too much, you would preclude people from actually being able to run these nodes. And if the blocks get big enough where they consolidate into the hands of big centralized actors, then you kind of lose this decentralization and this censorship resistance, which makes Bitcoin so special. So the block size wars was this conflict between, like, do we want to increase the usability and the throughput of Bitcoin versus do we want to keep it centralized? And the reason that this relates to this idea of, like, why ZKP's cut at the heart of the block size wars is it's saying, look, we can scale Bitcoin and we can maintain that ability to allow nodes to maintain really small and be centralized, but you can still have that ability to not trust and just to verify. So in that first example I gave you, it's like you have to run a Bitcoin node and you verify every single transaction. You essentially brute force your ability to verify, like, your current balance. But what if you didn't actually have to do that? What if you could just receive a current snapshot of your balance and it says, Isabel, you own this amount of BTC, and here's a mathematical proof that proves the validity of this statement. That it's such a crazy concept that you can actually do that you can prove the validity without having to rerun the computation. And I think that's kind of why it strikes at this heart of the block size wars.
I love that so much. I think that, rightly, there's sort of been this impression that sort of scalability and decentralization are maybe at odds with each other. And ZKPs on Bitcoin are attempting and probably a reasonable solution to that dilemma. So yeah, I love that. Thank you for that. So
I'll just quickly add on to that. Just you know, this is probably going to bother people that I'm saying this, but like you're starting to see these behind the scenes, like these people that were like hyper opposed to in those block size wars, like they're starting to put all of that past them, and they're saying, okay, we don't care about any of these kind of like religious groups or whatever. Like we see this as like a very compelling solution to scale Bitcoin, and they're starting to say orange coin good, and it's kind of this reunification of the camps. I think it's something beautiful that's starting to happen. So yeah, just thought I'd share that.
It is interesting, the cultural shift that's taking place, right? Because I think like on the one hand, historically, we've had sort of the Bitcoin maxis who maybe are like, oh, we don't need these use cases. Who cares about DeFi? You know, store of value maxis essentially. And then on the other hand, we've had, you know, the builders and the techies who like kind of sort of been pushing aside the importance of the decentralization of Bitcoin in an effort to build what they want to build. I think we've given, you know, the Ethereum maxis enough of a hard time so far. I want to talk a little bit about the Bitcoin maxis for a second, or the store of value maxis. I will say it's not exactly fair to just call them store of value maxis. I think a lot of folks in Bitcoin are also very, very focused on payments, right? So Lightning is getting a lot of attention right now. Tether just made an announcement. Stables are going to be on Lightning. But why is payments not enough, right? So many of the sort of Bitcoin cultural maxis say, oh, we just need store of value and payments, and that's it. We don't need these programmability DeFi games. What do you think they're missing? Why do you think we actually do need programmability to satisfy the early promise of what Bitcoin really is about?
Well, this is something that you and I talked about on your podcast, and I think this was a realization for you, is that even if you're against all of the programmability, all of the DeFi or the NFTs or whatever, you're like, I don't want any of this, I just want payments. Well, you need programmability to be able to program the wallet experience, the user experience. And so if you want this beautiful UX that feels like a Venmo or a Cash App, or you want the ability to even just do things like essentially pulling money instead of just paying people money, like pulling people out, like a subscription service would do. Like as you start to build out all these different payment applications, it's so far beyond like I can open up my Lightning wallet and then I just hit send on it. There's just so many types of different functions of payments that you have to program, and you need expressivity in order to do that. So these beautiful wallet experiences are probably going to require some sort of programmable environment, unless I still love Lightning. Lightning's an amazing team. I think there's I'm really excited for them. I think the announcement for Tether was really positive this past week. I'm in El Salvador right now, but yeah, these are just different trade-offs than what Lightning can currently offer. Beyond that, I think even the most maxi of maximalists, they all want to borrow against their Bitcoin. And you can do that very easily with a programmable environment. And so in some ways, I go up to some of my maxi friends and I'm like, oh, you don't want programmability. So you're going to plan on selling your Bitcoin? That's not very maxi of you. You're selling your Bitcoin for dollars instead of borrowing against it. Do you really want to give it up to a custodian? And maybe that's fine. I mean, there are amazing, reliable companies that have proven to be credible custodians. But for me personally, I'm I don't want to give up my Bitcoin to a custodian. I don't want to have to pay these, frankly, very, very high fees. There are just better ways to build this on more expressive layer 2s, both from the user experience, but also the economics of it. And so it's becoming much harder, I think, for maxis to debate that programmability is not beneficial.
Do you think historically, do you think it's fair to say that the reason they've sort of poo-pooed these use cases in the past, or at least some of them have, is because there just simply hasn't been a safe way to do it? And now maybe that's changing.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. I think it's very easy when Bitcoin literally couldn't have this functionality to form this cognitive dissonance that because we can't do it, everything else is bad. And then I think it was also easy to lean into that when you did peer over the fence, and 99% of the time you peer over the fence into these expressive ecosystems, you'd be like, that is not a use case that I want. This is degeneracy. And so I sympathize very much with the maxi use case, or with kind of that tension that formed there. But moving forward, it will be on us, the builders, to go out there and build these solutions and actually put forward credible solutions that people want to use. At the end of the day, that's what matters. We can sit here and pontificate on this podcast and explain all these use cases, and hopefully people will be entertained by that. But once they actually have something tangible in front of them, they say, wow, like in one click, I was just able to instantly, non-custodially, with no trusted intermediary, be able to borrow against my Bitcoin, maybe even Bitcoin-backed stable coins, like send this thing where it just, I use Face ID on my cell phone, and, it's like a hardware wallet attached to my phone. Like, these are going to be amazing, beautiful experiences that I think will start to shift the Overton window.
I want to kind of circle back a little bit to this programmability for UX. I think this is something that's sort of become a big conversation in sort of the Ordinals Bitcoin Season 2 Landia, right? Like, if anyone knows the limitations of Bitcoin UX, it's people who have recently got into trading Ordinals and runes and all of these sort of new Bitcoin native assets. I'm curious if you see, like, what are the limitations even on something like Lightning for these DeFi use cases? For instance, right, we talked about Tether coming to Lightning for stablecoins. Like, do you see ZKPs as a substantially better option from a user experience for something like stablecoins than Lightning?
Well, just to be clear, it's different. I mean, Lightning is hyper optimized for these faster payments and, in theory, higher throughput. And again, like, I think there could be a place for Lightning, and I have a ton of respect for their team. I really feel like they've been holding down the fort in Bitcoin scaling. But on the other hand, the trade-off that you get for having something that's very focused on payments is they don't have a global state, for example. So you can't easily pool assets. Well, in these programmable ecosystems, that's like 90% of the use cases requires pooling assets. Similarly, everybody knows about the issue of inbound liquidity. If you want to receive payments, somebody has to open up a channel, open up liquidity to you. It's a little bit clunky in that sense. And then, as we were alluding to with the user experience, I think if you want like a perfectly seamless user experience, wallet experience, like, you have to add some sort of custodial risk to Lightning. Like, maybe I was talking to someone today at the conference, and they say, you got to lock it up in like a 2 of 2 multisig, and you do these like pre-signed Bitcoin transactions, and so you give up a little bit of trust of your Bitcoin in the Lightning channel. These are just the trade-offs for different types of solutions, and I think ZK rollups kind of provide the opposite set of trade-offs, which we think will be quite compelling.
So something else that you said on my podcast that I feel like we're kind of, bouncing around right now is you said that Alpen Labs as a company and sort of what you guys are going towards, you said that you wouldn't identify as Bitcoin maximalist, but you are Bitcoin maxi sympathetic. On what counts are you Bitcoin maxi sympathetic, and where do you feel like you have a different point of view or kind of want to change things up or have a cultural shift?
I mean, I do think that we align on the kind of, well, actually, to be clear, we have quite a wide variety of people on the Alpen team, all towards building towards the similar mission. I think we have some, cypherpunks, some like crypto anarchists. A good amount of us are more of like the monetary maximalists that we believe like money is the revolution. We have some people on our team who have jokingly said that they're Bitcoin minimalists, that they're just more into system design and they just enjoy solving difficult problems. So the breadth of the team is quite wide, but I would mostly say that it was monetary maximalist sympathetic. And I'm sorry, what was the rest of your question?
Well, and I was going to say, and where do you maybe diverge from, or where do you think the team or kind of the mission of the company maybe diverges from the general maxi point of view?
Well, I think where we would take a hard line is like, we're not going to fall victim to any like hard dogma. We're in this to, further the mission of, bringing P2P digital cash and Bitcoin to the entire rest of the world. And if we felt that there is a superior technical solution, we're going to pursue that. And I think that's what originally brought us all into ZK, is because we went in this with an open mind and said, okay, let's analyze this from first principles and see if we can bring it to Bitcoin, and is this a credible solution? And now we're discovering that it is, and we're kind of getting out of this research phase into the actual engineering and building real products. So it's super important for us to understand where some of this quote unquote dogma and kind of zealotry and passion for Bitcoin comes, and understand, like, is that legitimate, or are we blinding ourselves from, or are we blinding ourselves from better solutions? And I think that's probably the number one area where we would differentiate.
I brought this up to Sim on the subject as well, but I want to get your take also. Something that I think you guys stand out around is that you have, at least for now, are saying you are not going to launch a token to incentivize the validators in your network or on your network. Can you share a little bit about that decision, why you made that decision? Were there pros and cons involved to that in terms of, incentivizing validators versus not having a token? Like, tell me about that.
Yeah, well, I guess my first question is like, what would the token be used for? Like, are we going to take a dogmatic? And sorry, that was a rhetorical question. But it's like,
well, you know the answer to that. I mean, you know the answer to that question, David. I mean, there are many people, even within your peer of circles that you have much respect for, who would say that it's just not going to happen. You just need a token in order to incentivize the validators, and that's their point of view. What would you say to those folks?
Well, I mean, one of the beauties of zero-knowledge rollups is like, you don't need to economically incentivize the validators to be honest. They literally cannot be malicious. They cannot lie if they have to submit a zero-knowledge proof. So in a lot of these schemes that I think you're alluding to, you have this other side system, and you have these validators, and in order to make sure that they don't double spend or perform some sort of bad activity, you have some sort of stake that you put up, and if they misbehave, they get slashed or whatever. But with a roll up,
you do need to incentivize the validators, though, who are like not. I mean, you do need to incentivize people to like double check that these transactions are correct, right? That these proofs are accurate and valid.
No. I mean, because like,
why would I put up liquidity? Why would I put up liquidity that could potentially, like, why would I participate in this game if I wasn't trying to get paid?
Well, I suppose, are you referring to I think you're referring to the bridge operators of
the bridge
like
operators. Excuse me. Yes, the bridge operators. Yes. Excuse me.
Yeah. Okay. So just for clarity for the audience, like, I thought you were alluding to the validators, like what you would have in maybe the node operators in like Stacks or something, or the validators in Ethereum. But what we're talking about is specifically, in order to verify these zero knowledge proofs on Bitcoin, you have these kind of operators, and as long as one of them is honest, then the peg is secure. So these are slightly different issues. But I mean, the way that we're looking at Alpin is, you can just look at a comparison of like how much, say, WBTC has been bridged into Ethereum, and like what are the transaction fees that people are charging on that, and is that economically appetizing for people to say, hey, I'm willing to be one of these operators. I'll put up X amount of Bitcoin, and we're projecting that we can make Y amount of Bitcoin based off of the transaction flow from like WBTC. And you could look at them and be like, oh, that's actually pretty appetizing. So I'm down to be one of these operators. On top of that, these operators also kind of get trustless access to BTC. If you are one of the N in the operator set, and say you are an entity that has a bunch of customers that already trust you, you could take that to your customers and say, hey, like, you could take that to your customers and say, hey, like, we are one of these entities, so because you already trust us, like, you essentially get trustless access to the BTC. The way that we're looking at it is probably transaction fees can just be paid on withdrawals and deposits, and that is pretty economically appetizing. Whether we, to start, subsidize some of that out of our pocket to make sure, because like, are we going to have, WBTC levels of withdrawals and deposits off the bat? I think that's still up in the air. But the long short of it is there's a credible path to making this work without having to get a token to incentivize the operators.
So you guys might subsidize kind of some situation where liquidity is put up front, because liquidity would need to be put up upfront in this situation, right? Am I getting that right?
Yeah. I think right now we're projecting about like 7 BTC could be put up front. So for some people that's massive, but for some of these larger operators, that's really not much at all.
Okay, good to know. So my last final question, then we're going to wrap up, is, so what would you say to folks who are arguing for the token, and you need a token, and that's how you create upfront liquidity, and that's how you get these people to actually operate these bridges? Maybe they have, or maybe there's a reasonable argument there. What would you say is the trade-off, or the reason why they should consider not launching a token to incentivize their bridge operators? Everyone has different terms for this, like bridge operator. It's like not really a fully defined term. So I know it's a little confusing when we say validator versus operator, et cetera. Everyone has sort of different definitions, or like different words that they're using.
Well, I mean, to some extent, just look at what the market wants. Like the market, there's a huge portion of the market that says they don't want a token. So I think we somewhat just owe it. Maybe we don't owe it to them, but it's like, why would we not explore ways to do this? On top of that, so much of Bitcoin is built on this idea of decentralization and neutrality, and if you have these heavy pre-mined tokens and then you try to force people into using them, it just leaves a bad taste in people's mouth. Maybe like on your podcast, I elucidated on a few ideas where like, hey, these could actually be credible use cases for a token. Maybe there is a path there for people, but at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, I just think we want to try to look for ways to build this. Oh, sorry, that's what I was going to say is it would also be a different story if people could show me like prime examples and say, hey, the token actually worked. Like most of the time people deploy these tokens and they drop massively, and then people stop working on the projects because they're humans and they say, wow, I just made like $1 billion and I just want to go live on a private island with my wife. Like these are very real human incentives at play. So anyways, the long short of this is like, I'm not dogmatic about anything, like whether tokens are right or wrong. At the same time, it seems few and far between of like where a credible one can be done. So that's just kind of my answer on it.
No, it's helpful. I think it's a really, really interesting conversation in this whole thing because, I could see the arguments for both sides, but I think one thing that maybe the folks outside of Bitcoin are not considering are the challenges with launching a token and sort of how that, even in a land where, we do need tokens for for incentives, if there's any way to avoid it, that's probably good because of all the problems that come with them. And we could probably spend an entire hour talking about that. David, we're out of time, but this was really fun. Thank you. I really enjoyed talking. Every time I love talking to you.
Thanks, Isabel. We'll talk soon.
Thanks so much, Isabel and David, for rounding us out with a great discussion. Really appreciate your time. For our final speaker, Bitcoin Magazine technical and opinion editor Shinobi will offer a forward look at Bitcoin's role in shaping the future global economy.
Hello, everybody. Shinobi here, and as was said, I'm here to talk about the future of Bitcoin. Unlike most of the people I saw speaking here today, though, I am a huge Bitcoin maximalist. So, in some ways, I think I am here to say I think a lot of you are wrong. Obviously, zero knowledge proofs are assumed to be the next big building block for the Bitcoin ecosystem by everybody here. And I don't disagree inherently in terms of the application layer and just applying them around the edges. But I think the kind of characterization of how these tools and systems are going to be integrated deeper into Bitcoin is just kind of disconnected from the actual reality of things. So to kind of make an example of my point here, the whole frenzy over the last year or so has kind of been the race to build ZK rollups on Bitcoin and pitching this as the, consumer aligned, consumer facing scaling solution. But I think kind of the reality that gets glossed over, swept under the rug is that these systems are all intermediated systems. Fundamentally, at the end of the day, I don't see any real core difference between a BitVM based rollup and something like Liquid, a federated sidechain from the point of view of the end user. Like in both cases, there is no ability for them to unilaterally exit the system. In both cases, they have no direct control or interaction with the Bitcoin actually locked on the main blockchain. And despite all the kind of extra machinery built on top of that, that's the fundamental reality of those systems. And so, what I'm kind of here to talk about is where does the future go in terms of the nature of different systems built on top of Bitcoin? And I would argue there's only two fundamental types of systems that can exist. Intermediated systems, so things like Liquid, like these BitVM based rollups, even a business like Coinbase with a centralized ledger on the back, and then interactive systems. So things where you do actually have a direct interaction with the coin's custody on chain. You do have the ability to exit yourself. Systems like Lightning, or even systems like state chains, which are essentially kind of a hybridization of the interactive and the intermediated model. But fundamentally, these things are the two directions we can go in. And despite a lot of the optimism around OpCat and OpCat based verifiers I've seen in some of the presentations and projects here, I don't think that that's something that Bitcoiners should take for granted. I think the cold hard reality is that we might be fast approaching, if not already reached, a point of social ossification where it's just not tractable or tenable to coordinate a consensus update to Bitcoin anymore. And this shouldn't, surprise anybody who knows me that I say that at all. But I don't think it should surprise those of you who don't know me either. Like we've just seen, the new president of the United States continue fomenting rhetoric around a strategic Bitcoin reserve. We are seeing individual states in the United States start putting forward legislation for their own reserves at the state level. We're even seeing, other nations like the Czech Republic, the central bank there is considering adding Bitcoin to the balance sheet. Like if these types of occurrences continue and domino in terms of price growth, overall adoption growth, then pushing for a consensus change is going to be nothing like any project in this space has ever dealt with. You are talking about nation states who now have to consider that asset as something of national security importance on their balance sheet. They have to consider the implications of these changes, and depending on how financially exposed they are, what the implications of those changes could be for their balance sheet. Like this is a whole new world. And the simple reality is we might be stuck with what we have. And that leaves us with these two paths of intermediated or interactive. And what do we do with that? Like the general conversation around scaling Bitcoin has been focused on chasing ideal systems, systems that have the perfect set of trade-offs, that a user has self-sovereign control over their money. They're able to make instant and cheap payments. They don't have to sit around online or have these types of liquidity credit arrangements that systems like Lightning require. And I think the simple reality is we're never going to get those ideal systems. And so when looking at what makes an intermediated system versus an interactive system, and how can you hybridize these two different types of systems built on top of Bitcoin? And just kind of the simplest example to make there is think of a basic primitive like multisig, which I'm sure seems like nothing and something to be taken for granted when looking at the types of ZK constructions most of the presenters here and their projects are building upon. But that simple piece is essentially a bedrock of both types of these systems. Even all of these ZK rollups built on BitVM, inherently at the very base root of all of those systems depend on multisig. Like that N of N address that's ultimately holding the BitVM funds and encumbering them with whatever BitVM logic is encoded in a challenge response protocol. It's a multisig. But that's also what gives us a more interactive self-custodial system like Lightning. It's multi-sig at the root of it. That's what's actually signing all of these off-chain states. And so how far can you actually push this? Like how much expressivity can you have in different threat models, different degrees of delegating trust? Like where is the design space here? And I think the reality is that we have not done enough to really explore and consider that. Even just a very basic concept like smart contracts unchained, which is an old proposal from the Bitcoin developer ZMNSCP-XJ. And it's literally just as simple as you create a multi-sig with an escrow agent and then have them enforce different logic and co-sign off of that with whatever cooperative party is available. Like that's might seem ridiculously simple, but now start building up on top of that. Like we have a much more complicated system like BitVM built on top of that bedrock of multisig. Like you could just simply have that smart contract on chain setup bonded to a BitVM setup. Like all of the focus I've seen on BitVM has mostly just been on securing a bridge. But that can be used to kind of directly instantiate just a single use contract if it's high value enough. And you can kind of follow that basic train of design space to things like Jeremy Rubin's recent proposal on unfunctionally encrypted covenants, which is essentially doing exactly this type of scheme. You simply have a entity or an oracle that's now being placed in a position to sign for things, but instantiating bonding logic using a construct like BitVM. Like you can now, rather than just considering bridges into another system that is ultimately an intermediated system, generalizing that and actually having a more direct emulation of functionality we want to see at the base layer of Bitcoin that we might not see, and use that to kind of compose and build up to whole other system designs. And it really just comes down to like different primitives. Everybody keeps kind of latching on to a new single proposal or a new single system design. And everybody gets infatuated with that and thinks this is going to be the next big thing until eventually that either fails to pan out or hits the extremes of what it can actually accomplish given the engineering constraints of its architecture. And I don't think that rollups are going to be any different than Lightning in that regard. Like these systems are going to be built, like are being built. They're going to bring some degree of new functionality and potentially scalability to the system. But at the end of the day, they're going to hit their roadblock. They're going to hit their ceiling, their end limits. And it's not going to be this one thing that everyone's fixated on. It's going to be all of these things that people successively fixate on, eventually over time being broken down into their basic primitives and composed. And that's just inevitably like the only thing to actually do if you want a truly open interactive system and not something that just devolves to a competition of walled gardens that are all trying to capture a user base and maximally extract value from them. And so, kind of similarly to how we have this dichotomy or binary choice between intermediation or interactivity to scale systems on a technical level, I think we also kind of have this binary choice of, are we going to build closed walled garden or walled garden style systems, or are we actually going to try to have an open interoperable system? That requires, I think, just stepping back from this system fixation, this architecture fixation, and actually breaking everything down to the primitives. And just considering, how do you compose them in different or novel or unique ways? Or what are the commonalities between two different systems and the primitives used to construct them? Like, what doors does that open in terms of hybridizing those systems into a single architecture to get a better balance of the strengths and the weaknesses of each architecture on its own? But ultimately, the future of Bitcoin, I think, is at a very precarious fork in the road. Like, we are ultimately at this choice of which way do we go? Do we go towards walled gardens and closed systems where people are just playing zero-sum competitive games for user capture? Or do we actually try to step back and look at the basic building blocks that are used to construct these systems? And as we build them out in the first place, rather than fixating on a single architecture or fixating on the type of zero-sum walled garden thinking that has dominated most of the rest of this space outside of Bitcoin, and truly build things from the get-go to be as interoperable and as open as possible. And sorry to break it to you, I don't have a proclamation about which path we're going to take. I just know that we're kind of standing at that fork, and we're going to have to make a choice sometime soon. So I'd like to say thank you for inviting me to close this conference out. And I hope that everybody makes the right choice. So to all the builders out there, keep building.
Thanks so much, Shinobi. We really appreciate your time and your closing remarks. That concludes the Bitcoin Economy Conference. Hopefully you learned or were reminded of the immense potential and exciting developments within the Bitcoin ecosystem. Today, we've witnessed thought-provoking keynotes, insightful panels, and dynamic discussions that not only explored cutting-edge technologies, but also delved into the economic foundations that drive the future of Bitcoin. Thank you to our esteemed speakers, panelists, and moderators for sharing your expertise, and to our sponsors for making this event possible. Most importantly, thank you to our audience for joining us today. We hope you found value in the conversations and gained insight to propel your projects forward, and we look forward to seeing you at House of ZK's ZK Hub during ETH Denver. Thank you and have a great evening.
expand Bitcoin's utility without sacrificing its security. Citrea enables Bitcoin to function as a fully programmable financial platform using zero-knowledge technology. With Citrea, developers can build scalable payment systems, tap into Bitcoin's liquidity with financial applications, and build privacy systems. Citrea is currently on testnet and approaching mainnet. Follow the progress at Citrea_XYZ.
My intuition is that we do see SNOCs kind of eating cryptography in the sense that they become a commoditized building block, just like hash functions are. But I also see them kind of eating the world of computation. So one of my dreams, in some sense, is to have CPUs where there's an onboard prover that generates proofs in real time.
Our vision is that in maybe the next 10 years, most of the computation is actually not going to happen on-chain, but it's going to happen in an off-chain environment. And this is the future we're building towards.
My personal thesis on this is that ZK is going to long-term be as significant of a technology as, say, public key encryption. That it's going to be something that every computer science student learns in their freshman year.
Pretty simple thesis that ZK is really important to blockchains and scaling. The future of ZK is ZK-VMs, and we want to build the best one.
There will be a day where we no longer need consensus because we have that real-time proof generation. What will have been secured by consensus will be secured by cryptography and math.
I see the space moving to where every application will use ZK. Every application will use zero knowledge for its data, for its bridging, for its co-processing, for the execution spaces it sits on. It will be as intertwined into the fabric of crypto as consensus is. And to get to that point, we need highly efficient proving, we need, frankly, liveness guarantees on that proving, and we need crypto infrastructure that can support a heterogeneity of innovation on proving systems.
do think that we're going to see a lot of infra converge to provable VMs, also known as ZK VMs. Depending on the use cases, they might be adapted, but overall, I think we're going to see a shift from low-level circuits to ZK VMs.
So there's so many things you can squeeze out of ZK, you know, and it just gets better when you combine these other tools.
We can use our knowledge in ZK to build these applications on Bitcoin, which may help Bitcoin make Bitcoin maybe 100% use the only blockchain again in the world, because Bitcoin is the best monetary asset that we have. Bitcoin blockchain is the most secure blockchain that we have.
I will say that the boldest prediction though is, and it's not me making this up, a friend of mine, Vinishri Rao, she's I think a famous cryptographer, you guys probably know her. She's launching the Fermat network, and she's been out there publicly saying that her prediction is that ZK is going to replace blockchain.
You have the code, you have the input, which is all the transactions, and you put that in. You create statements and you generate proofs. There is no component whatsoever of blockchain, but ZK is a component, and this is an example to explain also my thesis that I think ZK will become bigger than blockchain.